Hi guys. Let's see who's here. Hey, I'm Aussie, Mike. Hi Mike. Hi 71. ES. ES was here earlier. I'm sorry, ES. I had to change it to 15. Hey Taro. How you doing, Rochelle? Good to see you guys. I haven't seen you, Rochelle, in a bit. It's nice to see you here. Mike, I'm happy you're able to make it. I was hoping you would. I wasn't even sure I was going to do this, but after I spoke with Molson, we just decided why not. It would seem like a good idea. Hello, Miss T. How are you? Hi, Shelly. You graduated today, Rochelle. That's great. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Good for you, Rochelle. You worked hard. You deserve it, honey. Let's see who's here. Make sure that I'm not missing anybody. I'm good, Miss T. I'm good. Happy to be here. Kind of just threw it together today, the show, just deciding what to chat about. I didn't even realize it was, hi 71, hi honey. I didn't realize till maybe 2 days ago that it was, I think Molson said it's Friday the 13th this week. And then I thought, I thought about it and I thought, yeah, it could be interesting. And then the more I read into it, it really is pretty good. Oh yes, Tamara. Let me see here. It's just Curious Rose 87 at gmail.com, and I will put that in the chat. There, it should be up. That's great. Oh, tomorrow, Rochelle. Okay, good though. Still. Aw, thanks. Hi, Wee Jolly. That's a cute name, Wee. I'm happy you're here. Absolutely, Tamara. Email me. Whatever you need. And Jesus, wait, hang on. That's it's 87. It's Curious Rose 87. Hang on. I should have checked. Should have checked before let me fix it. So how's everybody's night? Any other lives? Any good lives going on tonight? Hi, Aussie. I'm so happy you're here. I was thinking, because normally when I do lives, they're usually like a Saturday going into Sunday, which is usually a Monday morning for you. So I was hoping that this would be a decent time. No, it's not a bad luck. It's definitely not bad luck. I just remember growing up that I had like lots of Italian relatives. They had that wore a 13 charm, and I remember they would say that it's not unlucky. But the more I read into it, it's really not. I didn't really look into the aspect, I guess, as a kid, into the religious aspects of it. And so then when you do, it could go either way, but I think there's more you can look at. That's probably good. We're just a superstitious society. So I think 13 has just I really can't even say how far back it goes that it began to kind of resonate as being unlucky. And then when I was kind of trying to, I haven't really kept up with the Friday the 13th brand. I wasn't even sure how many actual Friday the 13th movies there were. So, and there's 12. Just a fun fact, there's 12. Hi, Steph. Hi, Curious. I don't think you're really dirty or rotten, right, Curious? You're probably very sweet. So yeah, when I was looking up just different trivia, I guess, it said, that I think it's still that there's only 12 of the Friday the 13th movies. If there's anyone here that knows any different, let me know. But I think that's pretty much where it stood. So then I try to see if there was any, because I couldn't remember if there was any type of, backstory to the actual writing of the films. And and I think it's kind of, it's not really legit the way this website kind of pulls you in, but there were murders on a lake. It's called Lake Bodum. I don't know if anyone's in Finland, and there were 3 teenagers that were murdered, and there was a 4th who was really severely injured. And then, like, maybe 40 years later, 50 years later, they kind of thought he might be the one who had done it, these horrible murders, yet they still really can't pinpoint him to be it, because I guess the DNA was really poor at the time. You're lurking, Steph? Oh, you're battling oh no, the flu? Oh, thanks, Shelly. Thank you, hon. Oh, no, that's okay, honey. Oh, I hope you feel better. Oh, yucky. That's terrible. I'm trying to think who we could tell. Miss T, who has tarot channels. I know Rochelle hasn't been really having to do much with it lately. I know she had told me about, and then I found out that this person kind of like is like a neighbor to me. What's Roxby's channel, Rochelle? I'm not even sure. Is it Tarot Readings by Roxby? I know she has a really big channel, Miss T. So you might already know her name, but that is definitely one that I know of that does the tarots. I really don't know too many. Yeah, Steph, feel better, honey. That sucks. Today was really warm here. It was like 80 degrees. It sucks to be not feeling well when it's that nice out and you want to be doing things. Yeah, Missy, I know she has a pretty decent channel. I've never had her, I know I can only tell you Rochelle reads really good cards, but I know Rochelle had, said that Roxby was, pretty good too. So definitely it's worth, just looking into, see what you think on your own. If I could think of any more, if any pop in while we're here tonight, just let me know if you need any links dropped. Yeah, Steph, feel better. Just relax. This is just a chill evening. See how everybody's doing. And, it's been kind of rough on YouTube. There's been a lot going on, and lives have not, it's just been a weird time on YouTube. So I haven't really done it a lot. I've just kind of been just letting channels, chill out and relax, but I thought it would just be a good night to see how everyone was doing. Oh, Molson's going to come by too. He had a neighbor that was picking something up. So if he gets here, and I don't, hi Mark, how is retired life? I haven't really been able to been talking to you much. You've been doing lots of golfing, which I'm sure you have. I would. It was like 80 today here. Mike, what's your secret if you don't hardly ever get sick? Tell us your secret. I mean, I really don't. I mean, well, my son gets sick more than me, and so then I get sick from taking care of him. What happened with Johnny? Well, Johnny's been out all week, Steph. They didn't have court all week. Judge Penny had a prior engagement, so they'll resume on Monday. So you really haven't missed. Oh, good, Mark. You have not missed, Steph. They'll start back up on Monday, and it'll be time for, I believe, her cross-examination, which should be quite interesting. We'll see how that goes, but I'll be glued because I can't wait to see what his team does with her. Jesus, with her testimony or whatever, her horrifying acting debut as a court, victim of the courts. So that will be back, I believe, Monday morning. I'm not sure if they set a time yet, but at least Johnny had a week off to do nothing. Poor Johnny. Oh, okay, Miss T, I'd love that. That sounds lovely. Absolutely. Sounds very good. I'd be more than happy in any capacity, just let me know, Ms. T. Oh, thanks, Rochelle. You're letting her know some good. Okay, thank you, honey. Oh, Mark, I figured you were golfing. I wasn't sure if you'd be out today or maybe over the weekend, but I figured it. Let me just get the StreamYard so that I have that for. I don't know if Psych Guy did a live. Well, he didn't do a live. He did a premiere last night on the horrors of neglect. But this was an extreme case of child neglect that I had felt myself kind of having to pause his. It was a premiere. He was in the chat live, so he had recorded it. But hey, Rambling. Thank you. I'm happy you're here. But yes, Psych Guys was last night. It was a premiere. I will drop the link. It was pretty rough. It was on a horrifying case in Africa, and I don't know if it just happened recently, but there's a little girl who was basically just eaten alive by rats and critters while her mom went out drinking. I had to keep pausing Steph, it's definitely one to take in like small doses, and he puts it out there that it's like at this point we're going to get into it now. And when he's like, when he says it's not, this might not be for you if you're, I forget how he puts it, but it is rough. It's really, really rough. And I mean, like, I'm a trauma nurse and I had to pause a little bit, or I stopped watching it for about 10 minutes. Then I would go back and watch a little bit because it was just that rough. This little girl. And I want to say the mother, she's out. Like the mother, whatever they decided on her, she did, and she's already out. So it's definitely like a story that like stayed with me since like, this might have been last night that I really finished watching it, but it just all day it's kind of been looming in my head. Like, do I want to really go back and look? Like, he didn't show any, like, Psych Guy's really such a professional, great channel. So it wasn't like he showed any pics or anything, but I thought, do I even want to go back and really read this? Because it was like it's just horrifying. But it's really what's out there. Like, it's what's happening right now. Like, and this was Africa, because when I first read when he put a notification out, I thought he was going to talk about here in the States, like maybe it was over Easter weekend or Mother's Day weekend, like kids were killed by their mother. Like, it seems like a couple weekends in a row that there have been like families that have either been killed by like the mother or the father, or horrifying, like the worst of the worst. So when I read his, I was thinking I don't know why, I thought maybe he was going to talk about that, or maybe, Summer's kid, Summer Wells, but this totally caught me off guard, because as he's saying it, and I thought, oh wait, I don't know this one. Jesus, like, should I have read up on it? And if I read up on it, I probably would not have even went to the live premiere. So I'm happy I just went in and listened to him, because the way he lays it out, and he's such a kind guy. So it was like, okay, kind of like I said, off and on with listening, because it was like, it was so gruesome. And I'm just like, suck it up. This little girl really went through it. Just finish listening to him, because it's just, it's out there. It's beyond reality. What's happening to these children. The system not only fails then when we find out who, did these horrible crimes, like, the punishment does not fit the crime. In a lot of these cases, and especially that one, anyone that did what they did to that little girl should not see the light of day in my eyes. So it was kind of hard to know that she's not in jail. She's not, and I'm sorry, that's not a mind that can easily be rehabilitated. Yeah, I know, Miss T. When it comes to children and animals, I don't know. Not that adults don't need our advocating, but like you're going to the most innocent and probably the most that would give you the most unconditional love, and that's like they're being tormented the worst. You see such horrible crimes against children and animals. Not enough. We don't talk about it enough, but there are, the crimes that are also done to animals are just despicable, and those are deviant minds. I don't like to give up on people, but I just have a hard time thinking you could recondition someone that has gone to that dark a place that they allow that to happen to their own child. This woman had, I want to say they were twins, but the little boy survived. And I can't remember. See, I might have even, like, I feel like I blocked it out a little bit, that I can't even tell you guys, like, every single, because I know he did tell us a lot about it, but I had to keep stopping it. It was that rough. Well, Steph, that's what I thought. I'm like, if this woman is allowed to get pregnant again, how horrifying and disgusting. But we've seen it. We've seen a certain case like that where, like, is still out there and it's not solved, and it's going to be a year that we're all invested in this case, and a certain parent, whether they did or didn't have anything to do with it. I just think it's a system that keeps overlooking someone that shouldn't probably keep being able to have children. Gosh, but that's a whole other issue. It's just that these are not women that, in my mind, know how to nurture. I don't know if they were ever nurtured, and there's no way in hell they should be, free reign to reproduce. Yeah, I know, Steph. And the case with the case was in Africa. The little boy went with the father. Then the father of these children, the parents were not, of course, they weren't together. So, but like the landlord would say, oh, those babies cry themselves to sleep every night because she goes out drinking. And in my mind, I thought, you're all like, everybody's aware. Then you're all aware. If you're saying that the mom was out, and you would hear these kids putting themselves to sleep by crying throughout the night, that's, turning a blind eye to it. Yeah, I know, Rochelle, the whole Roe versus Wade. I know. I would too. I definitely think animal abuse is it's definitely something that should be a public, those people should be publicly shout out about whatever the crimes. It's disgusting. And whether you do it to a child or an animal, we are definitely failing in more ways than one, because then when we do get these people, we're not doing right by then. Like I said, like, are we going to let her then have free reign to reproduce again? Because I don't know I don't think there's a law on that. That's right. Yeah, Shelley, that's exactly the way I was looking at it too. It was like, this woman had these twin babies that someone would like lay their life on the line, like out on the tracks for. And she was just locking them in a despicable, like a barn, letting animals feed off of her. So it's just, yeah. Oh my God, Miss T, 8. That's, wow. Oh no. That's right. Oh, that's beautiful way of looking at it, though. I know. I can't either. I can't. That's like so much respect for you. Jesus. Seven children that are right now needing you to care for them every day. That's a lot. That's amazing, though. But I know, Shelley, I always think of the women out there that are dying to be a mother, or the ones that have like like Miss T that have lost, children, in whether it's during childbirth or, after. It's horrible. So my heart is with you guys, definitely. And that's like why I was like, oh, Jesus. I said to Molson, like, what a show that was. And he's like, yeah, why don't we do a live? I'm like, yeah, let's do one. Let's just do something else. I said, and then that's when he's like, it's going to, with Friday the 13th. I said, yeah, let's just do it. So I was looking at that. I looked up the Lake Bodum murders, which really aren't related to Friday the 13th in that way. But it is something that I was going to talk to Aussie True Crime about, something that maybe we can do a show on. It is a cold case. They've never really been able to pinpoint who murdered the 3 teenagers, and it's Lake Bodum in Finland. So maybe that would be, I think, an interesting cold case to talk about, because these were teenagers that went camping for the weekend and were like bludgeoned. They were in their tent, and this whoever did it was outside the tent and was just stabbing them from outside the tent through the tent. So it's a really graphic, the crime scene pictures are really, really graphic, but I thought it would be something I could maybe show Aussie, see what she thinks of it. I know. Yeah, I know, Mike. It's not easy. No, not easy. Speaking of laws, Shelley says, speaking of laws, I can't believe they are treating ectopic pregnancies with, I know. Yeah, Shelley, there's a lot going on right now with that. Jesus. It's pretty, I don't know what's happening to us as like humans. We're not viewing what we should view as viable, and a lot, like, it's a mess. No, you're not. No, Shelley, not at all. You're not a downer at all, honey. We're talking about this. We're talking about it. But that's a rough one. And that's a case, though, where it's someone that's been through something so horrifying, right? And now you have, like you said, you have other children, but for the women that don't, it's rough. And it's rough then to hear these stories, like the story. And in fact, Psych Guy, he's making it a series. And he is going to do a different case, and I don't know if he's going to do, because he's got a busy practice. I'm not sure if he's decided if it's going to be every month or weekly, but he is doing it as a series. So if you guys aren't already in Psych Guy's channel, he's definitely, I'll drop the link, and he's definitely somebody, he comes on panel when he can, and he's excellent at like music, trivia, movies. He's so super down to earth, like so nice. You have no idea that he's like this genius adult and child psychiatrist, because he comes here on panel with us, and he's just, he's just like one of us goof. Like, we act like, when it's trivia time, we're all like goofy kids, and like, he's no different. I think he's great. I speak really highly of him because he's wonderful. Yeah, Rome, you would love Psych Guy. You really would, because he puts a spin on a lot of things too, and he brings music into a lot of his when he does serious topics, he brings music into it. He just has a way of incorporating it to make, whether you're 60 or 16, a way to make it interesting. So I think that's why like people like, he's easily relatable, which is definitely, I would think, in his profession, a good thing. No, I think, Misty, if you talk about it like we are, with respect and in small doses, I don't think it's anything that could be harmful. I think, if anything, these are good chats to have, where people can talk about things, maybe if they've been through, or not talk about it, but just know they are part of a community where people do care, and we are, we're here for whatever it is. Like I said, you want to talk or you don't want to talk, or you just want to get away from stressors. These chats are important. Yeah, I will put the link for him. Let me grab Psych Guys real quick, because I definitely think that y'all will really love his channel, just because he's fun. and most of you know him from being here in chat. Like when we do an all night trivia, like he's there. Okay, all right. In fact, when I just went to that actual live, he says if you want videos for that, it's something maybe you could request from him, pictures from this. Okay, that makes sense. I'm happy he's doing that. It's a pretty rough topic. Drop it in here. Hang on here. I mean, he might show up. He drives to his parents on the on Friday night, so I don't know if he will. But if he does, that would be great. I know, there it is. There's that. That is Psych Guy's link that I just dropped now. I know there was something else that I was. Oh, does anyone know? This is a good trivia. Anyone know what rapper actually passed away? It was Friday the 13th of 1996. So it's 26 years ago. He was shot, and then a week later, he died. So he died. He was shot on I want to say it was like September 7th, and then he died on Friday the 13th of 1996. So let's see if any, because this is like one of my favorite rappers, and I didn't realize there was like a Friday the 13th like nostalgia behind his passing. Oh, good. Oh, Rome, that's so good. You'll love him. You really will enjoy him. Biggie. Well, I think, and this is why I kind of put it in like this as a clue. This rapper was shot, but then it was a week that he was on life support and then died. I'm here. I know we can open, but I don't want to. No, I know, honey. Absolutely. Yeah. Shelly, well, I think I'm going to be talking with Miss T about doing different panels. So then I was going to email you just to get your take on it. So for now, we can just let us all realize that it's going to be part of a bigger conversation. And like I said, if you look into Psych Eyes on that whole premiere that he did last night and then follow his series, I think it's really great. Hey, cool. Yeah, cool. Coolest reviews. For those that don't know him, he's another one with the trivia. He's so good at he just pops in and just puts Tupac. Yes, Tupac. I didn't realize he had any type of, like I said, it's Friday the 13th, bad luck attached to his Jimmy Walker. No, Mark, don't jinx Jimmy Walker. He's not dead yet. Yeah, I know, Rab, but it was either like, if you say what rapper, yeah, it's pretty much you're going to either go with Biggie or Tupac. That's why I'm like, if I throw in that he lived a week, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I think Biggie, I don't know if he died on scene or like shortly thereafter. I just remember that with Tupac, it was like a whole week. It was nasty. Dang, your one guess. Well, Ramblin', I mean, it's all right. He's my favorite, and I didn't know it either, really. I had to peek. So you're okay. The coolest, you would know that. You know so much about music, too, though. You're like a psych guy when it comes to the music trivia. You and him on panel were both. And Molson's wife is really good, too. Don't let Molson take the credit. It's his wife. She's behind the scenes, giving him the answers. You're first. I know. P. Diddy killed. Oh, I know. Coolest. I can't remember if Biggie died on scene. Well, I mean, let's talk about Suge Knight and Tupac. Suge Knight still. How many murders later? How many murders has he been tied to, and he's still walking around? If it tells us anything about Biggie and Tupac's death, It's like that P. Diddy and Suge Knight are like indestructible. They can't. Is that wait? What did Mike say? Is that little rapper with colored hair that snitched still alive yet? Wait, little rap. Which one was? You know how many rappers have hair different colors? Mike, give me more clues. Mike, I feel like you're what you were doing in DeVita's. What were you saying? Or what was the movie about the big ship? We were in a live. The creator of the live. She's just so sweet. Like her name's Davita, and she's just very not. Wait, psych guy. If I say your name, maybe you appear 3 times. Am I really seeing this? Is he here? He's here. Psych guy. I did drop your link though because I could not say enough about your premiere from last night. And it was rough. I had to admit, I was pausing it every now and then. It's a lot to handle, that story, but I felt like it's a story that should definitely be spoken, talked about. That little girl needs us to advocate. So I can't say to you, thank you enough for really, doing that show last night. So thank you. I've been here praising your channel. Your ears must have been ringing. Yes, DeVito. I'm being the DeVito Lane quiz right now. What movie had the big ship that sunk? And she's reading it. She's like, which one would that be? We're like, what? You're gonna have a few new peeps tonight, psych guy. Because I was just telling them, I'm like, anybody that's here. Hi, Captain. Hey, it's good to see you. We'll really like Psych's channel because just the way you're able to kind of put music into a lot of your different chats brings people, I think, from all different, genres together. It makes you so much more relatable because if they just looked at your about, they'd be like, this is a really smart doctor. I don't know how good I'll be for in his chats, but they have no idea, like, you're just on a different level. You really are. I can't say enough about the channel itself, how great it is. Earlier this week, coolest. I'll have to double check. I'm not sure if I'll look again. Should I look now? Psych guy, yeah, we were just talking about with Biggie and Tupac and Diddy and Suge Knight, because it was Tupac who was shot on September 7th and then died on September 13th, 1996. He was pronounced dead at like 4:03 p.m. in the ICU unit. I think I read it was Cedars-Sinai. I looked at a couple different singers that were in ICU. I was reading a lot about the mamas and the papas this week too, so I might be confusing him with what hospital John Phillips died in. So don't quote me on UCLA versus Cedars-Sinai. But it was Tupac, and then somebody's like, "Yeah, that goes to show you though, like P. Diddy 100% had Biggie killed." And I'm like, well, it also shows us like how indestructible Suge Knight is. That like he was in the same way Diddy was with Biggie, is what Suge was with Tupac, and they're, I mean, Jesus, Suge Knight's been in and out of prison for pretty much since 1996. And I don't, not that that blamed him in any way for Tupac, but I'm just saying, like, he's indestructible dude, somebody that you would have thought would have been taken out, not right after Tupac, but shortly after. But no, he still roams the streets. Oh, and so does P. Diddy, but they're in different directions, I would say. But still, that they were both the ones, they survived those gangs. That says a lot. Oh, Tekashi 6ix9ine. I don't follow him either. Shelly, he's a doctor. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, definitely make sure you do resend it though, because I want to see what it is. I don't follow Tekashi though, so I don't, but I feel like all the the newer ones, they're all in trouble, or like all the ones my son likes. It seemed like every month he'd be coming in the house saying, "Well, this one just died again." Everybody was dying of either an overdose or a shooting. Like for a good year and a half, it was like just nonstop. Still, but yeah, and I don't know. I don't think Takashi. I don't know if he even went to jail. I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that one, Mike. If that's he's a rapper with rainbow hair. There's a lot of them with rainbow hair, right? That's that. I thought who you meant. Yeah, he's still alive, right, Ramblin'? I don't know if he even went to jail. I don't think, but I don't. Like I said, I'm not sure on him. I don't do rap either. You can't help learning things. Hey, Blue Rose. Quick hello from a very early UK. Thank you, though, Blue Rose. Have to catch an Earl. You're okay. Okay. Well, safe travels, Blue Rose. Okay, I'll talk to you then once you're back. Safe travels. I'm happy you were in the UK, though. That's right. You'll have to tell us how the trip was. Have a safe trip, though, and we will talk once you're back home. Okay, coolest. All right, yeah, I'm happy you came in, though. Definitely, please make sure you send. If you don't, I'll just check my emails, and then I will get back to you after the live. In fact, tonight I'll recheck my emails. Okay, and then we'll talk. But thank you. I'm happy you were here. I was hoping that I could catch you. So let's see then. So what else did I? Oh yeah. So then, as I was reading, kind of looking, then I wanted to review Tupac's, but then. So do you guys remember which event Tupac had been on his way out of? And he was heading into a club to do a promotion, but it was a comeback fight. So can anybody tell me whose comeback it was and who it was against? You get you'll get a bonus if you can not only tell me who Tupac had just been to see have a comeback fight, but also who it was against. That would be like you'd be like super smart in the eyes of this girl. Mike, you just know the old rappers. Well, I know more of the old rappers too. They've made more of a dent though in the music business. Yeah, it was definitely Tyson. It's like I could not. I read like who had been against. I'm like I swear. I mean, I've definitely read this story a million times, but I don't remember it like this person's name who Tyson had the comeback against. No, I know. You would want to say like a name like that. Ice baby. To Vanilla Ice, Mike. Oh my God, Mike. Holyfield Tyson. That was way back. But I don't know if this guy ever fought again. Then it was Mike. Yeah, it was Mike Tyson, Mike. But Mark. But it was who he beat in the fight. And the fight was on February, like I said. So that was on February 7th when he had his comeback, and this was in MGM. I want to say maybe MGM in Vegas. Yeah, guys, you know what? Don't get it confused. I think I am confusing Tupac with John, from the Mamas and John Phillips, because Tupac was shot in Vegas. So I have to check again to see what hospital he was at, where they brought him. But the fight was against. It said Tyson comeback win against Bruce Sellers, which is a name that I'm like, did he ever fight again? Like, did the guy survive? Did he survive Tyson's comeback fight? I don't know, but I'm like, don't remember that name at all. Let's see what else with that. Mike, I don't know, Mike. I'm trying to keep up. I'm not great with a lot of things with sports, but I do try. But that one to me, I was just like, I felt like I was like new to it. I'm like, let me read this again. I'm like, nope, don't remember that name at all. Okay, let me see. Oh Jesus, I put it under Friday the 13th stuff, and then when I bring it up, it's Jason's face. Jesus. Let's see that. Don't want to see him. By Circus Tupac. Oh, I don't know. I know. I can remember them coming on like TV to say he was shot. But you didn't think. You're like, okay, it's Tupac. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. But no. And then I don't even know how much longer after that, year wise, before Biggie. It was the MGM Grand. 20 blows. Associates recall Tyson's destruction of this Bruce Seldon in under 24 punches. Wow, that's a crazy fight. I wonder why after that fight, Tupac, they were all fighting in the MGM Grand. Because when you read it, he had been in a fight after Mike Tyson's fight. They were fighting, like the rival gangs were fighting in the lobby of the hotel. So when people say like after Tupac was shot, they had like a couple different directions that the cops were looking at. Jesus, it was like mayhem in that lobby of that night. Total mayhem. He's kicking people in the head. Like, where would you begin to figure out who could possibly have maybe wanted Tupac shot that night? There's a lot. When they show you the tapes from the hotel, it's rough to watch. And I love Tupac, but watching how violent he was, like leading up to his death, it's pretty rough. So from the time that fight happened to capturing him, then in a crazy fight, that then 4 bullets hit him within, they said it was 2 hours after having him on camera fighting in the lobby of the hotel. It's 2 hours later that he was shot. 2 in the chest and 1 in his leg, 1 in his arm. And 6 days later, he was dead at the age of 25. That's okay, Shelley. Yeah, he was 25. If you ask the Las Vegas Police Department, they'll tell you, depending on who you talk to, the case kind of went in a million different directions. And that's why I think they kind of spun out of control. They felt they spun out of control with trying to get a handle on who it could have been. I thought this was cool though. So there's a mob museum, and they just started this, and it just started at the beginning of May. It's called One Night in Las Vegas, and it's the 25th anniversary of the Tupac Shakur murder. And this whole event is it's pretty much examines Tupac's murder, and then takes you through his legacy. But they have on the panel the former police officer, the investigators, his childhood friends. Like it's definitely something I was going to look into, see if I could, if there's what I could see online as far as watching it. But I thought that was pretty neat, because they said just so many people have taken interest in this murder, more so than any other rappers. They just said that Tupac's is the one that everybody keeps coming back to. Yeah, it is. 25 is too young. I don't know how old Biggie was, but yeah, 25 is definitely too young. Ridiculous. But audio recordings are so they do play those as part of the event. They let, so it's some of these are never before heard. You hear a voice in the background. I got a couple of guys shot. A Metro police officer is heard shouting, speaking over the sound of a helicopter firing above. In audio recordings of police traffic on the night of the shooting, you can also hear the chaos of police cars arriving, horns honking. They said, just total mayhem. I need extra units up here now. And you could hear a cop just keep. It was almost like they thought the tape was on like an auto play, like it just kept saying extra units now, but he was almost in shock as to how quickly the scene was chaos, that he kept saying, like, just kept saying he didn't know what else to say except I need extra units now. We're taking people into custody. We need medical to expedite. And he said, someone's asking for help extricating the victim from the car. They needed a crowbar or something. And it wasn't until they were actually bringing him into, so it's University Medical Center, that they realized the gold chains around his neck, because he was slathered in blood. This is rough. That it was Tupac Shakur. And they said that the minute that the news caught wind of that, that was it. It was like it just took on a life of its own. Even though the incident occurred before social media and really before the internet became a thing, the news still spread incredibly fast. Recalls longtime journalist from Vegas, showmaker. People were flocking to Las Vegas to somehow be a part of this. Yuck. Yeah, so what they were, so LA correspondents were like actually trying to get flights, like immediately trying to get flights into Vegas. You think people would want to leave Vegas, but no, they were trying to get flights into Vegas, specifically like trying to walk in his footsteps, because word on the streets, spread pretty quickly that he had just 2 hours prior been involved in a gang fight. So yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting that they're doing a whole event on it. It'd be something that we could look into. Let me see here. Let me look at the stream. Oh yes, Psych Guy. Let me. In fact, Molson. Hi, John. Hi, John. Cheers, John. Yeah, we were. Molson should be here any second too, but let me drop the link. I wanted to do trivia. Let me just get my link down here in the chat. Okay. Okay, there is the link. Anyone? I know I'd love to have you up, Psych Guy. And I will tell Molson to get his butt here. He was having a neighbor pick something up, but he'll be all excited. You'll keep your conspiracies to yourself, Ram. That's a whole other show. John, I'm happy to see you, John. Kelly canceled her live tonight. She was going to be doing a live, I know, on Amber Heard, like a Amber Heard NK type take on the whole thing, but I don't think she felt good. We'll submit. There's Psych Guy. Hi, Psych Guy. Add you to the stream. Hey, you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm not.
Yes, you were freezing a little bit. Hang on.
Sure, if I'm having audio problem.
I think you're okay now.
Must be me.
I think you're okay now, Psych Guy. Oh. Hang on. I don't know. Is it buffering? I could see you fine. It just seems like.
I'm not sure.
Can you hear us? Okay. Everybody could see. You guys could all see Psych Guy, no problem, right? Most of men better not have fallen asleep, John. I'll kill him. No, he was having somebody drop something off. He wouldn't be asleep. So, Psych Guy, your premiere was very good last night.
So, you know how you talked about Suge Knight earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
It was great.
Really do. It means a lot.
Yeah, it was great.
So, you know what you were talking about Suge Knight earlier? Oh, thanks so much. You know that it may become darker so I'm not sure
Hang on.
if I lose those virus, but now.
You're buffering just a little bit now. Hang on, Psych Guy.
Ooh, maybe it's my.
You want to go out and come back in?
I don't know. Oh,
I think you might be okay now.
I don't know if that's
Let's see.
it's working a little better.
Seems that way.
Maybe not.
Yeah, guys, I think are we okay now with Psych Guy in the chat?
Can you hear me? Or?
I could hear you fine. Yeah, let me just see if I said. Let's have the chat catch up. Try mic only. Okay, hang on, John. That's a good idea, John. Okay. I think maybe now. What did Mike say about Molson? He ate too many.
Maybe it's my connection. I'm not sure. I'm in a new place.
You're in a new place now? Maybe. Oh, okay. Maybe that's it. I didn't think of that, Psych Guy. If you're in a new place.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. If you want to log off and log right back in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just give us a minute, guys. I didn't realize he's in a new place. That's good. Yeah, Mike, he better not have eaten too many. He knows, John. He knows. I know him. I'll come get him. Wake up. Wake up. The cats won't let him sleep. He's got 4 cats on him. They won't let him sleep. It's too early. He'll be here. Okay. He'll be right over. Okay. He's lucky. Okay, Psych Guy's back. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Are you there, Psych Guy? Ooh.
Kind of, I think.
Okay, let's see if it's any better. Hang on here. Let's see.
Maybe it's better. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It feels like you're good, right? And then out of nowhere, maybe it just gets weird.
I stopped YouTube. I completely shut it down. So
Okay. Well, then maybe it just has to catch up. Because usually it's StreamYard is the better. You get a better just from just StreamYard. And if you're just StreamYard, there shouldn't be.
Yeah, I think it might be on my end.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll give it a shot. What did Shelly?
I don't know. Because normally there's no issue when I'm on.
We never have a problem with you. What were we talking about with Biggie, though, Psych Guy? I can't remember now what we were just saying about him.
I think probably what it is that because I'm a new place.
Oh. Hi, Lazarus. Good to see you. How are you, Lazarus?
I think
I could hear you though fine, Psych Guy. I could hear you fine. And I could see you. It's just every now and then it gets weird. What were you saying though with Biggie? I can't remember what the hell we were just talking. Because we said we were talking about Tupac.
Yeah, I think what it is. Yeah, I just want to say, remember Suge Knight? You were talking about Suge Knight, remember that, earlier?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you hear about what he did to Vanilla Ice? Remember that story about Vanilla Ice?
No.
How basically, I guess he got Vanilla Ice and put him on the edge of a ledge.
What?
And was threatening him and was going to go ahead and throw him off the ledge. Do you remember that or?
No.
Yeah, this is like way back in the day. I remember reading about it or something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, Vanilla Ice.
Wow, that's a big story.
But yeah,
I had not. Did anybody hear about that in chat? That's one that
I
totally.
know.
That's a bite. I don't know. No, I never heard that. I'll have to look that up later. He held Vanilla
But
Ice
you're absolutely right,
over.
though. Suge Knight, I mean, Suge Knight ran the streets. I mean, he still does. I mean,
He does.
Very scary dude. Don't want to cross paths with that guy.
No. He's bad news. The whole death row, that was just nobody wanted to talk about it. Like, you just knew you knew how bad he was. Ice Ice Baby. I know, John, I never heard that story. I mean, Vanilla Ice didn't really have street cred.
So I got a good question for the room.
Go ahead. Lazarus, Suge Knight get you if he wasn't in prison. Question.
And I know your answer already, Rose. I already know your answer.
I'll keep quiet.
I know your answer already, Rose, to this question, but I'm going to ask the room. What singer's death has affected you the most?
Oh, that's a good one. I'd like to know chat's answer. Yeah.
Singer or musician?
What singer?
Musician. Let's say musician.
Okay, what musician?
Yeah, musician.
Okay, what musician?
Musician.
Death.
Yes.
How did you word it? Impact you the most. Okay.
Just hit you so hard. Impact.
I like that word.
So
yeah.
hard that you were so devastated. I mean.
Yeah. Who left you? Whose death really left?
Oh no, your answer.
I know, left you devastated. Like you said, the impact was just so. It was John Lennon. That's a good one, Mark. That's a good one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, Oh.
Wow. That's a good one.
It is. John Lennon. Really. That's. I mean. Like you said, you knew mine would be, of course, Michael Hutchins, but Jesus, I mean, John Lennon was, John Michael Hutchins. But Mark, I don't know, Mark kind of I don't know, because I adore John Lennon. I go to, I visit his Central Park, his place. I go for the memorial. His is another one. John Lennon, I think, had a big impact on the world. There's no way around it.
Mm-hmm.
Ramlin, I've never heard of Leon Russell. I hope I don't sound ignorant saying that. But Leon Russell. I'll have to look that. I don't know who that is, Ramblin. You'll have to fill me in. Oh, wait, Lazarus. I forget. Let me go back. Oh, Tupac number 1 for Lazarus, because he was 10. You were 10. Oh, okay, you were 10 years old when you started vibing to two. That makes sense then, to Lazarus. I could see that. But yeah, Lennon was just. He was like light years ahead of himself. He was like once he was kind of on his own, he didn't realize the impact he was having on people. He didn't want to have such a responsibility. I think it was a lot for him. But it was undeniable, totally undeniable. And I don't know if it was because he was taken from us, 30 years old, whereas we still have McCartney today. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure once he's gone, we'll say how amazing he was, but it's different. It's a different lot. McCartney's what? Is he 80? He might be 80. I think if he's not 80, he's close to 80. So it would be a different death, and like why they were both so undeniably talented. I just feel that John Lennon, because he was trying to get a message out and it was all about peace and was taken so brutally, that it hit a lot of us hard, even that we were little when he died. But then growing up, the more you were able to venture and listen to whatever you wanted, it was like, wow, I really love what he's writing. And then his albums on his own he was great. You can't deny what a loss it was. Whitney, yeah, a lot of people. Whitney's Michael Jackson was huge. Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Michael Jackson, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definite. Who's Mike said that? Yeah, Prince too.
Michael
These
Jackson.
are really big names. When Whitney died, it was weird too, like really weird. With the circumstances, like the night before. What was it? The music award? I forget what it was. And in a tub, in a hotel, like it just makes everything more mysterious and weird. Her daughter
drowning in
yes, in a tub, a hotel tub, and of course, then they find drugs and stuff, left behind. And I think we were a lot of people who I wasn't huge following her. Of course, loved her. Would stop if I walked by TV and she was singing. You wanted to hear her. And I think Clive Davis was really planning on like that being her big break back into it. Like he was going to get her back into things, and it didn't just awful the way it all happened that night. Prince in an elevator, guys. Can we just talk about that? It was in an elevator in his house. Yeah, and then he writes about, but he had written how many years prior about being in an elevator. Like you can't make this shit up. You just can't. And none of us, I'm sorry, I thought he was totally straight edge. I loved his music. But other than that, I didn't look at Prince like he'd be a wild time. I didn't view him as that. He seemed a pretty regimented, strict guy. So would you?
Well, I think the doctor. I mean, wasn't he hooked on opiates?
Yes.
I think the doctors overprescribed.
Yeah.
He had a hip injury or something, and
fentanyl.
Doctors prescribed opiates.
Yeah, fentanyl. And he started. Okay. It started the whole fentanyl.
Man.
The whole entire fentanyl rage really started after Prince, like where we really saw the problem. And it was too late. Like we were in the middle of what was to be like one of the worst outbreaks ever, and we're still in a whole fentanyl mess. It's not. We haven't got. We haven't escaped it yet. But I was shocked that was what Prince was caught up in. You just didn't see him doing that. No one did. He hit it well. I know, of course, no musician wants to strut up, their addictions, but he hid his well. Some of them kind of wore it as wear it more of a badge. Prince was not that guy. He was not going to ever let anyone know. He didn't drink. I mean, he was a Mormon. He didn't drink. So you were not going to see him in excess of anything. That just wasn't gonna be. And unfortunately, he had the means to have, a pretty decent stash. But just the circumstances, that it was a man coming, a treatment facility sent their son because the owner couldn't come to get Prince. The son, that was who found him in the elevator from this treatment center that was there that day to bring him back. And there he's dead. Like, imagine calling your father and saying, he's dead. I found him in the elevator. He's dead. It took me a while to fully even believe it because it was just not believable. Like, no, like you're thinking, Phil, that is a big theory. What a conspiracy theory that is until it's not. Tupac.
Yeah, John.
Oh, yeah.
Smith's right. He was Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, that's right. He was you were not like there was no way in hell he was going to, be that guy out partying and drinking and doing drugs. But what did they show you on camera the day before going in, real quietly through the side door of a center where he was getting like, almost like a Suboxone type place, right? So whatever he got there, but then he was in the alley at a Rite Aid. He got a prescription. Someone else had a prescription in their name. Like, it was just a lot of I don't even think enablers. I don't know if everybody thought that he had somebody else doing it but them, because he didn't have a huge circle. So I think the people that thought they were doing for him probably thought, like, I'm his go-to person. Let me do this for him and I'll help him get through that. But he had 5 or 6 go-to people, which when it comes to fentanyl, the last thing you want from fentanyl is a stash of it. Mark just said, I guess Tiny Tim is overlooked. Oh, God, yes. Oh, Freddie Mercury, huge.
Tiny Tim also, yes.
Tom Petty, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Tom Petty was great, but
Tom Petty,
Shakira
yeah.
still had the best halftime show. No, Tom Petty was great. But, I mean, they lived to be a little bit older. Like, they weren't, maybe quite as young as our Tupacs or our Michael Hutchins, Jim Morrison's. Like what you think about Jim like 27 years old. They were only together like 2 years, like minimal amount of time, but the impact was enormous. And you wonder, was it the music versus the mystery, behind the death, or behind like the fact that they weren't around for that long, and women were, losing their marbles over people like Jim Morrison, and because they were not visible for that long, it did leave you to wonder, like, what did they have? What was that thing that really made you never forget them? I mean, to me, really, when you're able to still listen to Prince, you're able to still listen to Michael Jackson, and accept any of them, and then still miss them and talk about it. It's relevant. Brian Jones murdered. Who's Brian Jones? Who's Brian Jones, John?
Was he in the Rolling Stones? I think, was he in the Rolling?
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was in the Rolling Stones. I thought he drowned in a pool.
He was murdered? Ooh.
I think so.
Really?
If I'm remembering right.
So that was
correctly.
early. That must have been like early Rolling Stones?
I think so.
Okay. What did Lazarus say?
Brian Jones. Yeah, I think he drowned in a pool.
He was? Okay, so he was the founder. Okay.
Founder, yeah. Brian Jones.
All right,
founder
John.
of
Thank you,
Rolling
John.
Stones,
I
yes.
didn't realize that. I didn't know that.
Wow.
I know that, like, there was like there was an earlier member, but I didn't realize that they had
thought
linked it to a murder.
Was a founder.
Yeah, I definitely knew there was a member that had died, like prior to them really making it huge. But I didn't know, first of all, that it was the founding member of Rolling Stones, and that the death was considered a possible murder. That I did not know. And I really like the Rolling Stones, but nothing that I really looked, into their whole success. You just like them. They're just good. I don't need to study them. I love Keith Richards for Keith Richards. He was so he was found dead in his pool under mysterious circumstances.
Huh.
Yeah, Lazarus. Tupac had a big political.
That reminds me.
Mouth.
Do you know the group Autograph?
Oh yeah, I remember them.
They sang a song "Tornado." I think the drummer died of a mysterious death.
I don't know.
And people thought he was murdered.
Jesus.
Remember Autograph? Remember that?
I do. I remember the band. I don't remember. But a lot of them.
Yeah. Turn up the radio.
Yeah, how could you not?
On, right? It's like, how could you not?
I know.
One of the greatest songs ever.
One of.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that, John. That's an interesting one, though.
I know, one of, right?
One of. So he was the founder, and I wonder who found him in the pool. Like, was it a wife, or was he like? Were they young and still like partying? And like, you have to wonder. Mick Jagger, if you're out there and you could hear us, give us a call. River Phoenix. Oh God, I know. See, I've been reading on him too. His death was horrible because we did a little thing on him the last live at the Viper Room. Yeah, Mike. Mike, you're not Davita's chat with the music questions, Mike. It was okay. So Mike, so John said it was a small party. Was Keith Richards at this small party, John? Can you find that out? Because it's not a small party when Keith Richards shows up. It's a party. Anything could happen. What was that, Lazarus? I have one, but the point is when he died, a little part. Aw, Lazarus. He had an opinion. Yeah. Okay. That on its own should wake some people. Yeah, that's so true. Keith wasn't there. John put a big no. Keith wasn't there, John. I love Keith. Keith is never going to die. Watch. I'm saying that on Friday. Okay, it's not Friday the 13th anymore. I don't want to jinx Keith Richards out of life. He's been here forever. We need him. The planet needs you, Keith. Oh, okay. So Brian Jones was estranged from Mick and Keith. Oh, and had been fired recently. Yikes. That does make it a little suspicious. Right, John? Am I right to say could there have been a little bit of suspicion? Like
Brian was estranged from Mick.
Yeah, that guy's behind it.
But why would they kill him?
I don't know.
They got rid of him or whatever.
You'd just fire him. You wouldn't need to kill him, right?
I mean, Brian was estranged from Mick. Yeah, just fire them. Yeah, move on your way, I guess.
Yeah, I agree, Lazarus. A lot of it is big corporations. Yeah. Oh, Molson. All right, Molson. Let me get the link again here.
Let's get the party started.
Yeah. All right, there's the link.
There we go.
So Mick and Keith were suspects. They were. Brian Jones was Brian Jones was going to sue and cause long, expensive legal battles. That's what I was wondering, John. Like, was there going to be something that could have potentially impacted them?
Oh, gotcha. Man,
that's crazy to me. So I guess then they never really found out.
It's always money.
It's always money. There is always some way that you could tie it in to money.
Always.
And that could.
It always leads back to money.
Yeah. That's a good one to really look at. Jesus. John, you're like really. This is a really very interesting one. Especially if they never really found out who it was. It's almost like a weird cold case. I'm sure who's ever managing the Stones too, as Lazarus was saying, corporations and their own private judgment kind of would rule whatever was going to be. Most, and I put the link in. It's like 2, right? Yeah, the link's there. It's that to me is bizarre. Molson, man, you made it. He made it. They reopened the case and closed it again. I'm shocked. I'm shocked on this one. Lazarus.
That would be a good video to do. A good topic.
I know. Are you there, Lazarus? Show me you're there.
On the Brian.
Lazarus, are you there? You're in panel, but I can't see it. Okay, hang on. Lazarus is going to hang on here. Okay,
backstage, you're in a show.
Can you? Wow, it's buffering bad. Are you there, Lazarus?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
You hear
cool.
me?
Yeah, hello, welcome. Thank you for being up here with us.
No problem.
That's awesome. Now, what were we talking about as far as in the chat with the corporations and all that?
Yeah, with all that bullshit, like we as the people, like I mean it when I say it, like straight up, 1000%. Like you cannot be scared.
Yeah,
You have to have no fear.
I agree.
You can't have any fear. You can't, because if you do, that's what they made you to do. You know, like, all right, so like if I could be like 50 years back in the day, you know, these motherfuckers make schools to make obedient soldiers. They want them. You laughing at me? This just real. This just real, son.
It is. It's. I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this
Keep preaching, my friend. Keep preaching.
I know. I think that's the problem. They want us, the little people, to just turn an eye.
Like, start with the school system.
Yes.
You know, like, actually teach them how to grow shit, how to make shit. Like, how did we get this far? You know, you don't learn all that. You learn your ABCs.
Yes.
You learn your ABCs. You don't learn how to grow seeds and plant them and cultivate them until they grow up and, you know, make plants and shit. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I hate. You know, and like, I'm not in a bad mood, but like, yeah, like, that's kind of stuff that I was like vibing on when we was talking. What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
Hi, Molson.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Just lies, you know. I'm just chilling.
Thank you for. No, I understand the Lazarus.
Picture out. I'm not trying to cuss on your channel, you know. So you
that's all right. I cuss too. It's after midnight. I cuss.
Wow, look at
I just have a lot of feelings, you know.
I know. It's okay.
And it's a good thing. Like, if you meet somebody like that, yeah, you know, like, especially from a different place, different countries, like, yeah. A lot of people don't know that there's a world out there. There's so many people around the world that have no idea that there's a world out there surrounding them, you know?
You sound like you're right on top of your device.
I'm going to tell him in a minute. Lazarus, the volume on yours, I don't know if you're up near a mic or your computer. It's like yeah, no, we could hear you, but it was muffled, like it might have been on too loud. Yeah, it was too loud. It was echoing.
Exactly, yeah.
Lower it and then I'll tell you.
I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're okay. You started to echo, so then whatever you were saying was getting like muffly, and you're saying, it's important. Whatever you're saying is important, and I don't want you to think we're not answering back if you had said something. We couldn't hear it real clear, so I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that.
That is like. Can I be honest with you?
What?
I take that as a cop out.
What?
I mean that with all my heart.
What was the cop out?
Whatever you said, that meant something.
What happened?
Exactly. So like you see, so maybe.
Well, I didn't hear you either.
Later, you know?
No, that's what I meant.
I feel it. I feel you.
I want to be able to talk back to you. That's what I mean. Like if I have someone on panel, I want to be respectful to you.
I'm trying to have a good panel thing, man. Like,
you are, and I think it's an important thing. It's
I
like
can't get my camera.
Aw.
You keep skipping out. I cannot hear you right now.
Well,
I
I
cannot
wasn't
hear you right now.
Well, we can hear you though. Oh, he might have dropped off.
He might
Yeah.
just be having issues with his entire Wi-Fi. John is funny. Oh, John, I love you on chat, John. You're good. What's the over and under on how many drinks? Who's counting? Who's counting? Everyone surrender their keys. Everyone surrender your car keys.
Great
He
point.
did though. He had a good
It was
point,
good.
and that's why I wanted him to know. Like I wanted to be able to hear him clear. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear him.
Maybe he'll return. Maybe he's coming back.
Get him back on.
Wait, hang on.
Get him back on. Can you reconnect him?
Yeah, let me see if it'll come back up. No, he's still there, but when I try to add him, oh wait,
There he is. He's back.
Hang on, Lazarus, you're back up. Let's see if you're if the sound is better.
Hello.
Okay, Lazarus, okay, I could hear you.
Hey guys, no, I didn't mean to disrespect you or like upset anybody. I really didn't.
Well, you did. We just couldn't understand you.
No,
I was
you
having
didn't.
like a really.
You didn't disrespect us. We couldn't hear you, honestly. That's all it was. Not at all. You didn't say anything disrespectful.
I had a really weird day, but like always, Friday the 13th, man, is like always really honest and cool with me.
Yeah.
You know, so like
Good.
the whole, like I love the horror movie thing, and Jason is my favorite killer.
Is he really?
But, you know, yes, that's my
Friday
dude.
13th.
You would get Freddy any day.
Well,
oh my God! Look at Molson's shirt.
It's Friday 13th.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Man.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I love the shirt.
The radio was Friday 13th.
It's Friday.
1000%. Jason is the best.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah,
scary.
like I woke up like.
He was scary, Lazarus.
So, what are your guys' thoughts on ideas on new things on paranormal activity? I'm not trying to cuss in your stream.
On paranormal? Do you do paranormal?
Yeah, like what are your thoughts on like what have you seen? I've seen a lot of stuff. Dude, I'll have your stream going for like 20 hours. Like,
isn't that how we met? Did we meet through Three Souls channel? I think that's how I met Lazarus, was through a paranormal channel.
she's yelling at somebody. Fam, I wasn't yelling at you. I was trying to get situated. Like, really, that's all it was. What's up, guys?
I think you're lagging. You might be lagging.
Yeah. Am I lagging?
I think so.
Nah, I think you guys are on time. I'm just not a paranormal guy, so that's why I didn't.
Okay.
It just never was one for me, but.
No,
if you're not a paranormal guy, what do you do?
Molson's true crime.
Yeah, true crime. Yeah, I don't do the ghost thing, but
My
I
mama
believe it exists.
my mama likes that.
Yeah.
Yeah, send me your link. Send me your link, man. My mom loves true crime. She eats
I don't have a channel. I don't do
every day. I'm like,
Oh, Molson doesn't have a
I'm
channel.
like, guys, I'm like, I can't.
Molson just goes on panels.
Yeah, just show up.
Molson's a good panel guy. He doesn't have his own channel though. He just goes on.
Yeah, about that.
Molson man knows some wives.
I'm a good guy. If you give me a second to like let you know that I'm not messing with you, and it's all respect, you know.
Oh yes, no. I'm into both. Like I do enjoy true crime, and I do also enjoy paranormal. So I have a mixture in my group of both true crime, psychology.
All right, so I'm going to tell you guys my story if you haven't heard it, if you have time. You guys will love it. It's a real story. It's a real story, no buts. It really happened.
What was it
I
about?
mean, if you
Yeah,
want
about
to
you?
tell it, I mean, I don't have to.
No, you can, but
It's
is it
about,
about you?
me.
Okay.
If it
Yeah,
happened to
me.
you?
When I was
Okay.
growing up.
All right. If it
Yes,
does,
it
yeah,
literally happened to me.
tell me.
Yeah, I don't sugarcoat too much of anything, man.
Well, you better not.
I would do that for
Call you
people
out
that
here.
really can't understand it, you know?
Well, you live to tell about it, right, Lazarus?
Yeah, like it really wasn't like a terrible one, but like I think it might
Shelly.
have affected me in some way.
Negatively? Nah.
So, alright, so whenever you guys are ready, man, get your coffee, get your stuff.
Well, why don't you tell me what it's going to be, and then we'll figure it out. We can do maybe after you and I talk about it. Maybe we can do a channel on it, like a chat on it. Maybe a separate.
I live. Oh God, I hate
Okay.
talking.
Yep.
What happened?
I don't
Just tell
know.
a story. What happened?
He keeps he's lagging though and dropping. I think it's his Wi-Fi is really. I mean, Aussie Spirit just said, "Do I need to get Spirit time?" Yeah, part 1. Everybody's having issue.
Where's spirit? Where the fuck?
It is. Yeah, get Spirit time. We need a exorcism. The Wi-Fi is definitely very weird. John just said it's demonic shenanigans is what it is. It's very weird though. We never have technical issues. This is weird that tonight, like Psych Guy never has.
It must be on his end though, because everyone else here is fine, right?
Psych Guy was having issues too though. Oh, you weren't here at the beginning. He was.
No, I wasn't here.
Yeah, Psych Guy was having issues, and he's still going in and out of like where I'll look at it and it looks like he's frozen.
Now. Psych Guy,
right? Like he's hearing us late. I noticed that.
Psych Guy. Where do you live?
Well,
Remember?
Rochelle could probably answer that for you, Mike. Could you hear us, Psych Guy? Okay, there's Spirit time. Spirit time. Don't talk about not being real paranormal when it's spirit.
Let's go Breaky Burger. Breaky Burger.
Drink water for a while, John said. I love John. When John's in chat, like when I first met John, I was like, he's a real ball breaker. I didn't know how much fun he really is, and that he really is in chat being a good guy. Like, at first I'm like, God, is he like just, I think because we might have originally met at Watch Kelly's channel, Watch the Obsession. I was like,
oh yeah, that's why I know John.
Like, is he a real ball breaker? But he's not. Like, he's really in chat trying to like have a good time, but also like
he's not the dick they make him out from over there.
Not at all. Like I like when you don't see him there, you're like going, "Where's John?"
No, they love him over there.
Where's John? We like John in chat. I know. I do as a creator. You like to hear people's input.
Psych Guy, where you been for 7 months?
How was Mark? What's that?
I said, where you been for 7 months?
He's in a new building. Yeah.
Where you been? It's been 7 months. Where have you been?
He's been moved into a new building.
I moved.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, I had to move.
Yeah. Fuck this fucking.
Is that a cat? Is that a cat you just stepped?
No, it's this fucking little stupid desk.
I don't know if you know Nicole.
Bullshit desk.
Psych Guy is still lagging, I think, a little bit with hearing us. Like he's delayed in hearing our audio. I'm telling you, it's Friday the 13th weird stuff that I know.
Yeah, it's weird around here.
So, yeah, because I could hear you're fine, Molson. But when you even just look at Psych Guy's screen, you could see that it's not quite.
Well, it's pixeled.
It is. It is pixeled, and he's stopping. Yeah. Like if he looks away, and see how it's doing that.
Yeah, like he has no chance to say anything. Yeah.
It's gonna happen
He's
next.
leaving
Because
now.
I have a wireless connection.
Is it a white?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you're using you're on Sprint, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it.
So what does that mean?
Yeah. Before I had
Means
the wire.
he's not
connected to the
covered by
computer,
most of
now
the territory.
Oh. We can't help him in any way.
Yeah. So
He spent his $15.
Yeah, next time I'll go ahead and get
That's
the
what we're
connection
getting. His
covered for
$15
cable, I
worth.
guess. I think that's probably.
Come on, Psycho. You're better than this.
See, Psych Guy will not tell you his weather. It could lead you.
Oh, I like how she asked him that. You should have let him answer though. Let's see.
It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Oh,
No,
well, I know exactly
I
where
knew
you are
it.
now.
With a chance of meatballs.
That's a good answer.
Now I know where he is now. He just gave his answer away.
Where is he? Where is that?
Idaho.
Where's that? Idaho?
Idaho. Yep.
Idaho, we're on our way.
Yeah.
We're on our way.
You
I
just
actually moved
docked
to
yourself,
Colorado.
Psycho. You're in Idaho.
I'm actually in Colorado. I moved into. I don't know if you know Nicole Kessinger.
No, I've never heard. Is she nice?
Who's this?
Is that a friend? Is that a channel?
I'm sure she's beautiful.
You never heard Nicole Kessinger? Okay.
Yeah, of course we have.
Yes, you know.
I'd have to be under. I'd have to be under a rock.
Yeah.
Right?
John McSmith's never heard of Nicole Kessinger. He'd probably want you to explain who she is to him.
Yeah, John McSmith. Do you know who this NK person is?
Could you fill us in, John? Come on, pal.
He might. He might know it.
He might could help us.
He's a sympathizer. He kind of likes her. He crushes on her in certain chats. I've noticed. Is it a true chat? Is it a true crush? I don't know. I still haven't figured that out yet. I'm not. What did Mark just say about PG? PG was in a 7-month challenge. Who could stand longer? Man versus horse. PG won. He did. He did. John said everything brown bikini,
Mark,
and Mike said who's.
How is Mark enjoying his retired life? Congratulations again.
Yeah. Yep. Mark retired.
Congratulations, Mark, for your retired life.
Oh yeah. Well, Psycho, you're like 3 months late.
What are you
You
doing
retired
now?
in
What
like
are you doing these days?
November.
Yeah, he retired. He's been golfing.
Since November of 2011.
No.
No, I know. I'm fucking around.
No, he retired. What is it? A month yet? A couple weeks.
Not quite a month. I think it was late
Not-
April.
it's a-
Well, remember he got slick and called out all those times.
Yeah. Well, you forced him. It was the peer pressure. You told him to
Well,
call.
I gave him a good idea. That's what I did. Right?
Psych guy telling NK she owes me a printer. Yeah. She owes us more than that. A lot of lost time.
It's like, guy, the hat you're wearing, what is on the back of it? Like, what team are you endorsing?
Oh, on his hat?
Yeah.
I don't
Or is
know.
this a black hat?
That's why it's behind
I'm
him.
actually, truly talking, I'm staying at a relative.
That's why the hat's behind him. He's not endorsing
Right.
anyone.
But can you,
This is a temporary.
is it a
house.
team? Or is it, no?
Yeah. This is a temporary house. I'm staying at a relative.
It's temporary.
It
He hasn't
is
made a
team,
full
yes. I'm staying at a relative's
decision.
house, and it's not.
He plays it
actually
very
where-
safe at all times.
He does. The answers are good. Like, I wouldn't have known to do that. Like, shit, let me hurry up and put the hat behind me because I don't
It's like,
want
guy, turn around. There's someone behind you.
He doesn't pull that.
Do it. Turn around. No? All right. He's smarter than.
We did.
Ah, shit. There
Yeah,
you go.
we
It's
did-
like
we-
Matrix.
we
He
did.
did.
I got back pain. Back pain.
Back pain. Molson, slowly turn around. There is a monkey behind you giving you a
And it's
side
kind of-
eye. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I know.
Right.
What are you looking at?
Yes, Mike, we saw Mr. R go to the house. Yeah, we did.
We did. What did John say? NK way.
No,
go-
it's Mike. Mike, did you guys see the
No, I
news
didn't
of
see
Mr. R
John.
going back to the house?
Did you see what John said about NK? Way too good for that nut wad. nut wad. It's a statement. That's a statement, John. That should be in
Well,
quotes.
The good news is CW's in
It
jail
sounds like John
and
has a
NK's in the bunker with that guy. But let's go back to Mr. R at the house.
Wait, who's in a bunker with Psych Guy?
NK.
Is
Right.
that where NK is? She's able to keep her location disclosed because so is Psych
John,
Guy.
that's what I think. I
Yes,
think John's
exactly. He's so afraid we'll see that he's got a Milwaukee Brewers hat on. He doesn't want to give his location.
Yeah, Mike, we did.
Or maybe it's Arizona
Yeah.
Diamondbacks, or it could be it could be anything.
Yeah,
Or else, like,
I don't
I
think
was-
we're ever gonna know where Psych Guy or N is. I don't think we'll know. It might be sooner we know where Psych Guy is. In my opinion, might be sooner. We at least have him on panel. We have never. No one has yet to have
She's gonna creep up from the back. Just
NK
creep up,
on panel unless she goes under the alias Lazarus.
She's like, they're so little. They're so little.
Oh, that voice! I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make John.
You know what? Though, be honest, I'd rather hear NK's voice than SR's voice.
Oh yeah, Captain just said hello to Molson.
Hey, Captain, can you do SR's voice, Rose?
Wait, whose voice? Oh my god! No.
You gotta smoke 10 Pall Malls and then give it your best.
I don't smoke. I don't give anybody's voice for that.
My daughter.
They're all in a bunker. Everybody's in a bunker. Rashawn.
That's true. That's a good point.
They are. And you know what? If that keeps them safe. NK split for the coast. I love John when he does give his little NK split for the coast. LA or Hollywood. John.
Well, see, I heard she went to Alaska. She went to Arizona. She went to Utah. So who knows, right?
I could see her being like in the Midwest somewhere. Or nowhere.
Yeah,
and she didn't leave Colorado.
What's that?
Or she didn't leave Colorado, and we're all just giving her more.
No, that's the truth. I don't think she ever left Colorado. She never did leave Colorado.
You don't think
in my
so,
opinion,
right?
What's that?
You never thought she left, right?
No, I don't. No, I never did believe. Sorry.
Yeah, we don't.
Well, guys, I'm gonna hop on down.
Okay.
I know I'm buffering a lot. I'm gonna ruin the party, but I really appreciate you having me on
you're
tonight.
not ruining us. I know. We'll get when you get your.
I'll be down in the chat. Okay.
Okay. It was buffering.
Yes, for sure. When I get my cable connected,
Okay,
for sure. Next,
that's fine.
Next
I feel
time,
bad.
in the future, or whatever.
Let's do a GoFundMe for Psych Guy for his Wi-Fi.
Because what happened with he ran over the minutes with the StreamYard. That happened to me. That happened to me. Yeah, he said something about that.
All right, let's do it. Let's do a thing for him.
Because I had when I was doing a live 2 weeks ago, it like when I went to put it through StreamYard, it's like, oh, you have to redo your subscription. So it does do whatever he was saying. He reached his limit. So I think that's why then he said he had to kind of go off of wife, like whatever he said.
Yeah.
Because normally you don't ever have issues if you come through StreamYard, but I think
Psych Guy, come on now.
And he's in a new place, so he's in a new building. This is like an entire.
Did he say where that was? Or?
No,
of course he didn't.
Paul said.
Yeah.
What? He had his hat turned around. I wouldn't have even thought that until you asked him what's on your hat. I wouldn't have.
I was trying to get answers without.
I wouldn't have thought, but that's our Psych Guy.
I'm still standing by my initial thing with Nevada. He's out that way.
You do think that?
I've always said it. It's Nevada. And I don't think it's not Las Vegas.
Oh, he
it's
just moved. He moved in he's temporary in with the relatives. Okay, not even his home state. Gotcha, PG.
Oh, now he's fucking us over. Okay, so now he's in Wyoming.
He's in Wyoming. He's on an island.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where I'm on my own private island. Is he with Johnny Depp? Mike's, we'll never see her again. Well, hopefully. Hopefully we won't, Mike. I don't want John to hear that, though. John likes her. We don't want to.
Who, and Kay?
I don't want to upset John.
Well, someone's going to find her one day, right?
Who? Unless it's a crazy.
Well, I mean, hopefully nobody that's going to do any harm. That wasn't my intent.
I would think she doesn't want to come around, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, she just moves into a house and she meets her neighbors. Nothing bad. No, I don't want nothing bad to happen.
Meets the love of her life, and it's just she lives happily ever after. You never.
Right.
That could
be. Right.
And then
with Jim. With Jim, right?
I haven't given it thought. thankfully.
Did our buddy ever write you back tonight?
Oh, you know what? I didn't get to check, but I didn't see him in chat.
Wouldn't that be awesome if he popped the fuck in? No.
John. Oh, John, John said he's thoroughly shocked at the female support of Johnny Depp. Are you, John? I kind of was.
That does not surprise me.
And the more that I think the more we look at Amber Heard, it's like, oh God, you just don't want to like her, even if it wasn't Johnny Depp. I mean, are either of them gonna win? I don't know. I don't know how you would say either.
Well, what's at stake here? Is it another, what's it, 50 million on this one?
Yeah, for her to him. I mean, him to her, and then she countersued with another 50 million. So, and it'll resume Monday, and I don't know how much longer they said we have. The judge actually gave them a feed out of how much hours they each have left on the stand, which I thought was kind of cool. She does not put up with any BS. She let them know, and if you have a witness on the stand and your time is up, I will interrupt your witness and it'll stop. I'm like, damn, never realized that.
So there's another good week of this case still, right? So they're getting at?
I think
another good week.
Witness wise, I think each of them have 20 some hours.
Sorry,
left.
This goddamn table.
That's okay.
Sorry.
I only think they each have 20 some hours left. He might have 26 hours left of time, and she might have like 24. It's very odd. It's not. I don't know how much time that really means.
What pissed me off was I was so excited for the Anthony Toe case. I'm like, that was supposed to go for 3 weeks. Come on, for 3 fucking days.
Yeah, that one. I remember you were all excited, but then it was over, and it was like over and done with before I even really started it.
Right.
But why? Did he just say he did it?
Well, he initially did, and then it was whatever, but he fucked himself over when he got into the courtroom. And then now do you know the Tara Grinstead case from Georgia?
Mm-mm.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
What do you got there?
Well, it's hot as fuck here.
It is hot here, too. It is hot.
It's hot as fuck.
I know.
I feel like I'm melting. I'm trying to eat something, drink something, and it's all fucked out.
Don't melt on me.
No, I'm not. Tara Grinstead was a lady, a teacher in Georgia that was queen, like, I don't know, she was Miss America, Georgia, whatever not. She got killed by somebody many years ago, and now it's just the trial just started. Jesus. I know the case because I watched the shit before, but
it was many years ago.
It was, I think, 2007 or 8. It's been a few minutes. Yeah.
Hi, purple butterfly.
Oh, look, shit! I'm not been so ignorant to everybody here. Hey,
no, I didn't. That was you're much more aware of like up and comings that are gonna like just start to hit like.
What just started the other day, yeah.
But that one I had not. No. Mike, I'm fine. Yeah, we're not doing that, Mike. Don't worry. Purple, it's good to see you, honey. It's been a while.
I know, I'm just finishing.
I know. No one's doing that, Lazarus. I promise. No, don't worry. My StreamYard though, and my phone are lagging too, a little bit. StreamYard always lags, but
everything's a little fucking late tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You showed me this. Some of those people that went live just kind of went live like out of nowhere.
Oh God.
I don't even see that now. Okay. Letitia Stout. Oh God, that was an awful one. Terrible. Yeah, that's right, Purple. The last time I think you did say you were back to work since COVID, and well, I mean, it's good. I'm happy. It's good though that you're back to work, but it's weird getting back into real life. We love you too, Lazarus. We love you too. Rochelle, you got to get your channel back up, Rochelle. See? There are people that really do want their.
Well, see, Mike was asked questions. Mike, come up and ask questions. But you can't ask it.
Also, the Barry Morphew. Oh God, that case. He got thrown out. Isn't he free? Isn't he a free man, Barry?
He's a free man. He's a free man.
Barry,
and his daughters support him, so it's all good.
Oh God, that makes. If I wasn't sweating before, I am now. Yeah, yeah, Purple. I am. I like him a lot. It is hot here. It's like 80 degrees here at 1 a.m.
Yeah, it's hot shit here too.
Jesus. Rochelle. John. Yeah, Rochelle, I'm telling you, there are people here that would definitely like their cards read. You should not get rid of that. That's a channel that should definitely just stay there, even if you have them just set an appointment.
Purple Buff likes Justin, so that's cool.
Yeah, she was. I think she said she was listening to the replays. Yeah, he's got it's just a whole other view of it, and it's different things too. It's not just that which I like. It's all different things.
Come on up, John. I'm ready for it. Come on up. We can have a discussion about lots.
John,
actually, this is Rose's channel. I shouldn't even say that.
But I would need to brush up on. I don't want to go there. But I love hearing different views on old stuff.
Well, I do too. Because I do believe, I might be wrong. Didn't John come up on Kelly's the other night? John did go on panel.
With who?
With Kelly. Watching the session.
Who did? John?
John. Yeah, he did.
I don't know.
Did he not?
I don't remember anybody on panel with her. With Kelly?
Him and DTC Primetime went up together.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Wait, John was with them, right?
Yeah.
Talking technical stuff or geology? What was he?
They were
that's right. Now that you're saying that, that's right. John does talk. John does get up on panel.
That's what I'm saying. Like he wants to grill.
John, if you want to come on panel, I forgot that you were on Kelly's channel doing panel. I don't like to just ask people to hop, but that's right. Molson is correct. I totally forgot about that show. Oil battery. That's what that's which we don't want to talk about. But you.
Yeah, really I actually smiled when I read that. And I didn't mean to.
Very knowledgeable with it. I was just impressed. It was very. I thought it was interesting to hear his whole. He just brought up things, John. I forget what you've been talking about.
Yeah,
it just made you think.
Yeah, that's thought provoking stuff.
I love that.
This fucking table. Sorry.
Where's Chow?
He's downstairs. He got too much hate. I'll bring him up. Don't worry. He's He got fat shamed. Rose, where the fuck you go? All right, I'm in charge here. Oh, there she is.
Am I back?
You're back. I just call myself in charge because I'm like,
you know what? That would have been fantastic.
I was like, you come up, you do this, you do that. You're a mod. You're not a mod. You're a fuckface. You're not.
Where is Rose? Like I said, where's Rose? She kicked herself off.
You suck your dick. You suck his dick.
I didn't know what happened with that. All of a sudden, the screen was black. I'm like, hello? Hello? It's Friday. It was Friday. It was bad vibes from even taunting Friday the 13th subject.
Well, we did discuss. Well, now it's Saturday the 14th, but we just discussed dropping a link for John McSmith.
Yeah, but he said, "What's the topic?" Because we were kind of going off a little randomly. I don't like a total loose. I don't like to.
Well, we can't talk about my cat because that'll be ignorant if you're going to fat shame a cat. So we can't.
No, I don't. We don't want to fat shame. Not tonight.
It makes more sense to make fun of the.
We're all Mike, there are a lot of questions on the case more than answers. Yeah, that's true.
That's true too. I think that's what people are lending towards Watts. I don't know if you want to do Watts.
No, I don't, because I think it's bad luck.
But it's now that's not the 13th anymore. It's now the 14th.
I just think the case is bad luck. I mean.
Well, I know it's always been bad luck, right?
Yeah. We leave that for certain channels who handle it very well.
True. Good point.
No, I was doing trivia, but it just seemed like I could. Every time I tried to pull something up, that's when it knocked me out. I pulled up my trivia, and then I was like,
I thought John was actually challenging me, and so I thought we were having a debate. That's why I jumped into that whole thing. But
if I
yeah,
give him a topic, if I give you a topic, maybe he would just come on. He said, "What's the topic?" Just like. So, what if I just give a topic?
can we talk about Carly?
No, we have to talk about somebody I know.
I don't know that one.
John says Arias. Oh, Jodi Arias is a good one. Manson's an excellent one.
Arias, Manson, Heather Ellis.
I don't know who Heather Elvis is. Is Heather Elvis?
That's a newer one. That's a newer one. Abby and Libby, that's the Delphi.
I'm very interested in the Delphi. If I could ever seriously do a panel, there's been so much that's happened, like in the past few months, but yet not. I find that one to be very interesting. The Carly, what is Carly? Who brought up that Carly name? Do we know what that's a tarot show? Is Carly what state is that even? I don't know that name at all.
Let me Google it.
Yeah. Carly Ogatu was 16. What's with October 2018? A lot of stuff, bad stuff happened that year. Hi, Madonna. Good to see you. Also, Madonna said hello.
Hey, Madonna.
Yeah, I mean, never to be seen again after a party. Jesus. Carly was 6 and she was only 16? Gee. California. That might be a good one. That would be a good one to look into, I think. I like...
yeah, I don't know that one yet.
So it's a cold case that no one... it's an unsolved, I take it, Rochelle. No one ever... I love Lazarus. Yeah, that's a... Rochelle, I'm going to look into that, Carly. This is the first I'm even hearing that name, but I think it would be a good panel. It would be a good topic. We could do a whole.
Oh, Rochelle says you can talk on a panel.
The Whites were interesting. What's the Whites, Mark? Do I know that? The Whites? Is that a family?
He meant the Watts. I'm just fucking around. I don't know what he meant.
Madonna, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
I was just trying to get John up here.
Oh, John's here.
No, John.
John's here. Let me add him.
John McSmith?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
John, can you hear us?
Yeah.
John, is that your tattoo, John, Paul, and George?
No, that's painted on a wall like it's if you've ever seen the Tate house and the Manson murder where it's painted on.
Oh, where they sprayed the shit on the door?
Yeah, it's kind of like that somebody did.
Aww. Do you love the Beatles?
Not really, no.
I love John Lennon.
Didn't they just write pig on the door?
They did write pig.
Yeah.
They did.
What's up, John?
Well, hey.
Thank you for being here, John.
Well, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And Molson, it's good to see you. I talked to him over at, I guess it's at Kelly's place, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's where we know each other from. Yeah, buddy.
But Rose, I wanted to tell you, you said you never heard of Heather Elvis.
No.
That's a
fucked up case.
Tell me. Tell me, John.
Well,
she's a fucked up case.
She's still missing, and
oh God.
She had an affair with an older married man, and his wife. They did something to her, and
oh God.
There was 3 trials. That's what makes that a good case, is because they have 3 trials that you can watch.
Okay.
And the way they convicted him was for kidnapping, not for murder. But the almost the entire case is built on pings and ping evidence from phones.
Really?
So if you ever want to understand how pings work and everything,
that would be the case.
Those, yeah, because the first trial was a mistrial. You don't really want to watch that one.
Okay.
But the second 2, they brought in the expert about pings, and that's how they got it.
I'm definitely. So this is Heather Elvis.
Yeah, because see, they tracked Heather's phone, and then they tracked Tammy and Sydney Moore's phone, and everywhere Heather was going, they were going. They were following her all over town all night long.
But this does not apply to the Watts case. It's a different case.
But it
Well,
shows
No,
you
I'm fucking
things.
around. Meaning, pay attention to the cell phone thing. They
Yeah.
don't lie. That's my
Well,
point.
I really, that makes me really want to look at this case because it just
I was being facetious.
yeah, the validation of a ping.
Right.
Well, what it does is it invalidates that ping in the Watts case because that ping's meaningless because I don't even know where that supposed evidence came from. You don't have pings on your phone bill.
No.
So you have to have it. It has to come from like Oracle or one of these big companies that actually run the cell phone grid.
Okay.
And they brought that expert in, and he testified for about 5 hours.
Oh my! And what state is this in, John?
South Carolina.
Okay.
They took her out in the swamp, and I think they fed her to the alligators, but nobody knows. See, that's the thing. That's why it's such an interesting case because you don't. All they found was Heather's car.
And when did she go missing?
Is it 2020?
No, I think it was 29.
2019. Okay, close. Yeah, okay.
All right. Okay.
It was that summer, I think. She's only like 18, 19 years old. She's fooling around with this guy that's 40 and got 3 kids.
Oh my God.
And his wife is a real. When you see Tammy Moore, holy cow. She's not anybody to mess with. And she wrote all these hateful, Facebook comments and all this stuff. And it was nasty. And you see all the evidence. It's a good one.
So,
I mean, in the sense of crime, it's not good for Heather and all that.
No. Now, was he separated from his wife or no? He was cheating. Oh
he was cheating on her.
He was cheating on her with a young 18-year-old.
Yeah, buying her flowers, running by Starbucks and getting her coffee every day.
Oh my goodness.
He was just like Watts. He was head over heels in puppy love.
And meanwhile, he has a wife and children at home?
Yeah, and his wife was nobody to mess with, believe me.
Wow.
She found out. And then they made her take a pregnancy test. Apparently, when they found out she was pregnant, then that was it. Then she had to go. And the question always is, well, what happened to her? And nobody knows. You can watch both trials and you'll still never know.
I'm totally intrigued by this.
Did either one of you watch the Anthony Todt trial though? Because Mike brought it up.
No.
You didn't, Rose?
No. Well, I started to, and then you're like, you said to me, I can't believe it's over. And I said, I just started.
It was only 3 days. It was only 3 days. Hey, John, did you watch it?
Which one is it?
Anthony Todt?
No.
So it's a Florida man. 2020, late 2020, killed his family, like a Chris Watts thing. Mike had brought it up. He was found guilty. It was only a 3-day trial, but it was a shit show trial, which was supposed to last at least 3 weeks. It only went 3 days, but anyway.
Oh, Madonna said she watched it. She watched
it. He was a total dick when he testified. Like he's where he belongs.
Is he?
Yeah.
How many children did he have?
He had 3 kids. He killed his wife, his 3 kids, and he killed the dog. Even Watson let Dieter go.
He killed the dog. Was this the family? Was this before Christmas?
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
I did start
in Florida. Yes.
Yeah. Because they're like they didn't even like the Christmas gifts. Were they not wrapped yet? Like
no, I don't know. They were discovered in January 2020. They assumed the crime occurred in December 2019. We don't know if they had Christmas or not. Quite honestly.
That's right. That's what it.
Yes, Madonna, Disney World man. Yeah, right outside Disney World.
Disney World man. What does that mean?
Yeah, because it's right outside. It's Celebration, Florida, right outside of Disney World.
Oh, that's where he's from.
Correct. They're from Connecticut technically, but the crime occurred in Florida. Yeah.
Jesus, talk about horrifying.
Yeah.
A family man, the entire family, and the dog.
He killed a dog.
So what is Florida just like? What is it? Is it life? Like, is he in life for life?
Yes. He got life. Well, you know what? No, I don't think he's been sentenced quite yet. He was found guilty.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So he's
I
guilty.
don't think he was sentenced quite yet.
I
Yeah.
think they have the death penalty in Florida.
I was just gonna say, what does Florida do?
It's like Texas, they don't fuck around. You know what I mean?
Well, they shouldn't in Colorado either,
But they do.
but they're so liberal.
Exactly.
He was very educated, both him and his wife.
Yeah, he was a physical therapist. His wife was
Jesus.
either assistant or she was also they had a practice in Connecticut, but he was also the fucking asshole was cooking the books there, and that's how he got caught to begin with. So they followed him to Florida and then found out he killed his family. He was a fucking shit show to begin with. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry for his family, but he was a piece of shit from Jump Street.
Yeah, no, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, when you got a guy like that, it
Mhm.
makes sense. It makes sense, right? Because he's a piece of crap anyway.
Exactly.
That's what makes the Watts thing so fascinating. Because
It
Chris
does.
never did anything.
Because he was a good guy by all intents and purposes, right?
You're years later still saying, where did it all go wrong?
Well, even his neighbors, like he'd come over and like do this for me or do that for me or whatever. I mean, he did seem like a good guy. He's a piece of shit. Don't get me. I'm not.
He is, but there is no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, where did it all go wrong then? Because maybe your wife's a fucking pain in the ass.
I mean,
I'm just fucking around.
No, shut up.
I know I'm fucking around.
But I get it though, like where you're saying like this. So this Todd, like people would just be like, I'm not surprised he was a real dickhead for this Todd guy. Whereas as the Watts case, people have yet to say that.
God, Rose, I wish you would. Did you watch it was only 3 days. Did you watch his on the stand, Anthony Todd?
That's when I started to watch it, because then you're like, it's over.
He was a total.
I'm gonna have to, just because I.
Yeah, he didn't even try to make himself
Madonna,
look like
Madonna
whatever.
Never say
See, even Madonna agrees. You're
That's
right.
what I mean. He had to really give a real,
Yeah, he was
lasting,
impression that was very negative. Yeah.
I mean, you would think if you're on the stand for something like, so he had to take the
You're fighting
stand.
for your life at this point. You got to try to look like the good guy. Like
I know. No. Yeah, you don't. Your last thing you're ever gonna try to come across as is a dick. So,
yeah, you should avoid that at all costs. But he
really left that on your mind.
Total asshole.
So I got to look at that one, and I definitely, though, I want to, this Elvis one, I really want to see what the wife looks like now that John said that it's somebody. Tammy Moore, would you say, John, she's somebody you don't want to mess with?
Yeah, see, there's also a female prosecutor in that case who's really, really sharp.
Okay.
And Tammy took the stand. She's one of these people that she's smarter than the police. She's smarter than the DA. She's smarter than everybody.
Oh, God.
And they ate her alive on the stand. It's really, really good. See the two of them go at it. I can't remember that DA woman's name.
But it's a female. So it's the female DA, and her and Tammy go at it?
Yeah, she's got she's got that southern drawl, and she's also got a slight speech impediment.
Okay. Oh, my God.
And she's really, the way she talks,
which works for this
really
case.
Good. It's very entertaining. I watched all three of them.
No, I didn't mean that derogatory. I mean, it's actually working.
In every positive way that we possibly.
Okay, well, think about it. They're talking to a jury.
Yeah.
The jury of their peers. Talk to them like if I live in Texas, talk to them like Texans. If I live in whatever, I'm just saying, like, you have to relate to whatever. I think
you would think, yeah.
She tells that jury, she says, he did it. Ain't nobody did it but him. That's what she said. He did it. Ain't nobody did it but him.
There's not another person in the world, right?
It's absolutely hilarious.
But that's a big claim to make. No one but him. So you have a lot of work to put out there.
But yet they didn't get They still haven't arrested anybody on that case, right, John?
No, they got each of them got 30 years for kidnapping.
So
They
who was
proved that-
who? So who was chasing her?
They ran her down, and all they could prove, because they never found Heather's body, they couldn't even prove that she was dead.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, that
But
is
they-
horrible.
But they proved that these two caused her disappearance, and so they got them on kidnapping,
Okay,
and then they got the maximum sentence of 30 years.
so that's
Which is all you get for kidnapping. I mean, obviously, murder one would get them life, but they got what they got.
So the question is, see, they found Heather's car sitting there, but they never found Heather.
Mhm.
So the question, and it was in the swamp. They found a car down at a landing dock down in the swamp at a boat dock.
Okay, and that's
It's all
it.
full of alligators and snakes, and
Oh wow.
so they never found her. See, so that's what makes it
Oh,
a frustrating case to look at it, because
it really
everybody's
is.
everybody's got their own opinion what happened to her.
And that's probably what Susan Smith was hoping for when she put her car in the lake, and then with her kids, and then hopefully nothing came of it. Blah 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 blah. Right?
I mean, you put them in your car. I
So they're
just
strapped in. That's
so
part of the problem. But
stupid. It's so crazy to me.
I
This
don't
is-
like these.
so this was a swamp, though. This was like an alligator-ridden swamp. Mm. No,
But
Mike.
Heather-
we timed Mike out.
No, nobody timed Mike out. You're there, Mike. I didn't.
Who's
I don't.
mine?
No, Mike. Not you, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. I don't think it was on purpose.
Oh, Mike. Mike. It wasn't you, Mike. It was a comment right below yours that I had to get. Sorry, Mike. It wasn't you, Mike. You didn't do anything.
Oh, Mike. Oh my
Right.
goodness.
No, never.
I've been there too. I understand.
No, Mike, not at all. I'm gonna have to really, really look at that. First of all, for that Elvis family, she was only 18. Like, her poor family. Like, did she live with both of her parents, John?
Yeah, she still lived with her folks, and they're there every day at the trial, of course. And yeah, it's brutal.
That's
They have,
yeah.
vigils for her down there in the swamp where her car was, and all that kind of stuff.
Oof. Gotta hear. I definitely have to hear that.
Because Sydney and Tammy, they're just like Watts. They will not tell the truth of what happened, and so the family doesn't know. Everybody's still wondering what the heck happened.
That's brutal. So is Sydney his name?
Yeah, Sydney's he's the piece of crap,
Okay.
and Tammy is a battle axe. There's no other way to describe her.
Oh my God! I can't wait to see her.
When you see Tammy Moore, you're going to go, God, Lee, he's right. That's a battle axe.
That's what a battle axe looks like.
You do not mess with Tammy Moore. She'll kick your ass. And Heather messed with the wrong husband, man. That was the wrong guy to be messing with.
It really was. So both him and her are in jail now, and they have kids that have to obviously then be cared for by other family. Like, what a disgusting.
They're all adults now. Her kids were already in their mid-teens.
Okay. Oh, that's right. She was in their 40s, right? And Heather was 18.
Yeah. Tammy got convicted first, and then Sydney went.
Oh, she was convicted first of kidnapping.
Yeah, because he went to trial first, and it was a mistrial.
Oh, okay. You said that. Okay.
Yeah, and then they tried her, and she got 30 years, and that's when they used that ping evidence on her. They didn't use that in Sydney's first trial. They used that ping evidence in the second trial, and that's what got her. Then they used that same evidence again against Sydney and got him.
And was it both with their phone? So was it their car? Did you say it was the car GPS or the phone?
No, it was almost the entire case. Almost all of it is phone evidence.
Wow.
Because Sydney said he lied, to the cops about stopping and using a payphone, and they had him because his phone pinged off the tower right there. And then they had him going in the convenience store and whatnot.
Oh, that
And
is
that's how I know
so
when I see it.
interesting. This is so interesting to me.
Yeah, that's a great case. I still don't know what happened to Heather. I guess they fed her to the alley. Her dad was a real Tammy's dad was a real piece of crap,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that her dad and one of his buddies disposed of her somehow.
Oh,
Well, see
wow.
what they did was they took her back to the house, and Tammy basically beat the crap out of her.
Oh,
Tammy basically
no.
basically cussed her out, beat the crap out of her, and said, "Get her out of here, get rid of her."
Jesus.
When they found out she was pregnant, he said, "Get rid of her." They went and bought
Oh,
a pregnancy
wow.
test. They got them on the tape buying a pregnancy test at Walmart.
Oh, wow. This has to be so unbelievable to watch all of this.
It's
Heather
crazy.
Psych Guy. It's Heather Elvis. Heather
Tammy Moore is the
Elvis.
most psycho bitch you've ever seen. Tammy Moore is. She's absolutely nuts. She was so jealous, it's unbelievable. She lost her mind.
Oh my gosh. And so this was 2019 Psych Guy in South Carolina.
Yeah, Heather Elvis. They've had a movie about it, like on Lifetime and
Did they?
stuff.
Oh, I'm gonna have to. John, you have me so like intrigued now by this.
And she's beautiful, Heather. She's
I was just gonna
absolutely
ask
beautiful.
you that. Was she a pretty girl?
Yeah, and seeing she worked at this place, it's like a Scottish themed Hooters. I can't
Okay.
remember the name of it, but they wear little kilts instead of the other little kind of dresses.
Uh-huh. And
And
that's
the
where
little,
Heather worked?
yeah, that's where Heather worked. They wear the little tops. It's just like Hooters, but it's
But it's you said it had like a Scottish type
yeah,
theme?
yeah. The
Okay.
tilted kilt. That's the
Oh,
name.
we had that
Yes, that
here.
was it.
Yeah.
Colorado. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we had that here. Didn't last long,
So,
but it was a cute place.
and Sidney was a maintenance man there, so you have this whole thing where
Jeez.
he's working there and he starts fooling around with this 18-year-old. The whole thing, it's just it's
Yeah,
it's
PG
got
said
everything.
this might be a good case to analyze. I think so, PG. The dynamics in this case.
I don't know why nobody is. I really don't.
I don't know, but if anybody could analyze, it is Psych Guy. I would love it if you did. This is like the dynamics of this family and like the sinisterism that like her father, I would think Sydney knows where she is too. A lot of people could answer that question. Like, you're going to jail for 30 years. Just answer the question for her parents' sake.
Yeah,
But
see,
that's how despicable these people are, though. They won't.
they're still denying it. They didn't have anything to do with it.
And all they took out of the swamp that was her car, right?
Yep, her car was sitting there, and that was the last time her phone went dead right there where her car is.
Oh, that is so scary to me. Like it is. I'm playing just like what you're saying. You could play it out in your head and how the fear that poor girl had to have.
Yeah, see,
I mean,
and they went and picked her up, and see, she thought she was going to meet Sydney, and when he went to pick her up, he had his wife with him.
oh man.
She had never met his wife, and
So
his wife was pissed as hell. So that's the other part of it that makes it terrifying for Heather, because
he picks her up and the wife's there with him. Oh God.
he was hiding in the back seat or something. Tammy
Oh
was.
God, I'm scared. Yeah, that makes me. That
And
is.
see, they just lived from where they found Heather's car.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy and Sydney just lived maybe just a mile from there.
Oh,
And so
okay.
they picked her up and they ran her back to the house.
Jesus.
And they got them on cam. They got the truck on cam from security cams from business and houses along that road there, and they show all that stuff.
Do they have cams of like Heather walking in that house, or is she? Do you think they already beat her up in the car?
No, because Sydney, very conveniently, they had a security system in the house, but he tore it out that day.
Oh my God.
He said, "Oh, we're buying a new one," and they went and bought a new one. That was their excuse of why the old one wasn't there. So they had one, but they threw it away.
They threw it away. How convenient.
destroyed it and had the new. Yeah, how convenient.
It's so convenient.
Yeah, the very next day.
Wow, that is true sinister people that to even like cover themselves like they were like really covering every despicable track.
Yeah. Oh, they had it. They planned it all out. They
Mm,
thought they were going to get away with it. Then they did. That's the other thing that's great about it.
yeah, that is a good. You know what, John? That is a good way to look at it. They really thought it was. They were in no way going to be held accountable for any part of it.
Yeah.
Granted, it's not the full, but you're going to jail 30 years if for nothing kidnapping, and you're pretty much. I mean, in my eyes, I don't have to really look any further as to who killed her, but that's just obviously not. It wasn't enough for a jury to I guess get them on everything. And that would be interesting. So does this is going to take us through an entire trial?
Yeah, there's all three of them if you want to watch all
God.
three of them.
That's
Yeah, the girls from the tilted kilt.
oh my gosh.
They come in and testify and say, yeah, Sydney was there every day, bringing her coffee and cinnamon rolls and
What a loser.
telling everybody, she was in love with him and that kind of stuff. And his wife knew nothing about it.
My God. Such like
Sydney's a
double
piece
life.
of crap. When you watch that trial, you will hate them so much when you watch it.
I know. I haven't even seen their faces yet, and I hate the both of them. But especially a woman that could take it to such a devious place. A mother, Sammy's a mother, so that's sickening.
Yeah, when you see the stuff she said about her, wow.
Oh my God! It's like you don't even know who you are when you're 18. This girl was still growing up. It's hard. Talk about a horror.
Her husband took advantage of her.
Right. Yes. Yeah. The mind of a 40-year-old or however old he was, is much more, I'm sorry, at fault than an 18-year-old.
Yeah, he knew she was, just being she's got a crush on the guy. He has to be man enough to know that, hey,
And Heather was very pretty. You said, was he like this, like charismatic?
No, he's a loser. That's the thing.
Jesus.
Her friends couldn't believe the girl she worked with couldn't believe that she was interested in that guy. They were all like, "What? Why him? He's a loser."
That's really when it's sad. Is when then the friends could look back and be like, "We told her he was not that I mean, not that they could have foreseen this, but just even that we told her he was a loser." It's so sad.
Well, he's a maintenance guy that's working there on third shift when they're closed.
Oh, so that's how she met him, he was their maintenance at the Tilted Kilt?
Yeah. He's showing up at 1:00 when they close or whatever, and she's closing, and
okay.
He's there to fix the sink or the tile
right.
on the floor.
Yeah.
And that's how they met.
Oh, he was probably I wonder how long were even having an affair for, but he probably thought he was like living the high life.
Well, it was all summer. They had a thing that went on all summer.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's.
Oh, there's a Dateline on it. I'm gonna have to watch the Dateline on it too now because now
I'll find the clip. There's a real good clip that's only about 5 minutes long.
Okay.
And what it is, it's I told you that prosecutor's a woman.
Yes.
It's gonna be her rebuttal when it had a closing argument.
Okay.
Then the defense has their argument, and then the state gets one more crack at it. And it's her last 5 minutes, and it's really good. It's really good. I think that's when she says he did it. Ain't nobody did it but him.
Oh,
she's real country. She's real country and talks real country.
So she talked to the jury the way she should have.
Yeah, that's just how she said it. He did it, okay? Ain't nobody did it but him.
My God, I'm so intrigued by this.
And she got great personality. I gotta find it. I'm see if I can find that right now
Okay.
for you.
Hi, Nicole Morgan. Oh, Nicole Morgan. We were just talking about. John filled me in. It's Heather. I had never heard of it. Heather Elvis case in South Carolina from 2019. It's horrifying, but we're all gonna read up on it more, and then we're gonna really talk about it. But it sounds pretty wild. Several in the chat have also kind of. Madonna had known about it. There was a dateline on it. She was 18, this Heather Elvis, and started having an affair with this Sidney Moore, who was in his 40s, who's married to a woman named Tammy Moore, who finds out that there is an affair going on. And then she just went missing and never to be found, and the car is found. And then when they do a whole investigation, I guess it's both Tammy and Sidney get just taken in on, they're serving for kidnapping, which John said 30 years, which is still, I mean, it's a significant amount of time. You would hope they both die while they're in prison, but there's a chance who knows, but it's still the family to not have that closure is, to me, what is just so sad. That's the sad part of, they're the true victims. Like, they're just left living with this disgusting gray cloud that's just forever going to be there, because these two pieces of crap are not going to ever give this family closure.
Hey, Rose, you want me to drop that link in your chat?
Yeah, John. And I made you a mod too, so you could drop any links.
Oh, okay, great.
Psych Guy, was that tonight's case on Dateline?
Did you guys see Dateline earlier tonight? No.
Yeah, was it the case we're talking about? They were talking about?
I don't know. Psych Guy, tell us or come up. That would be wild if it was tonight. No, I doubt it though. But I don't know.
That link right there is going to be her.
Oh, okay.
It's not her.
Okay. All right, John. Thank you. It was a different case. PG was it an underage, or is it a cold case? Dateline.
Hello, Nicole Morgan. Good to see you.
Yeah, Nicole. I was happy Nicole came on.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while. Good to see her. She's always great.
I saw her. She was actually in the chat with Mike last night. It was
okay.
Davida had a chat just talking about movies and stuff, and they were both in there. So I was happy to see both of them here. I'm wondering which case was on that PG said was on tonight, that said that it's an interesting one. Mike, I don't know if this was Mike is talking about what PG said was on Dateline. The case got
Friday Night has the best Datelines 2020s anyway. You know what I mean? So it could be anything.
I think the case that PG's talking about, Mike might have said in chat, it's about a mother that took her kids to leave them and ran over the young boy. She chickened out, took them back to the house, then kids then the kids were then tortured and killed by the boyfriend.
What the? Come on now, this isn't real, is it? That's insane.
Hi, Joan Bradley. I know. Hi, Joan.
I love Joan. Oh my God, she's from Kelly's. Hey, Joan.
Joan. I can never sleep, Joan. So Psych Guys said the Dateline was plastic surgeon who got killed. Keith was Keith Morrison does do really.
I like when he's
sound effects by Keith Morrison.
Then we got the best people here. Psych Guy, Nicole Morgan, Joan Bradley. We got some, and Mark Klein, of course. We got good people here.
All good people here. I'm gonna have to look at that one, Psych Guy. He did an SNL on Keith Morrison's voice.
They do a good job with that shit, don't they?
It's so good.
Yeah, they do.
He sounds almost like happy to be like, so she was It's so creepy good. He's
crazy.
Yeah, he's a creeper. There's a couple of creepers on that.
You guys were talking about Heather Elvis, right?
What's that?
You guys were talking about Heather Elvis, right?
The Heather Elvis was the one. Yeah, that's the one in South
Right.
Carolina. Ooh. I don't know the plastic surgeon one. That one I don't know, but I do love a good Keith Morrison narrative. So I don't even have to look at the TV screen. His voice, his sound effects and you could just let it go, like let it run wild.
No, that's what he does. That's what he does.
Your tablet died, Mike. I hate when that happens in the middle of
And
a
he's so
live.
convincing with that. Like we want to know what you want to know, Keith. Come on. And he always gets the answers. He always gets the answers, right?
Is Keith the one that has the shaggy hair?
Yeah. Let's say
Yeah.
Boris Johnson. He's got all the Frankles. He's like,
Bill Hader would do him on SNL. That's okay. That's a really good creepy Keith Morrison. If you look it up, guys, SNL Keith Morrison is almost as good as the real Dateline. Almost. But Dateline is creepier. The real guy is a little bit creepier. Molson, PG likes Molson's version.
well, it's true. He's because
It's all voice.
like, it's just I wish I would like put my face there to do it.
You have to have a Keith Morrison avatar.
Joan, we haven't started talking about anything yet.
Well, Joe, we were just we were kind of.
Well, we were,
It was Friday the 13th. We did talk about Tupac because he died on Friday the 13th.
And Jason Voorhees.
And then Jason, and then we just kind of went into. Someone just asked about cold cases, and then we just kind of went. Like I don't want we're sick of like the same old, but this Heather Elvis one had me quite intrigued.
Nobody here ever heard of the Watts case, so we were bringing them up to speed.
Yeah. Oh, Mike, it shut off while typing. Mike, it could be it's that Friday 13th weird stuff.
Do you have the Nightbot here? Is he?
No, I got rid of him because he got rid of Wait, who did he get rid of that night for saying hello with an emoji?
Nightbot fucks with everybody.
Yeah, I don't want Mike. Yeah, I was like, what? They're like, yeah, he got.
I was in another chat like a month ago where he shut me down. I'm like, wait a minute, buddy. I'm like, I don't even know who you are. And he's like, you're, whatever. So.
Which one is that, Joan? It's the Dateline with Denise. What is it? Denise Amber Lee? I've never heard of that one. I've never heard of that one.
Nicole and Morgan's never heard of the Bots case.
Oh, Nicole, you don't want to go there.
I know Nicole Morgan has heard the Watts case.
None of us have. We're all rookies.
The Watts case did happen on the 13th, though. It wasn't Friday the 13th, but
what day was the 13th? Says NK. What day was the 13th?
What day was the 13th?
Oh, she did say that.
She did ask that question, right?
Oh, wow. And was that a Monday or a Tuesday, the 13th?
Was it? I don't know.
Was it?
Let's ask
Shanann. Tiki.
I never realized. That is so, yeah. What day was the 13th? Her questions.
Can you see her name? Shanann.
Yeah, hey, let me ask you about that. Hey,
yeah.
Isn't that kind of wasn't that kind of a curious question by that detective?
Yeah.
I agree. I agree, John. I'm curious. I'm actually intrigued that Kevin Kovac asked her that question because I thought he wanted to date her. They actually put her on the spot.
He did put her on spot.
He did.
Why do you ask somebody, can you say her name? Why would it be difficult to say her name?
You have to wonder.
He knew from the body language she wasn't. Yeah,
that she was kind of trying to separate herself from the true victims. Like she wasn't
right.
Right.
Yeah, him and I hooked up at the carnival. We French kissed, but that's all I know.
Yeah,
that's
she was just wanted to paint a picture of a love story.
Right.
Like,
right. I guess his weight. I was right. He wanted an animal. We hugged. Now fuck off.
It was very nice. I really enjoyed myself, and I think he did too. Oh, all right. That's really She was painting a picture of a love story, and instead it's like, wait, do we have to reel her in? She has yet to say the names of the wife or children who are the ones that are no longer with us.
But like Mark
Well,
says,
this
what
weekend,
111-minute phone call? I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, come the fuck on.
He
they were
wanted it.
only
Yeah.
missing. They were
Yeah.
only
Come
missing.
on.
Oh, Sunday might have been the 111-minute call. Oh God.
We'll get to Sunday. Let me get to whatever day first. Come on. Stop.
Yeah,
Is
she
that the
wanted. She
13th?
didn't want to talk about the bad. She just wanted to tell them all the fun, good stuff and all the dates they went on and the fun, cool place. It's like you're not. We're not going. You know, this
The
is
Shelby
my
Car
goal.
Museum. Come on now.
Hey, how about this? Do people go to that the NK Watts campsite? You know, and like you know how people do. They go,
The one
do they
at,
go there and
I
camping?
wonder that, John. I wondered that. I'm happy you said it because I've always wanted to say. I wondered if anyone goes there like as a weird, you know,
Yeah, well, you
attraction,
know how
right?
people. Yeah, you know how people are, and then they,
Yeah,
hey, let's go stay in this campsite where NK and Chris
Yeah.
Watts stayed.
right.
Oh, when they did the
Because when they can't, where was that at? Was that
fuck, Colorado, what's it called?
is that outside of where the
Sand
sand
dunes. Sand
was?
dunes.
Right. Okay.
It's the Amarosa Valley, but I don't know what.
Yeah. That. Yeah. I've often wondered if weird, you know, people.
Okay, Joan, did you
unsure-
actually meet Sinead Watts, or you just
What's that?
am I misunderstanding?
Who said that?
Most men, you know, I met her. SW. I'm assuming she means she met Shanann.
Who though? I don't know whose comment.
Oh, Joan Bradley.
Oh, okay.
Oh, let me see that.
The story. Oh my God. She's been on the watch for 4 years. Oh please, no, Joan. It's not good. You don't want to. That's too much of your life. Joan, she said, it's been 4 years straight. I can die. I can probably be the.
Well, don't worry about telling the story then. I bet it's
No.
a doozy. Fuck it. Leave it be. Unless you want to tell it. I mean,
No,
shit.
that's no, hell no. That's too much of Joan's life. But
Well,
it's a good question, John. You wondered like of those just all the places because there was like restaurants they went to. You know, they were when they were doing their weekend fun time that whole month of July. They were hitting different spots other than just there's more than just the lazy dog.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they went everywhere. Hell yeah, they went a lot of places. Because Shanann was in North Carolina.
There was
Fucking
a cool restaurant that was like kind of outside, but it looked like it was like up against like almost
That
like
was the yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the thing above the pizza place.
yeah,
I know.
that looked like a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Was that the weekend that they went to the races? The race is that where that restaurant?
The Bandamere, no, that was July 14th. That was 2 weeks before the camping trip.
Because I don't know if that restaurant was part of the camping trip or that might have been when it was.
I think the restaurant was part of the camping trip because it was heading towards the sand dunes, which is South Colorado, I think.
Yeah, they must have drove.
How far is that from like?
It's a couple hours. Yeah, it's a couple 100 miles, in fact, too.
Like, was he taking work off on Fridays
Yeah, I think he
Must
did.
have been.
to make it a long weekend?
And then he dug that hole one Saturday night, you know, for that Monday morning thing. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I don't know how long was that. They weren't gone very long. They just stay the one night, maybe there.
They did the 28th through the 29th. It was only, I think it was only one night.
That's when they went to the sand dunes.
These sand dunes, right?
Jesus, I feel like they were there longer. Why did I don't know? Probably because we
I could be wrong. Maybe it was 2 nights.
No, but when you really think of it, it's really only been that one video. We kind of just see over and
But
over.
Could it have been like she left for Arizona August 10th? Is it a stretch of the mind to think he might have gone on the 11th Saturday night, dug the hole? Could have, should have, maybe not have.
Oh, I don't know. I
know what I mean by that, with all the conspiracy theories, like all these people added in. He had that whole weekend. That's my point. He could have dug the hole then. Because it was like Monday morning, he digs a hole, well, kills him, digs a hole, and then does all this before people get there. Maybe he did it beforehand.
These are the answers. Questions we'll never have answered.
Exactly. That's my point. And I'm not saying I'm hanging my head on any of them. Fuck it.
No, my God.
Right.
I can't give Chris, CW or NK any more of my time. It's painful. This poor Heather Elvis's body was never recovered, right, John? Like, these are
That's
things that, not that they'd find it now, but I mean, still,
Well, the commonly held belief is that they fed her to the gators. I think that's what makes it,
oh, God, brutal.
because she
That's
just flat out
brutal.
disappeared without a trace. She's gone.
Jesus. And you said that Tammy Moore's father was kind of like a despicable like her, right?
Well, he conveniently, see, that was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning where her phone stopped.
Oh,
And
God.
he was conveniently going somewhere that morning and left in his truck that had all this junk in it. And so there's speculation that Heather was crammed in there somewhere, and then he drove 100 miles away somewhere and got rid of her. Nobody knows that. That's what I always thought anyway.
That's just wild. That is a wild story, like just the whole thing, and the fact that I missed three different trials on it. Like it's a lot, but it's like, to me, I'm like totally, I'm invested now.
And these, they're really weird. The Sydney and Tammy, they live in a house, but it's on the same piece of property as her parents' house. Tammy and Sydney basically built a house in her parents' backyard.
Oh, okay.
And that's how close she is to her dad.
Oh, wow.
They're really close, see, so.
Okay.
He died. Unfortunately, he died before the first trial started.
Oh, he's dead. Okay.
So that adds to the whole mystique of it, because he knows, but he died. He had a freaking heart attack, and they blame Heather for that.
They blamed Heather for it?
Yeah, they said it was Heather and her family harassing him and stuff that caused him to have a heart attack.
Wow.
Believe that shit? That's what you're dealing with.
Yeah, that's really disgusting. Yeah. You're going to put the blame on a dead 18-year-old.
Yeah, that's what you're dealing with in that case.
Whew. I wouldn't expect anything better. Really.
Yeah,
I don't know why I'm surprised but you're going to blame it on the victim and her family for harassing you.
They blamed everything on her.
Jesus.
It's unbelievable. Well, it isn't, because they always do. That's how you know they're guilty.
You're right. Yeah. Yep. That's I know. I shouldn't be surprised. You're right.
Although Watts didn't blame Shannon.
No, he didn't blame either woman.
But that was different. Did we lose Molson?
No, he's here.
I'm here.
He's here.
Molson,
I just muted.
Did you watch any of that Heather Elvis?
I did not.
No, thanks. No.
Well, if you like trials, that's the best one.
That's, to me, sounds like right now about the best one to handle too, because I don't think I could take looking at any actual pictures of anything horrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, do they show you a picture of her car?
Oh yeah, they show the car and inside, but that's all there is. They show the inside of her trunk. There's nothing there. It was all normal. Because all she did was get out of her car and get in the truck with Sydney.
So she just parked her car at this wherever they picked her. That's all. That's the most that happened with her car. She left her car somewhere and got with them. So they're okay. All right.
Yeah. See, they had broken up, and when the wife got wind of the affair, and then got wind of it that she might be pregnant too.
Right.
She'd already made Sydney. This is how nuts that woman is.
Yeah.
She made Sydney tattoo right above his crotch on his lower belly in great big letters all the way across her name, Tammy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. That's how crazy she is.
That's sick.
She's Looney Tunes.
She's totally Looney Tunes. That's why it's
She's a
definitely.
battle act, man. The way she looks, I wouldn't mess with her.
Did she
She'll
look
kick your
crazy
ass.
in the courtroom? Like, did she look nuts?
No, she tried to play it off like she was real nice, and that's what makes it even worse. The jury
Oh.
didn't buy it for a minute. The jury knew
Okay.
she was a bitch. Yeah.
Okay. I'll have to pay attention to that part.
Yeah, she tried to shed some tears for poor Heather. We cared
Poor
about
Heather.
Heather. We liked Heather. Shit.
Wow. And then you see I'm sure they have like text messages and stuff from this Tammy.
Yeah, she told her she asked Heather, "Are you ready to meet the wife?"
Oh, wow.
Shit like that. All kinds of shit. There's all kinds of texts. They tried to delete it, and this expert came in and he retrieved them.
Jesus. Their
The same
expert
guy-
sounded like an actual expert.
He's the guy that I was telling Kelly. His name's Michael Melson, and he's the guy that wrote the software that runs the cell towers.
Wow.
And so all the phone companies use that software. It doesn't matter what you have on your phone.
Right.
Doesn't matter what service you have. They all go through this one software.
And
And
this
he
Michael was it Nelson? Did you say or Melson?
Melson with an M, like
Okay.
Michael.
Okay. And he wrote it.
And he wrote the software. And not only did he tell the jury what tower their phones were pinging off of, but he told them which reflector. If you look, they've got 3 reflectors on it, 3 directions.
Okay.
And he told them, okay, you're on the southeast one or this one or that one. He knows which one that phone pinged off of, which reflector it hit even.
Wow.
If you know what I'm saying. It's got
I
a little.
do. I mean, that's really detailed.
Yeah, and there was no getting out of it. They had no answer for why they were trailing her all night long. And then she disappeared.
Jesus. Her poor family.
Nothing. And Tammy, she testified. Sidney didn't. He was too smart for that shit.
Oh, he doesn't testify?
Yeah, he's real dumb. He's a real dummy.
Okay. Okay.
And Tammy's dumb too, but she thinks she thinks she's really smart.
But she's really not.
But she's dumber than.
She thought she was just going to delete text messages and they were going to go away.
Yeah, she's oh man. I wish I hadn't even thought of that. It's been a couple years since I watched that.
Did you follow this like kind of from right when it happened?
No, not when it was happening. I watched it on like Law and Crime
Okay.
website. I watched it later when I found out about it.
That I like that Law and Crime website. I found them I think with the Johnny Depp trial, but I really like their like style. I'm enjoying that channel.
Yeah, they did a good job of
They
breaking
do.
down testimony and
Yes, I think they're very good at breaking it down. I've been watching a lot more of it. There's been a few channels that have come out from like the Johnny Depp case that I started subscribing to because I just like the way they're breaking it down in a really good way.
well, I'm just shocked women are rallying around him and not rallying around her.
That says a lot. I know. It says a lot.
It
Okay,
was-
Mike. Thank you, Mike. I'm so happy you were here. We'll see you again. Next live will probably be on Heather Elvis, Mike. So watch the Dateline and look it up. I'll leave links too. But it's definitely one that I'd like to do our next live on because I'm just fascinated just by what John has told us so far. To me, it's just
Yeah, and Heather's so
it's
sweet.
a whole mind.
She's so sweet and normal and everything, and all she did was, she didn't do nothing. She just had a crush on this guy, and
So did she work the night she went missing? Had she worked first, or that's? I mean, of course we'll hear about it.
She worked that night or not?
Okay.
But they were running around following her till all night long.
Okay.
All night long. Till late. Because see, he worked late.
Okay.
because he that was his job, was doing the maintenance. And
Mm. Joan, what did Joan say? If I die, smash my phone and let my murder go free. Oh God, because I would have died twice if in my house, and I would have. I know it's like the stuff that, ugh, the stuff that gets picked apart after you're not here, and it's awful. This poor 18-year-old didn't not deserve any of this. We think about how stupid we were at 18. Not, luckily I never in my mind thought I was going to go with somebody married, but just the goofballs you date that you look back and like, what did I ever see in him? Let alone a married man, in his 40s. This poor girl was just figuring out. She didn't know who she was yet, let alone to lose her life in such a way. Yeah, I know. It's like you're just gone, Joan. Like you're gone. It drives me crazy too. It was like you were never here. It's unacceptable. I know. I agree, Joan. I do. I can't, especially, when it's something like this, her body, as John said, her body was not found, and they will not say they killed her. They're only in jail for kidnapping. So it just is, to me, terrible gloom for her family the rest of their lives. How many people it affected? All those people, John said, like everybody she worked with at that place that watched this whole summer romance going on. You're scarred. They're scarred for life. Molson says, thank God I'm only 20. Thank God, Molson. You have your whole life ahead of you. Don't get mixed up, Molson, in any nonsense. You could see what we could do now with just your phone and the pings. That's enough for me. Like the software that this guy ended up making. Oh, Jose Baez. Who was Jose Baez the lawyer for? Was that Casey Anthony?
Jody Arias.
Oh gosh.
That's Jody's attorney.
And who else was he?
No. You're right, Casey Anthony.
It was
You're
Casey, right?
You're right.
That's
Casey
why
Anthony.
he's free. It's what he like. I don't know. Jose Baez. Who was the one that whatchamacallit had? That Peterson had. Mark something. Was it Mark something Molson? Where's Molson? Molson. What was Scott Peterson's lawyer's name? Oh, I have him on mute. No, Molson, take yourself off mute and tell me when you hear. He's in chat saying leave Jim. Oh, Garagos, Mark Garagos. Yeah, I don't know why their lawyer stuck out to me. How did Casey Anthony pay for? I wonder how he paid for. Oh, thanks, Joan. This is a great. We have really cool, chill people in the chat that are all, very, very nice to chat with and like give you their input. I'm happy. I'm really proud of this channel just because the people are great. Joan, I'm wondering, Joan, how the heck Casey Anthony, if they ever said how she paid for, like, I guess maybe, her parents would have had to pay for the lawyer, I guess. But I would not think that Jose Baez would be cheap. I would not think that Scott Peterson's, that Mark Garagos would be cheap, unless they were just unless they were like up and coming defense attorneys.
Well, Peterson had money.
So we could see him affording Garagos more so than Casey Anthony.
And I don't know about Casey. I don't know who paid for Baez, but I think Scott Peterson's parents were loaded, if I'm not mistaken.
Just because you wonder. I mean, now, somebody like Garagos, I mean, Scott was, went to jail, but they're going to look at his again, and he doesn't have Garagos again. Like, that was not the lawyer that was going to be defending him for this, whatever he wants to bring up now with the jurors. That's a different lawyer. but I don't know if there was a financial reason why he wouldn't have the same lawyer, or if there was like butting of heads, because Scott, of course, was,
some of those guys like Garagos, they don't handle appeals and stuff like that.
okay. So that to me would seem a legit just reason why we just don't do appeals. Okay.
Yeah. Some guys they don't do that. So you always get a different lawyer when you.
Okay,
when you
that makes sense to me.
Not always, but I mean sometimes.
It's kind of, to me, I think it would just be like, I don't know. They might not have even been fully paid for the first go around.
And they might just do it for the publicity they get,
That's what I thought was the case with like Jose, but with Casey Anthony. But she's free woman now, so he's got that under his belt. That he's the reason that Casey got away with whatever happened is because of him, and the way he was able to lead, that jury.
Did you ever look at that case very hard?
The Casey Anthony?
Yeah.
I did look at it in 2 months, January and February. I did Casey and I did Peterson's, and they're both just despicable. I forget how much work I read, like how much deep diving you do into it, because the end result on both of them were just so horrifying. She was free, and then how the baby was found. It just, and then Scott Peterson's for the wife to come a body, somewhat of a body, to come ashore without a head and a fetus, like just the worst of the worst. Like I couldn't have picked two of the worst cases to look at again, only because it just seemed like a lot of channels were relooking both of them. I thought I'm just gonna look at them both again, because I should, if I want to be in a chat. And then it's like, oh God, now I realize why I try to forget some of this, because the endings on both of them are so horrifying.
Well, here's another one that might be before your time, but the Natalie Holloway one.
Oh yes, that's brutal. That's another one. That's a terrible one.
In Aruba, I think it was, maybe.
Yes, her poor mother. That mother, like,
she's still tripping.
I know. That's the problem. These families that have no closure, the rest of your life, you're still searching. It doesn't go. It can't. How could it go away?
It was May 30th, 2005 for Natalie. So yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, they don't know where Natalie is either, and it's kind of like the Heather Elvis. You don't know where she is, so it's all messed up, man, because you don't.
Right.
That's one I think I'll have to look at again. So that's right. They never found her, did they?
Nope.
That is so bad. And then you have like those two guys on video saying pretty ridiculous like accusations. I thought that kind of led us to know who killed her. I could be wrong. I got to look at it again before I start saying stuff, I think.
Well, Vandersloot said it, and he ended up killing a woman. On the anniversary of her demise was that 3 years later or 4, whatever.
Jesus.
Same day. In South America.
Jesus.
Yeah, he killed that girl down there.
On the exact same day. It was May 30th, whatever year it was.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what?
Isn't that weird?
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
That's wild.
Yeah.
How many years later did you say?
Well, so Natalie was 2005. Let me look her up real quick.
God, I don't even know if I had realized that.
Joran Vandersloot.
Exactly.
Yeah, he is something else.
He is a real piece of shit.
He is when you look at him on video, he's a real piece of shit.
Now, I think that one guy, there was a video of him with this French guy or something, and that guy was undercover, And I think that was the only time that he sort of told the truth.
That's the one I'm thinking of when he's in the car with that undercover
Yeah,
guy.
it was like a yeah. It
Yep.
was in the car, exactly.
And he
Yeah,
has like
he
a
did.
smirk on his face.
He said, "Oh yeah, I was just gonna go down there, man, and I was gonna get some pussy and blah, 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 blah,
Yes,
blah."
he's
Right.
talking so disgusting about her. It's so bad. It's so violent.
Well, I'm not sure he didn't tell the truth because he said she started having seizures.
He does say, and did he say she was throwing up too or something? Like I just
Yeah,
thought, like, oh God,
she was foaming at the mouth and
that's
whatnot.
what it was. It was just such a violent, descriptive, like
You know,
that.
so he never admitted to that guy that he did anything.
He didn't. It was what he was saying was just like, woof. Those are pretty. That's pretty. Pretty harsh memory of what maybe could really be her final moments.
Okay, so it says on May 30th, 2010, it's the 5th anniversary of Holloway's disappearance. He killed Stephanie,
Jesus.
whatever her name is, at 21 in a hotel. So, excuse me, 5 years. So 2005, 2010. Yeah, that's what he did.
That's unbelievable.
5 years
Charmer.
to the day. Man, that is strange.
That is beyond. And wait, did you say they didn't? He's in prison for that one though, right?
He is in prison. Well, wait. Well, no, give me a second.
Please tell me
He
is.
should be. He should be. I don't know.
He should be. I'm gonna be weak if
He
he's
got
not.
30 years.
Um,
Because he admitted it, he got 30 years.
Oh, he admitted it. Okay.
Yeah, they got some weird
Yes, he's
law.
incarcerated. Yes, he is.
Okay.
They got some weird law in Peru that as long as you admit it, then you
Jesus.
don't get the death penalty. You just get like 30 years.
And you're right, John. Yeah, you're right. It's Peru. Absolutely. Yep.
If
So
you
she was-
deny it, then you're in big trouble. They'll hang you.
If they. Oh wow. Okay.
But if you say no, I did it, then you'll just get the 30 years. So that's what he did. And he's got a kid, I think, 1 or 2 kids, a girlfriend.
Jeez,
Or a wife.
unbelievable.
Yeah, I hate that guy.
I know he is one that when I think of his face, I can't stand a thing about him. He's a
Well, his family did have what's the word I'm thinking? I want to say democratic. Fuck. Come on, guys.
I don't know.
Judicial or
They had somebody in their family. Did you say that was part of like a?
what I mean by that is they had the government.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm thinking. I can't think of the word. You know what I mean? They got away with a bunch of shit. He got away with a bunch of shit because they bought judges or his father was
Really?
whatever the fuck. You know what I mean?
Didn't he
His
have?
dad
Did he,
was a
I
Dutch,
thought
his
so.
dad was
Yeah.
a Dutch judge or something.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. John,
Absolutely
John,
right.
That's what it was, John. I remember.
You're right,
something
John.
About that. Yeah.
Or he was trying to be a judge, something like that.
There was something with that. Now that
Well,
you're.
plus, he had dual citizenship with the Netherlands.
Nicole
Aruba.
said it. Diplomatic immunity.
There you go. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you, Nicole. Jeez, that's unbelievable.
So essentially, well, not essentially, he got away with it, didn't he? Did he not?
Yeah.
He
Yes.
got away with it.
That's absolutely. Yeah.
Right?
Well, he is. I think he's set to be. As soon as his time's up in Peru, though, he's supposed to be extradited to the U.S.
Really?
Oh, to the U.S.
To the U.S.
Oh wow.
Or
Whoa.
maybe it's to Aruba, wherever. Yeah, maybe I'm in Aruba. I think.
Well, it depends on who was it. Was Aruba or Alabama? I mean, who U.S. or Aruba? Who did? But either way, I wonder if it will stick. Who knows?
But when would that be though? That's not for a while though, right?
Shoot,
I mean-
that must be 2000.
Yeah, I need to see what the sentence is now. Yeah.
2040, something like that.
Oh, all right. We have a little time before we have to have
A few minutes, right?
Could you imagine if they brought him to America though? There's so many people that are mad about the Natalie Holloway. He'd be in big trouble. He would need protection. He'd need more than diplomatic immunity.
Well, I think if let's say tomorrow he's brought here, I don't think anybody here would know him in the prison system.
We
We
wouldn't
would.
though. You're right. You know what? We wouldn't.
No one would know who the fuck he was, nor care who the fuck he is, right?
It's just and enough times gone by that new cases take precedent.
Yeah.
It's a lot of it, and it's sad to say, but unless you're like us, that we're just bringing up random cases, their names don't sometimes get mentioned again.
It won't matter, right? Exactly.
Mm. That's why I think it's important that there are respectful chats that talk about these people, these victims, that their names, like their stories, friggin' matter.
Well, there's that, and there's certain families. We've already talked about that.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a right way to talk about things, and
Yeah.
I think it should be, especially in there are cases where you're like, wait, was justice really served? Was it even really served to the right person fully? I just feel we should still be able to freely, talk about cases if we're all doing it as adults with the conscience that we can be okay with what we say. That's
We're Americans. We should be able to discuss whatever the fuck we want to discuss.
right?
Right?
We're all grown adults here, and
Exactly.
we're not going to talk. We're not talking out of line on anybody, so I don't need anybody to, beside listening in a chat, to tell me I can't then talk about things. Not that that's happened to me. I'm just saying it for the victims alone, like in a Natalie Holloway case, like I don't think her name should ever not be talked about. Her body wasn't found. Heather Elvis, her body wasn't found, regardless if two people were brought up on kidnapping. Her body was never found. To me, they're cold cases.
Well, yeah, nobody would certainly make this a cold case. Absolutely. You're right.
Jesus, diplomatic immunity, like that's, to me, that's just wild. I don't know how.
Or bring your receipts, right?
God, I hate. Yeah,
Bring your bag of receipts,
that
motherfucker.
silly bag of receipts. Are you going to bed, Nicole? Okay, honey. I'll see you again. Thank
Hey,
you.
Nicole, good to see you.
It was so nice for you to be here, Nicole. Thank you. I'll see you again, honey.
She's very kind.
Yeah, she is. She's so sweet whenever I see her in chat. It's always really nice to everybody. She's just a sweet girl. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you were to bring your fucking receipts. And the bag that might hold said receipts. I mean, I don't know. It might be a small bag, a big bag.
Doesn't, yeah. Just so silly. Bring my receipts. Okay. I'll bring them. It's so dumb.
Oh, you have receipts?
It sounds dumb.
Yeah, Rose, you have receipts?
You have that receipt.
You bring receipts? Bring receipts.
And didn't she work in his office? Oh, wait, Joan might have been talking about Casey Anthony.
John, step off so Rose can present all the receipts she brought.
Step aside.
Step aside so she can present your presentation.
Joan, I'm in PA too, Joan. We'll have to have a reunion, Joan, on the East Coast.
No, Joan, I'm not 22. No way. I'm way
24.
Yeah, I'm 24.
24.
No, I'm actually 44.
Is John? Wait, John, are you East Coast too, John?
Where's John at?
Did John go down to chat? He might. Oh, John.
I think he's hanging out both ways.
Okay, I'm wondering if he's East Coast too.
I have a feeling he is.
I didn't realize Joan is a fellow Pennsylvanian.
Let me guess. I'm going to guess Joan lives in
She's a.
Kentucky.
Did you know she was PA? I didn't know she was even PA, Joan. I had no idea.
Who's PA?
Joan Bradley. I didn't know she was PA.
Well, I knew she was Pennsylvania. Her and I talked before in Kelly's.
That's so cool.
Because we talked about doing the Geno's
pizza.
Geno's Pats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Kelly in PA too? Are we?
No, she used to live there. She's in New York now. She used to.
She could still meet us, and she could still meet us in Philly and New York, and.
Yeah.
Joan, no other cases bother me. A couple from Philly. Joan, are you near Philly? That's wild. That's so neat. It's really neat when you see where people are from. I love that. That's the very cool part about this. Or you meet somebody like from Australia and become really like it's just that's the beauty of YouTube, I think. It could be good or bad. It's what I think you have to friggin' make of it. But I'm gonna look at Heather Elvis. And what do you think I should were you saying that what was that Carly one that you asked about? Were you the one, Wilson, asking about Carly somebody?
No, I never brought up anything, Carl. I have no idea.
What was the other one you asked? Maybe Joan.
Joan?
Did you ask somebody about another case? Maybe I'm trying to think because I'm like I gotta remember.
Oh, I asked someone about Jody case. No, that wasn't here. That was somewhere else. No, I don't remember what you're talking about, Rose. Sorry.
I'll find it. Oh, okay. Mike found he had to brush his teeth. Good. That's good.
Thank God you brush your teeth. Thank God, Mike.
Oh, South Street page. That was a Philly one, Joan. I remember those names. I'll have to look at those. You can cold cases are. I do find those to be like really interesting to look back on, especially now with what we have. I think a lot of what we have now with DNA, you wonder if we'll find more people because of it. I mean, not that everyone's going to be able to pinpoint.
Well, DNA does solve a lot of the
It did, right?
cases. It is still solving many cases.
I love that. I think
that's
that's the great part, I think, of keeping these cases like in our minds too, is because with how far we have advanced, they could be up and coming, like brought back in, which would be great. So many of these families that just don't ever get the closure, like what a great thing if forensically they're able to figure it out for these people.
But truth be told, if never mind forensics, if we just kept the receipts, we could solve these cases too.
If people would just keep track of their
receipts. The fucking receipts. Put them in your bag. Grab a bag and put them in them.
Get a bag. Get your purse.
Just put them in there. Keep your receipts, people.
Keep them in one place.
Just one bag.
My grandmother had one place she kept her receipts. And that was where you knew to look.
And I was have a friend that kept receipts in a bag and still to this day, as far as I know, still keeps the receipts in said bag. So, right?
Keeps receipt in said bag.
I mean, come on.
Side of bed. And, gets them out as needed. We've yet to really seen them, but we hear about them, right? I mean, we hear about them, if anything, Molson. We're hearing about these receipts.
I hear there's a lot of receipts. There's a big-ass bag.
Every case has receipts.
My thing is this. When you display said receipts, is it over, or do we just need to keep climbing in and get more shit?
When is it ever enough?
Right. When is too many receipts too many receipts?
I know. I could tell you when I had enough of hearing about them, but that's just me. What did Joan say? I think I would be in jail. Definitely. I know, Joan. When some of the things these people go through. Yeah, he's in Peru, Joan.
Well, Joan, don't weaponize Peru to make Mike not brush his teeth. Don't weaponize. Right?
We're all mad at Mike unless we're happy he brought.
Right. And John, don't get behind Joan weaponizing Peru so he doesn't brush his teeth.
It could have been ugly for Mike. If Mike didn't brush, it could have been ugly.
Right. And don't weaponize
these words.
And do me a favor, leave my cat's name out your mouth.
Are you hashtagging that?
And don't swat me and don't CPS my cats.
SPCA Mike's cats. Don't go there.
Mike, hey, Mike, don't even think about coming. Don't even think about going real life on me and my cats, Mike.
It's just a fluffy cat. No one needs to call SPCA on Molson's fat cat having an eating disorder. It's not real.
You know, grab John McSmith and say I'll go over to life on him too. Like you know what? He's He's a Chanel Watt hater, and he should not live to see tomorrow.
Use initials. Have
What?
you
Oh, shit, right.
use initials in chat, Molson?
Right.
Mike's laughing.
Right, bro.
That's all
I
right. You were.
love Shanann.
Oh my God, there is John. I didn't know John.
Aw, John, you said it.
John, leave her name out your mouth.
I knew John loved the brown bikini, so it's nice to hear both. That's nice, John.
All right, I'll say Christopher Watt's wife.
No, you could say that. You said you loved her. I thought that was nice of you to
Yeah.
say that.
I have to give the backstory. Rose and I talk behind the scenes and make fun of everybody like that makes all the drama on YouTube fun. Like, oh, leave my name out your
John,
mouth. Don't
the
say
drama.
this. Don't weaponize. We just make fun of it all.
It's ridiculous, the drama.
It is ridiculous.
John, isn't it crazy? Like I think it's bizarre. Half of them,
John hasn't answered. He might be part of the problem. John.
oh no.
John. He's the problem.
Where'd he go? He was just here.
Because he's on another chat. Like, he's
No.
weaponizing you. and
You love
doing-
that word. That's a word. That is a word. I have to really figure that one out.
He's probably saying like Rose better leave my name out her mouth.
is he hashtagging a movement?
John, where the
John,
fuck-
don't hashtag a movement.
Joan, come on, panel. Fuck, we need safety in numbers here. Mike, you do come on up.
Mike brushed his teeth. He's only listening. Joan would be in jail.
John is out there spreading the word.
John or Joan?
John.
No, I said you, John. You're back. Okay, never mind.
He's not creating a movement.
You're not. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm starting to feel like that Lazarus dude. I'm getting really woozy over here.
Well, I thought you were weaponizing yourself with my name. That's what I didn't like.
I hate these words.
Hey, John, don't mention my kids no more, please.
You mean your cats?
I just went for my cousins now. Don't mention my cousins.
Or neighbors.
Right.
Don't talk about
My old mailman. Don't ever mention my old mailman. Never.
I'm gonna dox your old mailman, Wilson.
John's probably like, what the fuck is going on? John, we've been talking about this all day long. You're just getting here now.
Mike's in bed. I love Mike. He gave us the thumbs up. Thank you, Mike. No, we're all at least we are all up here on panel just laughing about it, right? I mean, if anything, like really, we're not part of anything bad. You have to just laugh when people are hurting each other in groups. There's no need for that. Not at all. Like none. It's exhausting and draining to me, and I couldn't even imagine it. And I'm just happy that we have a very good group here. That really
Why'd you swat my cats? Why?
I was concerned.
Good point.
We don't have to be. We figured it out. No need. The cat does not have an eating problem. It's not a disorder. Chow's fine.
I should grab Chow.
I
I don't know
miss
what the
Chow.
fuck he is, quite honestly.
It's so hot though. Cats. I know the dogs are like
It's
dying.
not stuck here, though.
It's-
Honestly, it is.
No. Our humidity, it's got to be really, really bad today, like because it has yet to cool down.
Yeah, it's
Heat
hot
them-
as fuck here. What's that?
John, it's
Heat
hot
doesn't-
there too,
heat
John.
doesn't- Heat doesn't bother cats. You don't have to worry about heat with cats.
Oh, really? So it's
Yeah.
my dogs are panting. I don't have cats though.
It's
yeah.
humidity, though. It's not so much heat. It's just the fucking...
Yeah, it's the humidity that's
Yeah.
disgusting. Yeah, I know, Joan. That's why you have to laugh. That's exactly it, Joan.
Joan is the nicest lady on
She
here.
is. Joan is nice. Joan is nice.
She's super cool. I love her.
She's really, really nice. Any chat I've ever seen her, and she's always sweet. Joan is one of Kelly's mods, right? Is that
Yes.
her? I know I met, but I know her prior. But yeah, she's always really nice in Kelly's, and Kelly's always lovely. She's a sweetie.
Watch the Obsession.
Yeah, that was a cool. I don't even know how I found that channel. It just might have been the name, but I did like her approach. You know, like looking at both sides. You know, I just find her interesting.
Oh, Kelly's cool as shit.
She's smart. You know, smart girl.
Yeah.
Me too, Mike. And I think Mike, I don't know. Maybe did we meet ever in True Tams? I feel like. I don't know, maybe not, but I'm just happy that like we find, you know, I meet really nice people in other chats. It's just like
the first time I ever went on panel with Kelly, I got railroaded there. They did not like me at all. Well, not at the moment, but afterwards when I saw the comments like this, don't ever let him up there again. He's a piece of shit.
You told me.
They hated me.
I'm so amused by it. When you say that, though, they hated me.
They hated me. And they hated the you know who I'm talking about, the girl that was up there, too. You know who I'm talking about.
They hated both of you?
Yes. They're like, how dare you both? And I'm like, I thought it was a really good conversation. Constructive conversation.
They wanted you to shut up.
They hated me, and I was so kind. The next day, I'm like, "Thanks so much for having me to the creator." And then that's when I got all the comments like, "Don't ever let him. He's a motherfucker." I'm like, no. I didn't mean it. Like, I'm like, I just get passionate. Like, he doesn't let you get a word edgewise. I'm like, no, I'm not that obnoxious.
You had no idea you were being taken as a real dickhead.
I did not. I thought we were having a conversation. I thought it was a very, very good conversation. Very, like, you know.
Had you overindulged for that chat, and maybe we're just in your own little bubble?
Well, he was talking about NK's.
Well, what I was talking about, John, was that I've traveled to Colorado. I was at the house, and I was telling them the idea of like my cell phone pinned off, because I looked it up. My cell phone pinned off the tower by the house. And I'm like, now granted, I did go by the house, but also I rode her by like on the Highway 52. That's my point. I'm like, if NK was on Highway 52, she may have pinged in Frederick just the same, because literally Frederick's right off 52.
Oh, okay.
And everybody's like, fucking like, shut up. Who are you? And I'm like, no, I'm telling you, I looked it up. I made that was more part. I went there 3 times. My third time, I actually did my bullshit on my trip where I was looking up the whole thing. Where I could say, like, hey, I Googled, I pinged whatever the fuck. I'm fucking it up now. But, you know, yeah, I ate my I did. Actually, I have a little bit left.
You went out
still have
there?
some left. Okay.
What's that?
You still have some left. Okay.
Yeah, I did a little bit left. Yeah.
You went out there to the Watts house?
I did. Well, not on purpose. Well, yeah.
Yes,
we went 3 times last year. Well, I had to go to Colorado twice because I had reasons to be there, and the third time was just a fun one where we just did the whole thing again too. But yeah.
Did you drive out?
Sounds like me. How'd you get there? I asked all these questions. How did you get there, Molson?
Right.
How long were you there for?
Well, I have pictures. I went in February, April, and July. And February, April, and July, I did all the same thing. I did the whole, like, I went to the house, but I told you I never knocked on the door.
Yes.
I just stayed
God, no one's home.
Yeah.
I'm happy you didn't knock. Jesus.
No, I never knocked.
Did you look in?
No, I just stayed on the sidewalk. I never walked up to the house. Nope. Never
Did you go out there to that
No, I never went to the serving. Never even attempted.
So you just went to the house when you were in Colorado. Is that the only
I was wondering if you went to that gas station where there's footage of Chris after he left serving.
Oh, I went to no, I don't. I went to a gas station. I don't think that one necessarily. I went to the only thing I did out there was I went to the Lazy Dog and to the house, and I saw the Primrose School too.
Did you go to the right Lazy Dog?
I was just gonna.
I went to both Lazy Dogs. So yeah.
I feel like I had to.
But I didn't. Yeah, no, I never did the survey thing only because that's That's weird.
No, I don't mean going all the way out there, but on that east-west highway there that Chris would have traveled on.
It's such a lonesome road to me. Is that weird to say? But it seems like such a doomsday road.
Well, it's a busy highway. The main highway for him to get out there is a busy highway.
It's the highway 52 is very busy.
I'm thinking of the Survey Road. Then that was like,
yeah, I imagine that's
right?
very
so doomsday and just like a dirt road that he was on.
I imagine
that's a ranch. That Survey is a ranch,
right? And how big? It's got to be monstrous, right?
Oh, there's a bunch of them there, and they're like, I don't know, thousands of acres. I don't have any idea.
It's amazing.
When I went there in July, that's when I did the meet and greet, and a bunch of them did do the survey thing. I didn't, but they told me about it and like how far and desolate and how whatever.
I think of it only because I just think of the little one in the backs, in the car. Just how it must have been so scary.
Now wait a minute, Molson. Did you sit at the table by the window or whatever? At the Lazy Dog?
Yeah, well, we had a middle table, but yeah, we did eventually see the table where Chris and NK had their, according to those people, the people that worked there, that was their table. I don't know if that was really the table or not, but we didn't sit at that one. We sat at a middle table. It was a bunch of us. There was probably 25 of us.
You went to that meet and greet. That's right. I forgot that. And yeah.
A meet and greet.
He did.
Yes.
John, I'm so happy you're on panel. Your voice, you sound just like me asking him the meet and greet.
Yeah, a meet and greet.
The meet and greet.
So it was last July. It was me and a bunch of YouTube creators that just decided to go there, and I had been there a couple of times, and I had a bunch of airline miles. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'll go back." And then
that's right. You had airline miles because I did ask you to pay for the trip. I did ask that too, John. That's right. And Molson did. He had the miles.
Joan Bradley. It was Critical K, Mexi, and Say Robbie, and then.
Oh, did you get to meet Mexi?
I met Mexi. Yeah, I met Mexi.
Mexi's very nice.
He's cool.
I met
Colonel Gay. Sid Robbie didn't show up, and who the fuck?
And Molly. I thought they did their own.
Oh, Molly Golightly. That's who and I met her. Yeah, she was there too.
Did you go by NK's house too?
I did not. But you know what? I personally did not. But okay, so I told you I went there 3 times. The second time, my sons were there, and they stayed down toward Denver. So we traveled to meet them to do other things, and I did see where she lived. I didn't go to, I didn't explore it, but I did see where she lived by.
And is it about a half hour from CW's home?
About right. Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is a little, something weird.
The meet and greet, it was Critical K, Mexi, and Mario Lightly. I think were the ones that initiated it to Joan.
Well, see, they do this. They do that out for the Manson case. You can go on these tours, and they go around all these different.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That is weird, John. When I came out to Cali in 2018, I want to there's the tour to Spawn Ranch. I'm like, who the hell wants to see all that?
Hell yeah.
No, we had a house when we came out there. We rented a house in Hollywood Hills, and we were probably about 20 minutes from CeeLo Drive. So I thought we never ended up getting to go see it, but I might want to just see what that all look like. I don't even, the houses are probably gone now. I'm not even.
Yeah, that house is now gone, but it's still the lift is still there where it existed. Yes.
Interesting to see all that.
Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails bought that house.
I love Trent Reznor.
Yeah, it's rebuilt. They tore it down. It got tore down. They built it.
He took the door to New Orleans and it still apparently exists in New Orleans to this day with the door from CeeLo.
Really?
Yeah.
I could see Trent Reznor doing that.
Katie did that.
Yeah. Wow.
Took me a long time to figure that Manson case out. Long time.
Are you on the West Coast, John?
No.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean take a long time to figure it out? Like, what were you trying to figure out?
The logistics with it, right?
Huh?
The logistics of that night.
No, to sort through the helter-skelter BS.
But yeah, there's a bunch of shit with that.
Yeah, there's so much propaganda with that.
That's not what happened, man. It was a simple well, it's kind of a long story, but believe me, it was just a simple drug case. It was a drug robbery that gone bad.
But you think the
Well-
Manson family was involved?
Yeah, Tex Watson was.
Well, that was before, right? Didn't they rob, like, and that's where they get the idea to do it later, right?
No, when Sharon Tate
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
and the guy, I don't know how much you looked at that case, man, but
I mean, I've been interested in it, and I you read it, but there's so much,
Well-
like you said, to go through. That's really what's really needed for the actual case, and what's not.
well, see, it was just Sharon Tate's house.
Yeah.
The people that were there was Jay Sebring. He was a hairdresser to the
Yeah, it was
stars.
her hair.
Right.
dye.
Yes.
Steve McQueen, Frank Sinatra. Okay.
Yeah.
The-
I mean, it was all people.
Okay, and then there's this guy Frank
So
Rokowski.
Frycheck, and then Abigail Folger.
Okay, the Wachowski guy.
Yeah.
He was an ecstasy dealer, and it was a new drug, and he was importing that from Canada into L.A. And Jay Sebring was going to distribute that, and he was bringing some in. A bunch of hits of ecstasy, and Jay Sebring had the money, and Charlie Manson got wind of it, and he sent Tex up there and said, "Go up there and rob him, get the money and the dope both." Well, what happened was, shortly before that, frickin', you know who Susie Atkins is, Sexy Sadie?
Yeah.
Sadie.
She could.
Sadie.
Sadie cut a little piece that she learned from the Indians. She cut a little, like maybe an 1/8-inch square piece of belladonna root. And she gave it to Tex. And that's a 3-day trip.
Oh.
And
No
he-
shit.
And he was eating that belladonna root, and he was also taking methamphetamine. Back in the day when it was pharmaceutical grade, it wasn't cooked up in the barn somewhere.
Right.
So he's jacked up on meth and he's on belladonna. And that's why those murders are so crazy and there's blood everywhere and it was so violent, is because Tex was out of his mind.
Yeah, but, I mean,
He-
Tex did participate, but he didn't do it all. So they all were like,
So
Well, the other ones, Katie was on meth. She was on meth and she was on acid too. But,
well, they
but
called.
Tex
that's a
killed
lot.
her.
That's a
When
lot
they
of
went
drugs.
to the La Biancas, they called Tex in because they needed his backup to help them out. I think the girls, Leslie and Susan. And didn't he go in there and like, didn't he stab Rosemary like a bunch?
I have to
Or
look
was
at
it the
that.
husband?
Yeah, he killed them over the black book.
But I think I think they went back in there like fucked up Rosemary too because the girls were like, "What the fuck?" Like he was the one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Right.
what's his name? What's the guy's name?
Tex Watson.
No, his first name LaBianca.
Oh, Rosemary and
Oh,
fuck.
Leo.
Leo.
Okay, Leo had a black book. According to
Oh,
me.
that's right. He did. You're right.
Did?
I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, John.
And that's why they
Yeah.
got killed,
He
because
had gambling issues. John's right.
Jeez.
he was a mobster type.
That's right.
They
I forgot
wanna
all the
act-
stuff about that.
when the DA tells a story, he want to act like they're just random victims,
Mhm.
and they're not. He was an underworld character, and he had this black book, and Manson wanted it. It had all these names and shit in it.
Because
Wow.
one Melcher's place next door, Terry Melcher, right?
That was the house next door, wasn't it?
Didn't
Terry
tell
Melcher?
you Terry Melcher lived in, wait a minute, Liz. Yeah, I think, okay. Go on,
It
guys.
was
I'm
a
sorry.
famous house, yes, because it was Cannisburg. Yeah, I mean they were big they were beautiful homes. Like
Well,
they weren't schmucks. I mean, the La Bianca had money, right, John?
well,
Yeah.
not really.
I mean, he was bad news.
He owned grocery stores, and he was kind of a
He had a
friend.
gambling. He had a big gambling problem.
He was shady, right?
Yeah, his grocery stores were kind of a money laundering thing.
Hi, Dead Channel. Yeah, that's what it was with John Smith. He was laundering, and he had.
See,
That's what it was.
And see, that's why when they went in there at the La Biancas and the guns weren't stolen, the monies weren't stolen, the jewels weren't stolen, and they say this can't be a robbery. These people are just nuts, man. It's helter skelter. And Charlie told, I think Manson told Geraldo or one of those. He said it's about a little black book, and you don't know anything about it. But that's what it was. Something like that, Manson says.
Jesus.
But that's what it was that they were after that book, and that's what they got.
Jesus.
And so then they ended up they made the girls kill them because that's an old classic gangster trick where you get everybody's hands dirty.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, that's
now
what
you
they
can't,
said. Show me something witchy. Do something witchy or whatever the
well
fuck.
now the girls can't snitch because they stuck her too.
Yeah.
How
So you can't go snitching now because you stabbed her too. See, that's what that was about.
Yeah, you're involved.
Wow.
All blood on your hands, exactly.
Because
My
Charlie,
God.
he's straight up gangster, man.
That is wild.
Yeah, all that was a drug deal gone bad, and the second night with the La Biancas was a robbery gone bad.
Whew.
That's all it was. But it took me years to figure that out.
What drugs were they trying to find from the tape place?
Ecstasy.
Oh, wow. What about the La Bianca? Oh, you said that was just a robbery. Okay, never mind.
And,
Yeah,
and that
the
was an
La
up-and-coming drug.
La Biancas was about the black book.
Gotcha. Wow.
The tape was about drugs, and see, they were getting ready to make a drug deal, so the Sebring's there with the money, Wachowski's there with the dope. So you got the dope and the money there at the same time.
Right.
And Charlie got wind of that and said, "Go up there and rob them. Go up there and get that dope and that money. It's be easy pickings, man. It's just that movie star and her fucking friend. Go get that money." He gave Tex a gun. That's all he really did. He said, "Just go up there." And Tex is the one that fucked it all up because Tex got too high.
Oh, okay.
He was just supposed to go up there and point the gun at him and take the dope and take the money and leave. That's all he was supposed to do.
Okay.
And when he got up there,
shit show then, John. Jesus.
that guy said, "Who are you?" And Tex goes, "I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business," and fucking shot him.
Yeah, but didn't Charlie tell them to do something witchy beforehand? So they were already told to do something, right? Or am I?
Charlie admitted he said that, but
Yeah.
What did
He
you
said
say,
he-
Wilson, that Charlie said to do?
He
Witchy?
said to tell them to do something witchy.
Ooh.
he said I told him to do something well and leave something. If you're gonna do something, do it well and leave something witchy.
Yes, John's right.
Wow.
Make
That
it
is
like
a crazy statement.
open ended, like do something freaky. Right.
So, yeah, and that's exactly, it was like,
Well, that's why
beyond-
they painted all the shit on the doors and like the pig and that was their
Leaving all the witchy
response to
stuff
his request.
and that's what we held on to for all these years was all the witchy stuff.
Right.
Well, that's just Katie that did that because she's nuts. Patricia Krenwinkel, they call her Katie. She's out of
She, her Van Houten, Atkins is dead. Van Houten and Krenwinkel are still alive, I believe.
Yep, they are.
Atkins is definitely dead. I know that she's dead.
Leslie never really did anything. She only got convicted of like mutilating a corpse or something because they proved that Rosemary was already dead.
Oh, wait a minute, John. Didn't she go ape shit on fucking Mr. LaBianca, didn't she?
Leslie?
Yeah, I thought she did. I thought that was her thing. Like, and I think you're right with half of like Rosemary's already dead, and she was asked to do something witchy to her, so she
Ew.
did
What
something
did you
on
do to
her
her?
already dead body. But I think she did actually contribute to Mr. LaBianca's death. I could be wrong, and I'll stand corrected if I am.
Katie got into it with him, and she had to holler for Tex.
I remember
Tex
that. Yeah. Because he overcame her or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, and Tex came in there and slit his throat or whatever.
Right.
Liz,
And then when they were done,
Liz,
when they were done, Katie was all pissed off, and that's why she shoved that fork in and carved that in his chest and
Oh,
whatnot.
that's what she did do the fork. You're right, John.
Jesus, that
Where it
is
said
brutal.
war, she carved war in his chest too.
Yeah, he's right.
War.
That was Katie
That's
that did
right.
that crazy shit.
War, yeah, because they were doing the war, you know, the white black.
And who did that? The girl did that? Katie did that?
Patricia Krenwinkel, yeah, they
Yeah.
call her Katie.
Jesus.
Charlie made them all give up their real names, so they go by different names. Her name was Patricia Krenwinkel, but everybody called her Katie.
Hey,
Oh my
John,
God.
but-
Liz
but-
just said she's wondering what day this happened. Was it the 13th? Was
it
it?
would have been August. 9th was the it would have been the 10th. August 9th was the Tate. August 10th was La Bianca's. That was the
Yeah,
day after. It's one day apart.
yeah.
Yeah.
And wait, and then there was somebody killed in the driveway. Liz, now that Liz is saying that, wasn't there
Well,
somebody?
that was Steve Parent, and when they went into Sharon Tate's place on August the 9th, they shot him first
They shot him.
because they were cutting the lines for the fucking
That's
phone,
right.
and they
Okay.
saw a car there. He was only there visiting someone that stayed at the for lack of a better word, the shack station or
Okay, so that's why he was. Jesus, that is so horrifying.
Stephen Parent. Liz, thank you, Stephen Parent, who was killed. He was only a teenager. Yeah.
He was there visiting the guy in the guest house.
There you go. I meant to say guest house. I
The
fucked it
shack.
up.
Would you call it the
usually
shack house?
Yeah, right. Well, I meant to say a place on the property, like, you know, for someone who lives within the property, you know,
Yeah.
that serves the people that live the property. You know, you get what I'm saying.
And
He missed it by just a few minutes.
Just a few minutes,
Oh,
literally.
that is so
Literally.
bad.
Well, he didn't miss it, but see that guy, and I can't remember his name now, that he was visiting in that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Liz put a name in here. It's like Wojciech Frykowski. Who is that?
No, he was killed. No, who was Stephen Parent visiting?
Oh,
Because he survived. Whoever that was survived the fucking night.
He claimed he never heard or saw anything.
really?
I believe him. But like, why the fuck? I mean,
No way, man. He shot.
Yeah.
What? He shot.
well, no, I know that, John. But I'm just saying, like, why would he lie? Like, I mean, he never exited the property. He maybe he just didn't fucking know.
So he was in his house. He was in the shack.
Yeah, he was on the property. Hey, John, what's his name, buddy? You got to know his name. I will give it to fuck.
Do what?
Who Stephen Parent was visiting that night? Who was the guy on the property?
I can't think of the kid's name.
I'm gonna Google it real quick to see if I can.
Adobelli was the guy that owned the house. Was a guy named Adobelli.
That's
But
right.
I can't.
Adabella, yeah.
And I can't remember who the guest. He had him there watching the dogs for him while he was out of town. Adobelli did.
So
And he was just
was
a young
Roman
guy.
Polanski just like renting this house?
Yeah.
No, I thought they owned it.
No, he rented it from Adobelli. Owned it
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I think right.
because Melcher stayed there before, and they moved out. And then Sharon
I
Tate
know.
liked it, so they moved in there.
His name was William Garrettson.
William
Was the only one
Garrison.
that survived. Oh, okay. Liz just put it. Liz just wrote it.
Oh,
Is that-
Garrettson. Liz put Garrettson, yeah.
Yeah.
That's him.
Thank
That's
you,
him.
Liz.
I know. Well, I think, Joan, I think I had the same weird thing. Like, it was just like, I don't know why I thought that they had said they tried to cut out that baby on poor Sharon. But I hope that was just, we heard that just as part of
I thought that was actually true, though, wasn't it? Did they?
I don't know.
Didn't Susan Atkins try to do that to Sharon Tate?
Uh,
I hope not.
I hope not, too.
I hope not. Oh,
well,
God.
I tell you what, you can go look at the pictures yourself.
It's a bloodbath.
It's a bloodbath. I've
It's
seen
a
the picture.
bloodbath. She was
Yeah,
due.
and then-
She was due
and
on
then
my
kept
birthday.
tying 'em up, too.
I was born a month later because my mother loved her.
She was due September 10th, right?
She was due on like September 9th. I was born on the 9th, and that's
Oh, yeah.
of 1969. So it's
Oh, no shit. There you
yeah.
go.
Because I remember my mother as a kid that she would say how horrible it was. She was so beautiful, Sharon, and
Well, it was Sadie was the one Susie Atkins was the one
That's
that was
Susan
dealing.
Atkins, yeah.
She was dealing with Sharon Tate, but then the two of them now, up until Sadie died, her and Tex, they argued about who actually killed her.
I believe Susan did it
Oh.
because Susan said forever and every day. She's like, don't hurt my baby. She's like, I don't give a fuck about you or your baby. She said that way back when in the 60s or 70s when the trial came on. So I believe that actually happened.
Yeah, and then she changed her story, and then she changed it back, and then Tex said, no, he did it. And then Tex said, no, I didn't do it. And so they both have flip-flopped on who actually.
And
Neither one.
was it 3 Manson people that were doing these murders, or were there
It was
4?
Tex. It was Tex, Susan,
Yeah,
Kremwinkle,
right.
and it's Kasabian. Linda was just looking out. So it's just the 3 of them, right, John?
But did Kasabian go to jail too?
No,
She did
Kasabian
jail
got
time.
immunity. No, Kasabian got immunity. She testified.
That's right. You're right. But was it? It was.
Oh, Jay Sebring. Liz said Jay Sebring was there too.
Jay
Well, he
Sebring.
died. He was.
Who was that?
He's a hairdresser to the stars.
He got
Oh,
killed.
right. Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. I thought you meant somebody. I'm like,
That's
wait,
the
He
same.
admitted, hey, listen. Have you ever seen a man's parted like a feathered layered haircut?
yes.
Jay Sebring invented that.
Huh?
Really?
Jay
The
Sebring
the
invented
feather
that.
cut.
The feather cut, the layered
Oh my,
feathers. Look,
yes, that became really popular in the 70s.
yeah, he had schools all over the country and shit.
Wow.
But he was also a dope dealer, and he not only cut their hair, he sold them drugs too, and he was going to sell them that XTC, that Wachowski was going to sell them,
Yeah.
but Tex went up there and botched a robbery.
Wow. What a
Okay.
mess.
So it was Susan, Leslie, and Tex. Those were the 3 involved in the crime that night, right?
Leslie didn't go to the Tate house.
Leslie did not. Oh, that's right. She went to La Bianca. Okay. So it was Susan.
So then how many were actually in the Tate house?
Katie is the one that chased down Abigail Folger and stabbed
Yes,
her.
and stabbed her outside. Okay, right.
Yeah,
It's
Mike.
Katie's
This is a
next, man.
case of a lot of rumors. Jesus.
I don't think Susie Atkins killed anybody. She
You
might
don't?
have stabbed somebody once.
No,
but
she
I don't-
claimed wasn't she the one that stabbed Sharon Tate?
Well, she said Tex did, and Tex said he did, and then Tex said he didn't.
Well, I thought that Sharon
Wow.
Tate said, like, don't hurt my baby. And she's like, I don't give a fuck about you or your baby. I thought that's what I heard.
She said something like, shut up, bitch, you're going to die tonight, or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
That could be it, too. Okay.
But she also said that she couldn't kill her, and Tex said, yeah, I killed her.
Okay.
Because the thing about Sadie, even Manson will tell you, she's all mouth, man.
Sadie is?
Yeah, she's all mouth. Big talker.
Jesus.
That's what got him busted, was she ran her mouth in their jail cell.
Really?
Yeah. She bragged about it, too.
Yes, she did. That's how Susan Atkins got them in trouble when she got arrested for something
She
minute.
bragged about how groovy the warm blood felt.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
These are like the details that either I
Man,
never heard or I just totally made sure I forgot because they're horrifying.
Have you guys, real quick, if I can interrupt, heard of Carla Faye Tucker? Any of you?
No,
Never heard of that
John?
one.
no.
No.
Okay, so she was a woman who's been executed in Texas back in the early 90s. And she committed a crime with her boyfriend back in the 70s. They were high on drugs and they were robbing people.
Hmm.
And she literally axed a woman to death, literally with an axe. And she said during the time that she was actually killing this woman, she had an orgasm.
Oh,
Exciting it was.
God.
No, just hear me out. Yeah. And she was put to death. Look her up. Her name's someone here has got to know her fucking name. Carla Tucker or Carla whatever.
All right.
But she whatever and God damn it, you guys need to look her up.
Okay.
I forgot what I was getting at with that.
Go ahead.
What I was getting with that was like the idea, like we all think people killing someone's like horrible because we're all normal, but people that are fucked up,
Mm-hmm.
get off on it. That's my point. And she did just that.
Carla
And she's
Faye
a big
Tucker.
case. She's like the first, like I think one of the Bushes, who was governor of Texas at the time, could have like commuted her sentence and decided not to, and that was a big deal
Jesus.
back in the '90s. Just look that shit up. Carla Faye Tucker, I
Carla
believe.
Faye Tucker was an American woman sentenced to death for killing 2 people with a pickaxe
There you go.
pickaxe during a burglary. She was the first woman to be executed in the United States since Velma Barfield in 1984 in North Carolina, and the first in Texas since Rodriguez in 1863. Let me see. She was put to death February 3rd, 1998.
Yeah, that's her. But like apparently, like she got off on the killing. Like this was like a whatever. I mean,
I want to see that if they're saying like that is so disgusting.
People are crazy, man.
They're fucked up.
Crazy. People are yes.
But Charles Manson never killed anybody. That's the thing about that.
Yeah, right.
So he's always said that, so he wasn't lying about that part. He really didn't.
Right.
Well, that's why I could never understand how they could pin it. Oh, well, I get what they're doing, but his hands were never dirty. Come on.
Jesus. And they even let that Carla Ray Tucker get married while she was in prison. See how there's just
You shouldn't be able to do that.
She married a minister. I can't make it up.
Yeah, right.
Cannot make it up that she married a minister.
That's not a minister. That's a devil.
Jesus criminaries. She married her prison minister and held a Christian ceremony. And they held a Christian ceremony for her inside the prison in 1995. Isn't that just so nice?
That's hilarious.
We are just unbelievable. I can't. So she became property of Texas death row, listed as inmate 7. She was inmate 777.
Oh wow, that's lucky.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Watts ain't married yet.
I'm surprised. Is it do different states have different laws? Maybe
I was gonna say, can he be? I wonder if he can.
I don't know.
Fucking gullible as he is.
Wait a minute, though. I wonder at the fact that he's technically still okay. Let me ask you a question. I'm married. If my wife dies tomorrow, am I no longer married, or am I still married?
You're a widow, so you can get married again.
But who determines I'm widow? Meaning, like, does that mean I'm automatically available to remarry?
Like widow /
you have
murderer?
a death certificate. You got to have a death certificate.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There you go. That's a good point.
And so then I don't know if it comes down to who killed your wife.
Yeah, right. Good point.
I don't know how that works.
Your marriage is over once you have that. You're no longer married as soon as you.
So does he get
my spouse is deceased? I'm no longer married. That makes sense.
And so you could get married. I wonder then what Wisconsin laws are. Because don't you think he'd be married by now? Just have someone come in there to give him sex?
Okay. Who's going to Wisconsin to marry Chris the fuck Watts? Come on.
There are women giving him.
No, I know. I'm not naive to think there's not those people out there, but I'm just saying, come on. Anyone's going to sit there
there's women that think he didn't do it.
There are.
I know that too.
That's just the sickness of
Does anybody really think Chris Watts didn't kill his family? Does anybody that we're hanging out right now think he's not where he belongs?
He's where he belongs.
Perfect. Okay, that's. I knew it.
Yeah, he's very.
Well, John didn't say nothing. John, what do you think?
Me?
Yeah.
Did Chris do it?
He's where he belongs. Do you agree?
What? Do what?
Do you agree he is where he belongs?
No, man. He got railroaded.
Well, if he got to trial, you think it could have been a different ending.
Wait a minute, John. You don't think he's guilty of the crime?
No, John is thinking exactly what all the other lawyers were thinking before they made him do a plea deal. Shit, if this goes to trial, we're not going to be able to commit him. I'm intrigued now by this stupid lady you just made me look up.
Oh,
What's her name?
who's that?
I'm still looking at this woman's execution.
Oh, never mind her. That's
Get
another
rid of
thing.
her now. Let me get rid of her.
Let me point this question a different way to both you and John.
Okay.
Assume you guys are attorneys. Would you take on Chris Watts' case to prove his innocence?
Never. No.
John?
If I was an attorney, would I take his case?
To prove his innocence, yes.
Mm-mm.
Well, no. I'm
Yeah,
not asking you from your heart. I'm asking you like from your ability. Would you be like, hey, you know what? I could change the idea on this. Meaning, like,
I think so. I just feel that when there's children and all that involved, no, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think you can clearly say I could change the minds.
There you go. Okay, perfect.
I
That's
just
all I was
don't.
asking.
Yeah, if I'm Chris's lawyer, I'm telling him to take a plea deal
Yes.
because you're going to get the rope, buddy, if you don't.
I mean, whereas though the defense, the prosecutors were looking at it like he better take a plea deal because we really don't have a ton on him because they haven't yet. They hadn't had everything back yet.
Let me ask you both something real quick. Do you guys think that perhaps that the 35C could have stuck? Or was it never a no-go? I always thought it was a no-go, but what do you guys think?
I never looked enough into that 35C. I just felt I felt though if it could have been done, I thought it would have, but we're all here we're thinking rationally and with clear heads.
Of course, absolutely. And I take that into consideration too when I ask the questions.
Right.
John, what do you think? 35C, yay or nay?
I don't know what 35C is. What's that?
Well, that's when they were trying to because he forgo his right to trial. He's admitted he was guilty. 35C was they were coming in later, like we have evidence that could bring this to trial.
There's still if you're able to, and there's very limited reasons why you can file a 35.
You have a very small deadline to file said paperwork.
It's
like your last hurrah if you're willing to do it.
It is, and if you can really meet all of what it's saying.
Yeah, you have to be able to meet. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, he's not ever gonna. He can't.
Yeah, I didn't think he could.
He doesn't have anything that points to anybody else but him. So he's screwed.
The basis behind the 35C was the fact that it was a rush of judgment in their eyes, and the people that were like trying to be the ones, the crusaders.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing about that.
Yeah.
And why that rush to judgment and whatnot doesn't wash. Because if you watch his sentencing, if you watch the Watts sentencing, the judge on all those counts, when they explain those counts to him, and he will ask Watts over and over again.
Yeah.
Do you understand? These charges. Were you coerced in any way?
Yeah,
did anybody put any pressure?
I agree with everything you're saying.
That's exactly it, because that's what it came down to. Do you feel you had enough time with your lawyer? Like, it was like, wow, these are detailed, weird questions, but that's exactly what it was. You're right. That was what
the judge asked him that on every count. He went through those same questions every time. Did anybody pressure you or anything like that? Because they don't want you making a rush confession like that. And that judge made sure and asked him. You can go watch it. I bet he asked him 20 times.
He did. No, he did. He did.
So there's Watts cannot wiggle out of it now and say that, oh, it was a rush to judgment, or they made me do it, or I couldn't have a lawyer. He can't do any of that now because the judge done asked him about 20 times if any of that happened, and he said no every time.
Right, and that's what I think everybody was surprised in when they were saying he was going to file it. They're like, "What?
Well, the interesting
Under
thing about
what?"
the 35C is not usually it's not people do it on your behalf. It's not like you that
But
initiate it.
you do have to end up agreeing to it, though.
Well, you do certainly, absolutely, but people are fighting on your
What is
behalf.
it? Is it some kind of paperwork for a new trial? Is that what it is, or something?
That's what they're leaning
That's
towards.
part of
Like
it,
perhaps there's something that we all missed here. Is what they were. Yeah,
It's a motion, and then there's
correct.
a bunch of little details under the motion. There's only specific.
I think the idea of throwing the 35C out there was not to like prove his innocence, because obviously he's not innocent. Was more or less, let's see if maybe we can rope someone or two or three or four else into this problem that you're into, because it doesn't quite make sense to the people that were pursuing this. That it couldn't have been you alone. You did not do this on your own.
The family was just trying to say his counsel, like they were ineffectively assisting him. They did not counsel him to effective. Like that's what that's what they were saying was the reason they were going for this 35C, was because his counsel did not effectively lead him. But
Well, you remember when Tammy, during the interrogation or whatever, she slid that picture in front of him of Survey 319.
Yeah.
And told him to mark where the bodies were, A, B, and C, or 1, 2, and 3, whatever it was. Okay, well, that's it. When you have a guy that can tell you where the bodies are and can mark them on a diagram, then that's the guy that did it.
I've always agreed with that, John.
I thought that was a very good tool. Like he got it right the first time, exactly where they were. He didn't. There was no saying, "Are you sure?" No. He wrote the initials, and they were correct. So
and you got it right. You remember she asked him. She said, "Are you sure Bella's in that one?" He said, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Bella's over here. Cece's over here.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's nobody can know that unless he did it or he knows who did it.
That's just it. Yeah, like whether you did it or you know who did it, you know these details that not most people cannot answer this question. You can, and you're the only suspect.
Yeah, he'd be the only one that would know. Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Jesus.
Absolutely.
So that's what I mean. He should have went to trial, and then maybe he could win a new trial. But once you plead guilty, then you're not going to get a trial after that. Not unless you got some kind of strong evidence that shows you got wrong somehow.
You guys ever think this is going to end up in court again? Ever?
I don't think it will.
I don't think it will either.
I don't.
But it's open-ended. It very well could, but I don't think it will either.
Hey, Molson, let me ask you. You were on the sidewalk there at Saratoga Trail out front?
I did.
You got out of the car, you mean? You were out on the sidewalk?
Actually, I parked at the where the pool is, and my wife and I walked the whole neighborhood because we wanted to make it look like we were just normal people. We weren't trying to, but yes.
Crazies.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's the vibe around that house? I'm really curious.
It's so funny. The vibe around the house is nothing. I walked by. I thought I felt dirty being there. My wife felt even dirtier because she's like, "This is weird," but nothing. Like I didn't get nothing. None of those sorts. Like I wanted to get. That's what I wanted, John. I wanted to get something like, "Wow." I didn't get it.
I think we all.
How about a look at Nate's door and those trees and whatnot? You take a look at that.
I don't like that. That gives me a weird feeling. I hate looking at that tape.
I got nothing. If next time if we can go live, I'll show you the pictures when I was there. Like no, nothing like that. I wanted something so bad to hit me. You know what did get me though? I'll be honest. When we finally drove around to the back, and that's on our second trip, not our first or third. Second, we rode around back and saw the back of the house. And the only reason that got me I didn't realize how big that house really is. When you see it from the back, it's really big. Like it's obnoxiously big house for that particular neighborhood. That's my point. And there's only 5 houses like that have the same model as them. It's a 300 house neighborhood, but
It
only
is a big
like
house.
5 or 10 that have it like them. I don't know. That's weird.
It's the biggest style, you mean?
Yes, it most certainly was. It made no sense to be in there. It was weird. It was weird, but I mean,
It takes up that whole lot.
it
It's
takes
very
up.
big. Yeah.
As soon as you turn on that road, that house is like it's like the Edward Scissorhands, Edward Scissorhands, the house on the hill. Like everyone thinks it's cool. That's the same house in that neighborhood. Like the house that was like creepy.
It's kind of
music.
at a T intersection, kind of, isn't it?
Oh, it's right at the end of the. It's right at the end.
Yeah.
It's not Steeplechase. What's the fucking one you go down? Saratoga Trail meets. Yes. Yeah, Steeplechase. I believe.
Because when you come down that road, you can see the house down there at the end of the street.
Well, what we did is like I said, we parked at the pool house and walked. But yeah, no, it's just it.
Use initials in chat, guys, please.
What happened?
I just told them if they're talking in chat, use initials.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was weird. This is weird.
So it's the biggest house on the whole
On that block, it's most certainly the most biggest house. In fact, I have the fucking Can I put this up here?
That's wild.
I have me driving down the street.
It is that's a good way of saying it, Liz, that it's a very imposing house. It is. It like sticks out because I don't know, because we're looking at it, but it just sticks out, I think.
Oh my god, it is. Let me grab my video here. Shit.
Shannon picked that house out, and all the I think the only thing Chris picked out was the color of it.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard too.
Something like that. So she got the biggest one,
It is a big. I mean, it's a big house.
It's way bigger than what they need.
Oh God, I would not want all those rooms. I wouldn't.
And way bigger than they can afford. He's only making like $55,000 a year.
Yeah.
That's like nearly a $400,000 house, man. He can't afford that.
Yeah, that makes me nervous. I can't. But I know.
Oh, she's making all that money at Thrive. Yeah, right.
Hold on, give me one second.
Any of those sales jobs, I just don't think you could take any of it like that soundly that's what you're definitely going to keep bringing in. It's not a guaranteed paycheck. That's why I could never be doing anything like that.
She was spending money on Thrive.
It's just too much for me to worry about. That would be way too much for me to be worrying about. What was that?
Okay, this is me going to the house. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Shit. I hope this shows up.
It's not. Well, it's not moving. Oh, wait. Now it's moving. Hang on.
There it is.
Turn it more. Now in the middle of the screen.
Fuck. Fucking goddamn. Okay, see, there's the house.
That's okay, Joan.
Fuck.
Yeah. Well, oh, you almost had it. But I see like exactly.
No, hold on a minute. I'm gonna get this right. Hold on. I'll get this right. Okay,
it's like whatever way your body moves in.
I know. No, don't give me one. Fuck. Give me 1 more second. Fuck.
Yeah, definitely, Joe.
I don't get it. I don't understand why this is
way too much that could get dirty and have to be cleaned or furnished. Too much.
For fuck's sake. This fucking phone. Okay, hold on. Fuck.
Yeah, Mike, I know. See, we can say that though, but I don't know why.
Okay, so this.
I agree, Mike. What more do you want?
Fuck.
That was. Oh. Okay.
There.
No.
Hold on. I'll go back.
Oh, you're all the way the other way. Keep going.
Wait, there's a house.
There, just stay right there.
That's me driving my car.
That's the car.
Not the rental car. There's Betty's house.
Betty.
There's the Watts.
There it is.
That's my wife filming out the thing, and then we had much more than that, but
That was the first time?
No, that might have been the second.
Did anybody try to talk to you or anything when you were walking around, ask you what you were doing?
No, that's why I only walked the sidewalk. I wouldn't have fucking I was gonna be disrespectful. Like I wouldn't have walked up the door. And as we're driving, no one was there. But yeah, I'm gonna find a better one because I got a really good fucking shot. I mean, not that this is important. This isn't not what's important. But like, what the fuck?
It just gives perspective to even just how he normally.
Well, I would. Oh shit! Look at that. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I wouldn't. But no, I don't want to be an asshole to like the community. No, absolutely not. People live there. I mean, I recognize that.
You weren't though. I mean, they put up with such. I mean, they put up literally with people going onto the porch with, you know.
I would like to go to Lazy Dog though and sit the same place in case.
It's not there no more, John. It's gone.
It is gone, isn't it?
It's gone. Yep.
It's like totally gone now, right?
Totally gone. Yes, it is.
Oh, that's
It's
I know. I saw that, John, not too long ago in the news that it's like totally gone. I'm like,
okay. Well, this is the picture. Like when I went in front of the house. That's
like I want there to be bad music when that to me when you see that it's like Liz's.
That's a kind of cool picture. That's when we first drove by.
It's a great picture of a very imposing house, as Liz.
I mean, it's kind of ignorant of me to go there. Like it's nothing good happened there. Like why would you take pictures? But if anyone knows me. Knows I do true crime, and Rose knows I go to different crime spots.
He went to Chandra's share, or like he does.
I do a lot of shit. And then look at this, guys. And I'm sure this is in their neighborhood. This is in their fucking neighborhood, guys. Look at this. They actually had this is for real. See the two oil tanks?
Batteries, yeah.
This really is in their neighborhood because they're proud of this because they're.
That's like a historical site for. Isn't that like a types like some like a monument type thing?
Exactly, but this is within Wyndham Hills. This is their neighborhood. That's essentially what he put his daughters in.
Joan, I did too, Joan.
And it literally is right in the neighborhood. Oh, here's Lazy Dog. This is me and Lazy Dog.
There's Lazy Dog. Did you have
That's me and Lazy Dog.
Did you have the salmon?
Oh, there's me outside Lazy. Well, not me, but this is outside Lazy Dog. No, I didn't get the salmon. I got the.
Was it crowded most of when you were there?
No, not at all.
No,
not at all. In fact,
you walked where NK walked.
Was that?
You walked where NK walked?
Yeah.
We walked, we walked the neighborhood. So this is the outside of the house when I first got there.
John's going, wow, man.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't want to be like disrespectful. Like this is us driving by. I don't want to be disrespectful. Like just walk up on the door. I should have. Look, there's Betty's house.
Don't get me and John there. We taking pictures.
Betty's house. Remember Betty, the neighbor?
Betty, yeah. When were you there?
That's where we stopped. There's the trail.
That's a statement picture.
That's a cool picture, isn't it?
That's a statement picture, yes. Without
okay, so right here is where we parked our fucking car. That's where we decided to walk the neighborhood. Like,
okay.
Yeah, how far is that from the pool back to the Watts house? Because they wondered the cops asked.
Oh, literally, it's literally like one.
Oh yeah, John.
From here to the Watts house?
Actually, like from the pool, like so the development.
The pool right? House. Literally, one good walk. For lack of a better word,
was it around the block from them?
Oh, definitely around a block. You had to walk down a block and go around another block to get.
Okay.
But
blocks are big blocks because they're big houses.
Yeah, they're big houses, but they're right next to each other. But see, like right there, Saratoga Trail, there it is.
And that's where you parked?
We parked on fuck.
So you just parked on the street, but no one was around.
No one was around. No, I didn't want to bring any attention to ourselves whatsoever. Fuck no. Like no. Because people would think we're assholes. And I would, nah.
Man, I wish you would have went to NK's house.
John, don't make him have to go back. Don't.
I told you I did see her road.
Telling Mrs. Molson we got another trip planned. I got to get pics. I got to go there for John.
Yeah. No, I mean, fuck. Now, Colorado's fucking beautiful, and honestly, that's a nice neighborhood. I don't know how the fuck people sell the house for $800,000.
It's like a quaint little town.
Frederick?
Yeah.
It's
Is it-
very
is it-
nice.
It's a Is it a busy city or is it like a quaint town? Like
No, I think it's very, very. It's off the highway. It's very
so,
quiet.
it's more
very,
quaint. Okay, yeah, that's the
Yeah,
way
it's
I
very
pictured
quaint.
it.
There you go. Good work. Quaint.
Just a quaint little town.
Very quaint.
A nice place to raise a family,
Of
correct?
course.
But it's not low income either, right? You have to do
Fuck
well.
no.
You have to do well to be there.
30 years ago, it was just would have been nothing. But
Right.
since
Probably so, right.
they're doing all that fracking up there. That's what Chris was doing, that fracking.
Oh yeah, that's right. They call why do they say fracking?
You look for oil.
They go down there and they fracture the earth.
It's for that's what it was. They fracture because I knew I'm like, wait, what does it stand for? I know it's something.
So there's all these oil jobs there, and that's why all those little towns like that have all those new people living there.
No, Joan, I never looked in the windows. No, I didn't even want to go near the house.
No,
I want to
Joan.
be there. I want to be there.
He got right there for all of America.
Yeah, I got close enough, but nah, I didn't do that.
You should have walked up and looked in that. You should have walked up and looked in that window where her shoes are always at, right there.
I'm always afraid every time somebody walks up there.
According to you, John, I've gone on like actual places where death has occurred, and Rose can attest to this. Like that one, I'm like, no, I can't.
It's we're so removed from it now. It's just like,
I just like felt like it's in the middle of a total neighborhood. I'm like, I just like, surely there's a neighbor here that's like, who the fuck is this fucking freak walking up to the fucking front door? Like, come on, he's up to no good. Like, I just want to be respectful to the neighbors. And the same thing, if anything happened in my neighborhood such as this, I would want them to be the same, I guess. I don't know. But now looking back, now I'm thinking about getting on the front porch, buying the house,
moving in, having a home heartwarming type party. We'll all be there.
And giving the oars all the.
No, I would never, Mike. I couldn't.
I know.
So I would not want to go in. There's nothing. You're not gonna. Not that you're gonna feel any weirdness. Just a lot of sad. I just think it's just sad, gloomy, depressing to me. I don't need to welcome anybody else's depressiveness.
Well, okay. My thing is this: somebody wants to buy this house, I imagine somewhere. Let them buy it, ours. Let them buy it and be done with it, and move on. Right? Is that safe to say without offending anybody?
If somebody could buy it and afford it, well, yeah. I mean,
more importantly, ours, move on. Does that make more sense?
It might help them. It might help.
Right.
I mean, it's just it's empty there. It's easy to still have, if you can still walk in if you need to right now. No one has bought it, correct?
Well, Mike, that's my question. Why? Okay. I'm not trying to.
I would not ever want to go back in there because I just feel.
Why would Frank Sr.? Why?
I don't know. We don't know why. We can never.
I can speculate, and that's gonna whatever. And John, what do you feel? Frank Rosette coming in just last month is.
I don't think that was good for any of them.
Healthy.
No, social media is not good for them. Let alone going back there.
Right.
Having the news follow them. It's just, I think, just so toxic for them, and they're bringing more pain. Don't welcome any more than you have to.
I mean,
I don't like it. I would not.
Okay. See, now this is gonna. Yeah, okay.
I can't be.
John, are you here?
I don't know, Mike. I can't be open-minded. I just don't think I could go
back.
No,
I appreciate Mike. I appreciate Mike in chat. I wish Mike in panel right now.
From Molson. Okay, I got you, Mike. Yeah, Mike. I don't think that there's any good reason that they should. I just think it keeps us talking, and so.
Well.
They don't want us to talk, then don't.
Well, that's it. That's what I was going to say. Like,
but we can't want Molson to go there anymore. Molson's had his visits. He's had all his allotted visits.
Oh my God, the orange would shut me the fuck down. I have photos. I have receipts.
You can't go back, and I don't think anyone should. It would be nice if someone just would buy the damn place, furnish it with They're all new stuff, and let it be done. Just that building, just to being open there like that, just keeps, I think, in my head, keeps it going in our minds. Will anybody be able to afford it? I don't even know what they're asking for it, but I think they're probably going to have to come down.
They're asking like 800,000 for that shit right now.
Is that what it
They really
is?
are.
That's a ridiculous amount of money. That's 800. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, if you won $670 zillion tomorrow, would you buy just for fun?
No, because I don't like I don't like neighbors, and
I'd buy the fuck out of it for fun.
for fun.
Yeah, well, not for fun in that way. You know, I'd buy it straight out, right? Because I want to go in it myself because I've never been able to go into it. I go into it, look around, do my thing as I would within it, and then you know what I would do after that? I'd fucking what's that?
Then decorate it how you want, right?
No, I'm not a decorator whatsoever. I'd leave it just the same. Well, I let my wife probably do whatever the fuck needed because it's empty, right? So she'd do something. However, after that, what I would do was just like do an Airbnb to respectful.
Can you do that there?
Probably not. So we can keep on the L.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, you could sell it as the Watts bedroom. Spend a night in the Watts bedroom.
I'd live there for a few weeks for sure, just because I had to. Of course. Plus, there's a Del Taco nearby, which is delicious. So I'll stay. But yeah, I can't stay there year round. I don't want to live in Colorado year round, so I'll have to do something. So therefore, John and then fucking goddamn Joan and Mike and everybody, Airbnb. Right?
Did you see any Anadarko trucks running around when you were there?
Well, no, I'm not looking for any of that. I'm just looking for a nice place for everybody to lay down. And if your wife pisses you off, handle your business as you see fit.
I wouldn't go by Anadarko. You didn't go by Anadarko, did you?
Who, me?
Yeah, when you were there?
No. I have no idea even where that was. No, I never went to Survey, never did. Anadarko, never did nothing like that.
Yeah.
So all you did was go to the house to the lake.
Went to the house. I went to the Lazy Dog and the school the girls were enrolled in. That's all I did.
Oh, how fancy was that place?
It's a little kind of like a thing you'd expect from like a little toddler daycare bullshit with a little pitch roof thing. Makes it look fancier than the other. Just something bullshit. Yeah, nothing's fancy. No.
Was it close?
Just a babysitter for. Oh, never mind.
Well, yeah, a better daycare than you would find in your strip mall, I guess. I don't know. Standalone place.
Well, she was paying $500 a week for that.
Well, she was, yeah. Well, Colorado is very expensive anyway. I mean, no matter what the fuck you do out there, it's expensive. But, but she spent a lot of time with her children.
$25,000 a year.
She spent many hours with her children.
That's a lot of money.
A day.
She was a stay-at-home mom.
Spent many hours. No, I know.
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Wait a minute. So Joan did meet Shania Watts.
I have no idea. I don't want to.
Well, Joan, I'd love to hear your story. I didn't even know you know Shania, and I'm not knocking Shania ever. No, never. Never her as a person.
No.
I just personally don't think I would have probably liked her personally. But no, she should still be here today. I'll always maintain that.
Oh, hell. Jesus, yes. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I don't. Joan said she met Shanann. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what I'm like, wow.
She contacted her. They hadn't met yet. I don't know. I don't like neighbors. I don't like neighbors at all, Joan. Hell no. That's too much money to buy a house where you're like literally sandwiched in between. I don't know if Betty's house is empty now.
Yeah, there's neighbors in that house too.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or those when I was there last in July. So
It's too close. And it's right behind too. That development is all established now too. So it's like you're really pancaked in developments and community. It's just nah. If I'm paying that much money, you want like your privacy. You're not going to get it in that kind of a development. We have more privacy like here in Pocono Mountains. You can buy acres and not, see another house for miles if that's your thing, as opposed to buying almost $1 million house and being on top of them.
Hey, can you hear me?
yeah.
Why didn't they stay in North Carolina and stay in that house that Shanann already had?
I don't know.
She already had that house when they met, right?
She did.
Yeah.
She did. In Belmont. I think it was tied into something to do with Dirty South, perhaps, or if not, I at the end of the day, I don't think she can afford it. Therefore, I think what happened was she wanted to see people see her fail, so therefore, like, let's get out of Dodge, let's get the fuck out of here, so no one sees this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I think that move is a very curious detail that I never have been satisfied with the answer of why they moved from North Carolina to Colorado.
And that also involves a Rusex, and that's why we're all scratching our heads.
Well, and also when they moved at one point, those Ruseks lived with them for like 18 months or something.
15 months, yes.
Yeah, they were there for.
Well, have you ever heard of anybody doing that? What parents do that?
I know.
No, in the day it went belly up, whatever day that was, that's when they all literally that morning piled in the car with no plan, put the Frank and Sandy and the dogs in the car and just drove straight from Colorado back to North Carolina, like on a moment's notice. Who does that?
Oh, right.
Yeah, and you leave your house and your job and everything just behind, and you drive out there to go live in a basement or whatever like they did.
I don't drive more than 4 miles outside of my comfort zone unless I need to. My point is, they left Colorado to go back to North Carolina on a minute's notice after 15 months of being there because Sandy got pissed off with Shania for whatever fucking reason. And Shania wanted Frank to stay, wanted Sandy the fuck out.
Oh, I don't know anything about that, but I just
that's what
they did. There was they argued that day.
Yeah.
And that's why they went. The parents went back to North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, I never knew why they went back. I thought it was because she got better, or they got on their feet, or whatever it was.
No, there was an argument.
All hell broke loose one day, and that's when it all went. Whatever.
But that's a hell of a move to just Colorado. I mean, they had no ties there before, right? Except maybe one friend of hers or something.
A friend of hers was she was what the fuck are they called? A babysitter, basically.
A nanny.
When they lived in North Carolina, they moved to Colorado. They went there to visit them, and then they loved it. And she said that lupus made her feel good. And blah 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 blah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the weather, I guess.
That's hot. That's okay. Yeah, that's
they said the weather did her the non-humidity worked, whatever.
Yeah.
But still, until if you're Chris though, and you go, oh, okay, I guess I'll just leave my parents and all my roots here in North Carolina because it'll make her lupus feel better. See, I never quite bought that.
No, I know. I mean, it's hard for me to figure that.
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm not picking up and moving because she claims it might make her lupus better. We would have just got a divorce right then. because
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere. I got this good job at Ford. I got this car that I've been working on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
If I'm
I do.
Chris, Chris
That's
had it going on when he met her.
yeah, he did. He did.
And I'm not blaming her or victim shaming or,
No.
but I was just always curious why they moved. I think I never, like I said, I never got satisfied why they moved.
I mean, I think both of their families were kind of in shock.
It was originally claimed the weather did well for her lupus, so, and I never bought that either. But who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure she had lupus when she's out on the boat. She's at the poolside, and you're not supposed to be in the sun.
Right.
Yeah, the sun isn't good.
Where they went to Dominican Republic or somewhere like that, and she, on one of those trips, and she was in a bathing suit, looked like the whole time.
Well,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
this won't be popular, but she was never who she portrayed herself to be. Can we kind of agree that that's a possibility?
It's a plus. After this. Yeah.
It may not being a dick.
No, but I just think we need to realize that part. That's the part of social media that's frightening. Is it's not all what it's cracked up to be,
Well,
right?
in other words, if you're gonna cross into the social media arena,
Well,
be
I just
yourself.
think that they
Just
need
be
to
yourself.
realize that this isn't all sunshine and roses.
Well, just be yourself. If I don't like cockroaches today, I won't like them tomorrow. If I don't like kittens today,
Right.
I won't like them tomorrow. If I don't like fuck off.
Yeah, no, I 100%.
I get we're all trying to make money here. We're all trying to do our thing and whatever. And like that's what she was doing with her, like a fucking her Thrive and her Lavelle bullshit. But come on, fuck off, right? Fuck off. I mean, you guys agree, right?
Oh, it's so yummy. What am I having today? Banana peach lemon cream. Oh, it's delicious.
Oh,
CC, you
God.
want to try it?
Right.
So good.
He's making my nipples
Chris-
super hard right now. You guys will love it later. I mean, fuck off. Come on now.
Yeah, I like when she said, and really, I'm not trying to bash the girl, but it is what
Of
it
course
is.
not.
But she got some of that Thrive in the mail or whatever. And Chris is going to be so mad because she's eating
He's
this
gonna kill
protein
me.
because she ate it before he got home. I said, get the fuck out of here with that. Chris don't give a shit about that fucking Thrive bar. Oh, nasty ass protein bar.
I said, girl, he's gonna kill you if you don't let him taste
They
it.
taste like sandpaper. Those bars are gross.
Yeah, that's what she said. Chris is going to kill me.
I said, girl, he's gonna choke you out and kill your daughters if you don't let him have that first. No, but you come on. For real.
You don't want to eat that nasty ass shit. You ever tasted them
nobody
protein
wants to
bars,
eat
man?
that shit.
I know.
It's like
But
eating
what
fucking
is this dumb
gravel.
shit home? Not even like that. She's not that kind of person, but she'll bring some dumb shit like, try this. It's so delicious. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever the fuck it is. I'm like, no. No, fuck off. No. That's
I'm not
point.
trying that shit. Make me a fucking sandwich.
Right, exactly. Give me a
I
turkey
know.
sandwich that I like.
Fucking.
The poor kids. To me, they always look. Well, Bella she always looked hungry.
Because all she did was sleep all day because she was put to bed from fucking like.
Do you know how bad that pisses me off? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true or not, but that 6:30 bedtime pisses me off.
About the sleep?
They're sleeping. It's true. I mean, I don't think it's anything but true.
Wait, what pissed you off, John, though? Honestly, if you're talking about their. Go ahead.
The 6:30 bedtime.
Yes.
Yes!
Because we see it in videos.
Well, I think it was 7, right?
6:30
give
we
them-
started them because there's one where it's hailstoning out
Is that
and
baby
it's
wise?
broad daylight. It's so
fucking
light
doesn't-
out, and like no wonder why Bella not only is afraid of hail, but it's so light out, and the kid has to go to bed. Like the video, she was recording it. It was like 6:45 p.m. and then by 7 o'clock the storm stopped, and she's like, "Okay, Bella, we can go upstairs to bed now." And Bella's like, "I don't want to yet." I'm thinking, "Oh God." That's a long night.
My sons were toddlers. I've ever put them in bed at 7. Let's assume I did. I knew for a fact those motherfuckers would be up 1 o'clock in the morning,
You
wide
have
awake.
to realize,
So
unless
therefore, I
you're
would
getting
never do
yeah,
it.
unless you're going to be getting up
She
early
woke
the
till
next
like
day.
10, so they slept till whatever the fuck. Like she.
So let me ask you this: does anybody know when she took those kids out of diapers? What age they got potty trained?
Well, that was
I know for a fact that Cece
going
was
to
still in
school.
diapers when she was in the tank. So
That's why
Oh, that's
Cindy
right.
asked that.
she was
She
not
had-
full time in school because of the she couldn't be put in like a she was still considered daycare, Cece, because she was not out of diapers to be considered for preschool.
Right. And see, my kid's mom, when our kids turned 2 years old,
My son
there's
was
there's no more binkies and no more diapers. She
The
took them away.
we threw it away when he was 2, and I said, "Now it's no more. When you got big boy pant, when you have to pee pee in the middle of the night, the lights on, you just go to the bathroom. Because if you go on your sheets, it's going to be wet all night." And he never went again. Like, you just got to be honest with kids and just put a little effort in. But they were like delayed. They were like delayed in a way, their children.
Yeah, I don't think they got a lot of independence at all.
They did. That's a good way of putting it. They didn't get a lot of independence. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, you got to give them. You know that that's why my kid's mom did that, was because, hey, look,
Oh my God.
you're going to learn how to use the toilet, and if you're not, you're just going to crap your pants until you do. So
And you know, what did she make Bella think she was independent with, not sucking her thumb, whereas in reality she was putting the nail polish on the kid's thumb so that if you suck it, it tastes terrible. So for 2 weeks, Bella didn't suck her thumb because she was putting that stuff on. So she gave her like 42 different pairs of barrettes. Like, it's not normal. It's not normal.
Are you serious?
Yeah, there's a video on that. You never saw the video on Bella stopped sucking her thumb?
No, a lot of those I can't watch.
It's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. But Bella's so excited to get hair clips because she stopped sucking her thumb. And everybody on Facebook Live got to see that live that night.
The only one I watched of those was the cookies one, and it pissed me off so bad I never watched any of the rest of them.
Well, yeah, that's a rough one. They're so sick then. That day is horrible, and they're crying. It's it would be anti-cooking.
I did see the Santa Claus one.
That one's rough too.
The whole point of making cookies with your kids is so they can get in there and mix it up and stuff with the spoon.
Know.
And she keeps telling Bella, no. And I just want to slap her. I'm sorry. I want to slap her.
You just want to say, Bella, do it. Just do it, Bella. It's the only way you're going to learn. Put your hands in there.
Yeah, here's a spoon. Stir it up while I do this. That's how you do it. Here, Bella, stir this up while I mix these eggs.
Bella couldn't do anything. And all Cece do would scream, so then Shanann would do whatever Cece wanted to shut her up. Bella didn't have a chance.
That cookie video really.
It's a rough video. It's a rough one to watch, and then the Christmas one is very hard to watch. They're so scared. We don't need to, make it go on, but it goes on and on. The pie in the face. There's a lot of brutal ones out there. Have you seen the pie in the face? John? I don't think John. Oh, make sure I didn't mute John. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay.
Hello.
I said, John, did you see the pie in the face video then?
I did see that one too, yeah.
They're not. These are not for the squeamish.
Yeah, I don't.
The kids are not having fun. If the kids aren't having fun, then it's probably an activity you should not do again. Nobody wants the pie in the face when your child is screaming, running under the table to get away from you, and you're saying, get her. It's
The
not.
only the
Not
only defense that I can come up with for any of that stuff is that look, you're coming up with 3 or 4 or 5 examples, and there's probably 1,000. And so, okay, wow, there was 3 or 4 times out of 1,000 where
but there's more. So I think that's where people are having the problem. She
somebody,
went live too much for people to have an opinion. You can't then tell them not to. And I think that's where a lot of their problem is. They're gonna have it's gonna happen now, whether they want to or not. The family, just like let it. It's gonna die down eventually. This will get old. But when you're telling people they can't talk about it at all, you're just putting fuel to that fire to keep it burning.
well, as soon as you tell people they can't, they're gonna do it even more.
Yeah,
That's why they should just ignore it. But I
and
don't
they
think.
won't.
Yeah, they're not.
They won't do it. We all, like, whether you're for or con with that, with whatever, everybody agrees, like, they should get off of here. It's brutal. Get off of here. You don't. What are you doing?
Yeah, there's no reason you can't stop people. So
Right.
why
Like
torture yourself?
why are you torturing yourself with something you're still not going to be able to shut every mouth up in this country? You're not. And what makes your case different from, say, JonBenet Ramsey case? Why haven't her parents told us don't ever mention her name again? They haven't. But the case has also died down. Isn't that what you want, though? I would think.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, that's pretty strange.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what their, I haven't looked at that too much, but I don't know what their motives are and why they're doing.
I don't either. I can't figure that out. That I cannot, for the life of me, ever think of any of us.
I would never want to hear about it again, so I would never
Right.
look at
Right.
Twitter or YouTube. I don't care what people say. They're going to say it. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
I'd be trying to, and I think that's what NK did. She's like the only one that has any sense.
She
So she
is the one that totally, yeah.
She totally got the hell away from all of it. Doesn't want to have anything to do with any of it. And
Yeah,
people
I never looked at it like that.
And people can't understand it. They go, well, she should go on Dr. Phil or something. And I always thought, no, she's like, fuck that. I don't want anything to do with any of that. I'm done with that. That was 2 months of my life that I wish never happened.
Yeah, you're right.
So she's like, no, thanks, man. I don't want to write a book. I don't want to go on TV. I don't want to talk to anybody about it.
No.
I'm trying to forget it, and I wish everybody else would too. That's what I always thought her attitude was.
Well, yeah. That to me would make sense. I've never really thought of it like that, but that makes sense.
Now I don't know if it's true or not, but that's just makes sense to me.
It just makes sense, though.
That's how a person would think that. Why has she disappeared? Well, because she doesn't want anything to do with this thing, man. She doesn't want to get all wrapped into this. And she knew when she was talking to the cops how it was going to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because they told her lay low, but they told her don't stop living your life. But at the same time, you want to lay low because they're gonna hound you.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough.
Right.
It's gonna be rough.
So that's all she's been doing for 3 years is
laying low.
Yeah, that's it. In other words, she's perfectly normal. But everybody's trying to blame her for everything.
Yeah. Life has just gone on for her. Meanwhile, the rest of the world was like combusting over it.
No, I never bought into that NK having anything to do with it.
wonder what'll happen with this whole, like, them going to the news, like, if anything, if they're gonna make any more pleas to the news station. I just think it just brings them more hate, but I just think they also are they feed off of it almost. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Did you watch any of these movies or anything?
Yeah, I mean, the Netflix, the Lifetime.
Yeah, the whole watch thing. I never watched any of that stuff.
I didn't come into this until 20 when we had the pandemic, so I was already behind. But so when I came on, so I started watching it is when Netflix was coming out. So that's how I started to see all these, get to know the people and the channels and stuff. Was that summer before that? So I did watch the Netflix one. I mean, I thought it was good.
Okay, I never knew how they portrayed it exactly. Do they have Nicole as having something to do with it?
No, not really. I mean, they pretty much just let, like, her family just pretty much handed over all the text messages to Netflix, and so they make it almost like it's just Shanann reading her story.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. It's from her point of view.
pretty much, right? Like we see every single text message that she, was sending him, especially the last few weeks of her life. They're pretty sad. Like where she's really trying to beg to get back in with this man that, a little too late, but it's showing you her, the way I felt was like the family kind of wanted it to be like you're seeing her efforts to try to get her family back together, whereas other people can be like, right, because she knew she had pushed him to the limits where if he had somebody else at that point, he wasn't going to go back. So you could take you could take either side of the text and run either way with it. Still doesn't totally.
You got me pregnant. You wanted this baby.
Right. That's right.
Those always rub me the wrong way.
Those are the texts that are in the movie, that are part of the documentary. Yes.
Yeah, those rub me the wrong way.
I know.
When
They're
she
rough.
said you, as if she didn't want it.
Yeah, you. I'm like, whoa, that's rough.
Who says that to their husband? You got me pregnant.
Those were weird texts that last, before he went out to North Carolina, the text between her and him, or even when he was there, they were talking, they were like texting. Those are brutal, weird conversations. Like they're really just crazy stuff.
Yeah, those two are, and like I said, I know she didn't deserve any of that, but
no, hell no. But just
those two
weird.
are a couple of Looney Tunes, man.
Very not normal. So if it's the way, whether we think he was normal up until her and then it was like a beating, I don't know. I have no idea. Like that, to me, you could have just left. But
yeah, that's part of what I was saying earlier. I wish somebody somewhere would investigate Watts and find out how he was as a little kid.
Yes.
And in school and all that kind of stuff, because we don't really know anything about that guy.
We don't know a lot of, and what we do know, it's like, oh, he didn't bother anybody, he never had a speeding ticket, never got in trouble. I'm like, there's not, like, that's not normal. There's no way.
Well,
there's no way you're in your teen years though and don't ever do one thing wrong. No, he never did. Okay.
I remember the FBI. I can't remember. I think it was when they went to Dodge and talked to him later. But I remember the guy telling Chris, they're like, man, Chris, we investigated you as back as far as we could, and we couldn't find one person anywhere that had anything negative to say about you. And he said, we've never had. They
were like dumbfounded.
Yeah, because he didn't call him a criminal, but I don't know if he called him whatever he called him, but he said we never had anybody like that we couldn't find at least one person that had a beef with you.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that you went from that to killing your entire family.
Right.
Yeah. Are you sure There's nothing else.
And then at the same time, he's not one of these that, okay, so you can't find anybody because he doesn't have any friends. No, he's basically, he's not sitting at home brooding all the time or something like that.
No.
He might be a little shy, but then that's the other part of it. So it's like, man, how can he? And then that's when they want to blame NK and her crystals. She did some of that voodoo kind of.
The crystal. I forgot about the crystal. That's so stupid.
She did some shit voodoo on his mind and twisted it all around him. And
yeah, that's got to be powerful.
Yeah, so I mean, because you got to explain it somehow, And do you know how you want me to tell you how I explain it?
Yeah.
Because it's real simple to me. I think that that night when she got home,
mm-hmm.
and Chris had these long conversations over the weekend with Nicole,
mm-hmm.
and he finally grew a pair of balls, and he's going to stand up to Shanann for the first time, and he's going to tell her, look, it's over. I got a girlfriend. I'm happy with her. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
And okay. And he's also very apologetic because he's cheated on her. And so he's admitting that he's had this affair, and he's very kind of sort of, I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she's fucking fuming, right?
Yeah.
She's sitting there listening to all this, and the steam's just pumping out of her ears.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, but here's what happened, though. So he's telling her this, and he's got no reason to be mad at her, right?
Right.
Because he's the one that cheated on her.
Yeah.
And so he's all apologetic. I'm sorry, Shanann, I cheated on you, but I'm in love with her. We don't get along anyway, and blah, 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 blah. There's no reason for him to be mad at her. If anything, she should be mad at him, right?
Right.
And she is. She's sitting there steaming. But then she tells him, after he finally does all this, for the first time, spilled his guts to her, and stood up to her and told her, look, this is how it's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
She tells him, hey, dickhead, this baby I got, that's what's his name down here that I work with. Because I've been boinking him back in March and April when we were down here.
Yes.
Went to see, when I wore a leopard dress, and we went to see Bon Jovi and all that.
Oh my God, I never thought of it like that.
So, Mr. Smarty Pants, you think you're a stud now, and you think you got? Remember, she told him, Chris ain't got no game, and she said, Chris, you think you got game now, and you got a girlfriend? Well, how's those apples? I'm pregnant with this other dude's baby, and that's what pissed Chris off. Because you got to explain. You have to explain why Chris was pissed off.
That is such a good way of looking at it. I have never thought of it that way.
Think about it. He's got to be angry to choke the life out of her. But
that's why we were all couldn't imagine him being that. Like, what could he have been? But that would be a reason.
Right, but he's the one that cheated, so he's not angry. She is.
She's angry. She's the angry one. She's going in with venom.
So what made him angry? Well, he fessed up, and when he got done fessing up, she fessed up too, and said, by the way, buddy, you think you're something?
Yes.
Try this, because she's always got to one-up him. She's one-upped him their whole relationship. She's always one-upped him.
Yeah.
And she one-upped him one too many times. And he choked, because you have to explain his anger. To be that pissed off, you got to explain it somehow. And that's the only way I've ever been able to explain it, was that she told him she was pregnant with that dude's baby, that it wasn't theirs.
Yeah. I can't. That is such a good way of trying to figure that out.
Because why else is Chris mad? There's no reason, unless you want to say, well, he killed her because he wanted to start a new life with his mistress. Well, yeah, but he killed her with her bare hands, and he killed 2 kids. Okay, people they don't do that.
Right.
he was pissed, and he even told the detective, I couldn't have taken my hands off of her if I wanted to.
He did say that.
So that, see,
He
he
did
was
say
highly
that.
pissed off. He was so pissed off when she told him that. And he was just so pissed off that he couldn't even take his hands off if he wanted to. He was going to kill her, man.
Jesus, you're right. That makes such sense, John.
And so the kids, I can't explain that. Whether they witnessed something, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I
But-
can't explain that part.
But that came to me a long time ago is, hey, why is Chris so pissed off? If he's the one that cheated. Why is he
Right.
mad?
Right.
It's like, oh, because Shanann cheated too. And she finally told him, yeah. I don't know if you know about that leopard dress and
I know about the guy she worked. We're talking about that other Chris, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
because her friends were astonished that she got pregnant so quick. Because
They were. You're right. Everyone was astonished by it.
Yeah, and Chris himself said they only did it once or twice. That's why he was astonished by it. And her response to her friend was, it must have been the leopard dress. That sexy ass leopard dress she wore.
Oh, okay. I never knew where that played in.
Yeah, she wore. There's a picture of her with that guy with that dress on.
Right.
He's got his arm. They got their arms around each other. And she goes, "We're," and the text says, "We're going to go mingle now."
Mm.
Is she going to go mingle with the guy she really likes?
Yeah, is that what they're calling it these days?
That's
Mingling?
what I thought. You know, he sells Thrive. She sells Thrive. They're both got the same sort of.
They have that same ridiculous, obnoxious personality.
You know, and Chris hates the whole Thrive thing and couldn't sell a heater to an Eskimo.
They
And
couldn't, Josh.
quite naturally, she's attracted to this guy.
Yeah.
And quite naturally, Watts is attracted to Nicole because she's just the opposite.
Total opposite.
It all makes sense to me. See, it's never been a mystery.
It really does make sense. It really does. Wouldn't it have been great if he could have just went and been with that Kay and let Shanann do whatever she had to do with that? Go and figure out your mess with that Chris guy. Leave me out of it, Chris. CW could have really said to her, "Go, that's your own mess to clean up now.
Yeah, that was his way out.
You're pregnant with somebody else's baby. That's your own mess to clean up." He might not have even had to pay child support for the kid. Like, he would have been able to just get full custody of the two girls, and because she's not even in her right mind.
Yeah, see, he would have had an easy divorce if she's pregnant by some other guy.
Oh my, so easy.
He's got an easy, clean cut.
Yes.
He had it made, so there wasn't any reason for him to choke her.
There really wasn't.
Well, so when she told him that, if she did, then he should have been, oh, right on, really, oh, man, great.
And which we would have been, had you had time to think it. But like you said, heat of the moment. No, you're furious. You're totally infuriated, and he acted on impulse.
Because I don't think he ever thought for 1 second that she would ever cheat on him.
Never. That to hear those words would be crippling.
And after he humbled himself,
Yeah.
and finally got the courage, and then humbled himself in front of her and admitted what he had did. Oh man, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's totally I could see it in a whole other way right now.
You see how bad that would piss him off?
It would be bad, John. That would be really bad. Yeah, like that just takes it to a whole other level. When you say that to your husband.
Yeah, I wish I knew if she really said that or not, but Chris will never tell.
He won't.
He said
what's he protecting?
He said they had an emotional conversation, and I'll just leave her.
Oh, we hate that term, all of us. Emotional what does that mean? Could you get a little bit? Can we talk about that a little bit more, Chris? What's emotional to you may not be to me. Let's talk. What was actually said and done? Come on, for real.
Conversation.
Emotional conversation. She ran on nothing but pure emotion. I could see her having an emotional conversation.
Yeah, shame on that reporter for not asking a couple follow-up questions when she let him off the hook. Let him off the hook there.
They really did. They picked and choose what they we questioned him on. Really.
Because all they had would have said, well, what kind of emotion was it? Was it anger? Was it?
Yeah. Okay. So you just said emotion. All right. What emotion? Happy? Were we happy? Were we doing tears of joy? Oh, we weren't. We weren't. So they were bad tears, Chris. Do we want to make sad face tears? Like, Jesus. What did you have to do? Spoon feed him? Not only the questions, but the answers?
Well, then on the flip side, it shows you how stupid he is because he's that's all Watts can come up with.
It is.
We had an emotional conversation. The way he says it, I just want to punch him.
He sound if anyone could sound any more apathetic and not full of any emotion, it was him saying that.
Yeah, and you just want to.
We had you want to go behind him and see if there is like an on and off switch that you have to flip back. Like, did this shut off? Did this person robot shut off?
Well, even NK said when she watched that porch interview, she said, I don't know that dude there. His eyes are black and shit. She goes, he doesn't talk like that or anything. She's like, I don't even know that guy. That's how weird he was.
Right. She did say that.
That's how weird he was on the porch. He was weird. He was fucking weird.
And then when he was talking to that cop, he was already in process of just being he went over the edge. He had already gone over the edge. So then him saying to the cop, he's trying to appear to be an adult with emotion, but he's not. Like, it was lights are on, but nobody's home.
I just want him to come home, and he got that fake smile.
Ugh.
Wherever they are, I just want him to come home. You fucking scumbag.
They're not. This house was just too much. I can't stay in here another night. You're afraid, Chris. You're afraid. Are you afraid the boogeyman? Yeah, he was. Because come to find out, he had a bad dream that night, and Shanann, or his, it was the whole. He woke up and all the lights were on in the house, but he doesn't know how. You're the only one there. If you didn't.
Yeah, he didn't sleep 1 minute that night.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He realized what was done. I can't go back now on that. I'm fucked. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you did a doozy. This one we can't help you with. I don't think we could. Maybe had he talked to somebody and shed some light, but no one. He spoke to no one. From all accounts of what we know, he spoke to no one. So unless his father or mother, it wouldn't be his mother, it would be more of his, and I don't think, his father, we see what him and the father are talking about in that room, before they arrest him.
Yeah, and I always thought it was Ronnie's lack of surprise.
I know, it's bad.
It's like, it's almost like, what took you so long?
Oh, but then you're wondering, you're like, all right, is this what the Watts men are like? Do they have no emotion?
No, it's like it was like I would have choked her out 2 years ago.
I know, because when Ronnie says that, he's like, you better check her. She's crazy. It's like, oh God, when they first they're like, well, we have reason to otherwise believe that he hurt all of them. And then Ronnie might want to push his chair in. But at first he thought, I'm going to just go in there and just tell them how bad she is. Well,
He called her crazy.
he does. Yeah, he says she was crazy because at first, when they first start off talking to him, he thought he was going to just, and he just badmouths her. He just badmouths Shanann, and Ronnie does.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it might be redacted now. It actually might be redacted now, John. I'm not sure if, because they have redacted it again, because I was supposed to go on Kelly's panel. We were going to talk about the autopsies, which, I mean, since everything that's happened, no, we're not. But I went back into Discovery, and Bella's autopsy was redacted again in August of 2021.
Well, I'll be darned.
I was like, are you kidding? And when I look back, because I printed some stuff out the prior year when I was like looking at this with True Tam, and it's like little, but there are different areas where they have totally blacked out parts of Bella's. So they may, I'm wondering, I feel like no one has ever really shown any more of Ronnie when they go into there that day. I am wondering if that was taken out because it's pretty bad.
Maybe that's where I'm getting the idea then that Ronnie felt that way because
he said, and they had the reason why you're able to see what he's saying is because they had to put subtitles because Ronnie mumbles so bad. So there are subtitles with that clip. That's how I remember it. If you didn't have those subtitles, you really didn't know what the frig he was saying.
Yeah, he's an old North Carolina kind of.
It's like, all right, translator. Can I get a translator? All right, hang on. We have somebody from that region of North Carolina. Hang on. And then it was just bad mouthing her.
But yeah, he wasn't. In other words, he wasn't too shocked that he was defending Chris
right.
In a way, because she's
been crazy. Because he said you're going to want to check her. She is crazy, and he might have even said like from the day he met her, like. But it was like, wow, whoa. But people were like, look at him, just like Cindy Watts trying to blame everything on Shanann. I'm like, well, it just puts into perspective the way she came across to the Watts. Maybe you can't think that just from the day they met her, they're like in their head, they've been planning out because they knew someday their son was going to go ballistic and kill her. And so they couldn't like her from the beginning. No, they didn't like her from the beginning because she didn't give off. They didn't get a good vibe. And then her actions were very material. Everything Cindy said, I thought she was materialistic. I thought she overpowered him. He couldn't speak. She spoke for him. It's all true. We can't deny it because Shanann was killed. Yeah, it's not right. But we can't deny that what Cindy said is wrong. And people just want Cindy to shut up.
No, I believe that.
Especially because I was friends with True Tam, who had a channel and was friends with Cindy. And Cindy, first of all, never came on True Tam's, but also True Tam never had anything juicy to say that Cindy ever said anything bad about Shanann. Just that it was not, Chris gave up just being Chris when he met her and lived for her, and that was it. That was it, and it was drama ever since. And I could, yeah. We don't need to hear that from Cindy Watts to know it, but it makes sense.
Well, he got what me and my buddies used to call, he got pussy whooped.
He did. He never had a girlfriend. He never had a girlfriend. So you go from never having anybody to somebody telling you just right, pretty much what time you're going to go and poo-poo and wipe your coolie. So it's not.
And she had been married before, so she had and he had
nothing. He'd never had a girlfriend. He had one friend that was a girl, and he thought they were dating, and he finds out, no, she was just hanging out with them to get her friend jealous. So he really didn't even have any radar as to know if a girl was truly even interested in him.
Right, and see, and then that, if you understand that, and you're the only person I've ever talked to that does, then you understand what happened then when he met NK. because
Yes.
it blew his mind again the same way Shannon blew his mind.
He could he thought he was, wow, I met her and I thought that I found my true soulmate, and then wait, whoa, this totally blows it away. You
Yeah,
want
he
to
goes,
what? You want to go to a race? You want to go to the races? You want to go camping? The sand, like it just
what?
kept getting better and better.
What? We have shared interest? I've never experienced that.
Yeah, you want to hear what I like? What?
I don't have to sit
Are
down
you
and shut
sure?
up like a little bitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you sure? Oh, I don't have to wear a condom because you're not afraid of laying in the wet spot. Yeah, my wife, I had a shower right afterwards because she didn't like to get dirty. Dirty. Wait, unless you're playing in the dirt, what's your definite dirty? Like none of it was normal.
that whole.
None of it was normal.
I've never heard. I think I know what you're talking about. I never heard.
He said it because they.
Have you ever heard? Do husbands use condoms with their wives?
No, it made no sense. But when he says what he used them for, it totally made sense. If they weren't trying to get pregnant, sex was not really anything to be crazy and wild and fun with. And if she had to do it, she wasn't going to get dirty. It totally made sense why he did have them. And then when they were starting to they were not using condoms because she wanted to get pregnant. Okay, I get it. The wet spot was okay then because it wasn't a huge wet spot. You know, if we really want to dissect this case, there are crazy areas where we could say, why didn't we talk about that more? Because that's weird. But you know what? That is why they use them though. That is why, because he did say, my wife doesn't like to get dirty, and I have to jump right in the shower after it. That he really did. Yeah, ladies, he really did say that because that was really what was going on in their bedroom. It was not. I'm like, you're like either on a mission to have a child, or it's like he said, almost like it was like robotic. One position, one mission, and that's it. It's like it's crippling when you think of, like, really the last year in that house was brutal for all of them. If I'd have known my life was going to end by my husband choking me a year prior, I'd have been like, just do me in. Because this next year is going to be a doozy. I'm going to get us really pretty much back into bankruptcy. The kids are not really going to thrive much. Literally, let's use the word thrive. They're not going to really thrive much in their age-wise. You're not going to see a huge leap, as you should, from Bella was going to be starting kindergarten. And Cece, if she was normal, would have been starting preschool. But they were still both very much infantile. We'd be crucified, John, if anybody. I made the video private, but if anybody ever heard us, they'd be like, "Who are those two nuts?" But it's true. It's nothing we're making up. Like this, unfortunately, we have too many interviews and text messages and videos to back up all this insanity.
Well, and there was another text that always made me cringe when there toward the end when they were having problems, and she wrote a text to one of her friends that I took a shower and got in bed. He knows what that means, and he just
Yes.
And I thought he knows what that means. Like,
talk about mind games. I gotta see if my wife showered to know that means she really wants to get dirty. It's not normal.
Yeah, isn't that?
It's mind games.
I read texts like that, and I remember I would just go, "Man, what? Who?"
He knows what that means. No, does he? I don't. Explain it to me.
That's weird.
Explain it to me. But her friends were enablers too. They were just enablers. They would just let her rant.
I'm not sure she had any friends. Those people.
Yeah, you know what? They weren't really friends. You're right. What do we call them? Associates?
What were they? Clients or her co-workers? Or
they were her like the yeah, I call them associates, work associates. Some of them were on the same level as her. Some of them were the group under her. So they were really just all Thrive associates.
I mean, yeah, I guess they're friends, but they're not really.
That's all they have. I mean, those friends. That's all they were. They were all weird like that, though. Like they all just kind of like they were all feeding into that whole Thrive MLM insanity. Anybody normal would be like, "You're all a bunch of lunatics."
Yeah, like nobody in the neighborhood.
No.
Really.
The neighbor said it. They seemed nice, but they didn't. They kept to themselves. I mean, Betty lived right next door. If you can't be friendly with the little cute lady that lives next door, you're not going to be friendly with anybody.
Yeah, I thought the one lady said she didn't even know they had kids.
The one lady, that was True Street. That was the house right after Betty's. Didn't know she had kids. I'm like, what?
Yeah, see that?
You didn't know she had kids. She's only 2. It's 2 houses down. No, we didn't know. Oh God.
That's all they ever saw was Chris, and then she's getting in the car in the garage.
She was in and out through that garage, so I could see it. And if the kids are out back, it wasn't until they were done with dinner, but right before they have a half-hour window in between dinner and bed, or between dinner and before they had their bath. There was like a small window for them to be outside playing, and that was pretty much between like 5:45 and 6:30. That's about it. If you were going to see those kids outside, it was going to be out in the back. So that time mainly people are just coming home from work and starting dinner. So no, I could see where people were. They didn't know. You're not going to really see them then.
And I think Chris told that cop that his wife didn't like to take walks and stuff.
She didn't. It's really sad.
Who doesn't? I don't know if you have kids or not, but
my son is 21 now, but man, I wish he was little again. I wish I could take his hand and go for a walk around the block.
You just say, hey, let's go for the kids got a lot of energy or something. You say, hey, let's go for a walk.
I mean, those are like the best times with your kids, are those little conversations.
And I'm just, that's always struck me as so odd about this, that she never walked around, especially when you built a house there.
She didn't like to be alone. If she was home alone, she went on camera. We see that. She had issues.
And she definitely, and people say, oh, you shouldn't attack her and everything. No, but look, you got to
understand. We're not attacking. If anything, like this should, like we should learn from it.
Right, you got to understand what was going on, so you understand why Chris did what he did.
They're never going to get anywhere where they want their conversations to just be one way. It's never going to get anywhere. They're never going to get anywhere. You have to eventually come to terms with the reality of it all. And we're just talking about facts from what we've actually seen in their texts between them, or interviewing this was the reality. It wasn't good.
Yeah, see, they want to say Chris killed her to be with his girlfriend, and I don't believe it. That's not why he did.
He would be a monster if it was as simple as that. He'd just be a monster.
Well, that's what they want you to think. They want you to think he snapped and he's this monster and he's a cheater.
I know. See, I think that's why I don't go in. I just don't. I like Kelly's channel, but other than that, I don't go in any watch channels, because people are either really weird one way or the other. But you really, just to talk normal about it, Kelly's is really the only channel. And I do like Justin's reaction videos too. But other than that, I don't, because nobody wants to talk about that. We're bad if we do. We're very bad people if we do. And you haven't heard any of us say neither you or I had once said she deserved anything she got. No, that's despicable. But we need to
you
look
have
at what happened. What happened leading up to this? Because if anything, I don't ever want to find myself in this kind of relationship.
Right. You have to understand the dynamic there of what makes,
Right.
and that's where I come up with what I told you with him telling
I
her.
know, and I think that is a dynamic that anybody in any type of relationship, whether you're married or, you just need to look at it from all angles. I think. I
Well,
just
see,
think as a woman, I would want to. I try to empower myself with learning from even like other friends when they break. Like, I like to hear about what happened. I thought you guys were so happy. Talk to me, because you
well,
want to
with
know what
murder,
goes on. You don't know.
they're always about the same thing, right? They're going to be about money.
Yep.
They're going to be about love. They're going to be
Money.
about
Yeah.
jealousy or
Yeah.
cheating. It's
Right.
always the same thing. So there you go with Watts. Why is he so angry? Well, because he got cheated on. He got jealous for the first time. He probably never been jealous before,
He never had to be.
and
He
he got
never had to be.
yeah. He never had a girlfriend, and Shannon
No.
never gave him any reason to
Right.
until she told him that.
That had to blow his mind, because you realize he didn't have a mindset to even go down that road, like with her being away all the time and like on the phone with that Chris, because they worked. Like, Watts didn't have a mind to even once
You're
think,
right.
is there anything going on? Whereas most people who have been in relationships, you might think it, or you get a weird feel. He never ever even thought about it,
Yeah, and
let alone if
his
she really ever
brain couldn't
confronted him
even
with that reality then at the end that day.
his brain couldn't even process. If she did tell him that, his
There's no
brain couldn't
way.
even process of what it meant.
That's a flip switching then, because he doesn't know how to process any of what you just said, let alone then deal with the
And now
weird
all of
emotions that immediately happen.
right. See, all of a sudden now he feels jealousy and he's never felt it before.
Yeah. What is,
And
like, whoa, what is this
he
I'm
feels
feeling inside now? I want to
yeah,
start hitting stuff.
he feels betrayed and he's
Yeah.
never felt betrayed before. And
Yeah.
he doesn't and he did what he choked her because he didn't I think that's what happened, man. He didn't
Mm-hmm.
she laid that on him, man, and he didn't know what to do. He lost it.
He didn't know what to do. And he did what they say happens before somebody chokes, like you go black.
And then he pulled a classic criminal thing and he tried to blend his crime in with his normal day. And that's where the whole thing with
That
serving comes.
that is so classic, isn't it though?
Yeah, that's a classic case of blending where he just
I'm
tried to.
just gonna blend in. We're gonna
I'm just
blend. Let
gonna.
me just blend. Why is
I'm
Nicole
just
Atkinson at my house
gonna.
ringing the doorbell now? What's happening at the house? Why? This
I'm
is
just
gonna
out
mess
here
up my
fixing a leak.
blending.
I'm fixing a leak. That's all I'm doing out here.
Are you blending?
That's what he tried to say. See,
Yeah.
I'm just out here fixing a. And so he was digging a grave,
Yeah.
and what happened was
Nothing to see here.
he was gonna dig 3, but he was digging that one, and it was hard to dig, and he was running out of time, and those guys kept calling him and texting him and everything, and he just simply ran out of time, and so
I always thought he ran out of time. I never thought that his end game was that he was really going to put those kids in there.
yeah he was gonna dig 2 more graves, and then he Troy or whoever kept calling him and it kept bugging him and shit,
Right.
and so he's got this one grave half dug. No way can I dig 2 more. And he looks up at those tanks, and that's when Genius got the bright idea. There ain't nothing else, because if you've seen out there at Survey, there's not a tree or anything anywhere.
Right.
And so you're either going to have to bury him or they're going to have to go, guess what, in the tanks.
Right.
So that's what he did. He panicked because he ran out of time. He never intended to put him in there. I don't think.
I always found that part hard. Like, I
He was
couldn't.
going to bury them all right there together. Is what he was going to do. He was just going to bury them all right there together, and then, like I said, he ran out of time. Because he had to dilly-dally around at the house. He couldn't just leave because they got GPS on his truck.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he had to wait till the proper time before he could leave. Because I always wondered what he's doing all that whole time on that neighbor's video. There's a long stretch there where, what the hell's he doing?
Yeah, there is though, isn't there? Jesus, that is wild, John.
But he said, I think when he was in Dodge, that he got up on top of her. She had a blanket already on top of her, so all he had to do was get on top of her.
Right. Right.
So that's why there's no claw marks, and she didn't resist or anything. It's because she's under the blanket. He's already got her trapped.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the only thing I can figure is that he very quickly dragged her out all the way, I guess, to the garage behind the Lexus and behind the truck, because the dogs never smelled anything.
Jesus.
I never understood how the dogs never smelled anything.
That is wild, isn't it?
So I don't know if he's changed the story so many times. Who knows?
That's the problem too. A lot of story changing.
But the fact that those dogs didn't smell anything, that makes me think that nothing happened in the house. And there's no other evidence in the house. They never found anything in the house.
Nothing. No, there was nothing.
So if you don't find anything, then nothing happened there. It's kind of the
Right.
conclusion.
Right.
Kind of the conclusion I'm drawing there, except that he did kill Shanann the way he said, and somehow got her off that mattress and then either cleaned that mattress or it didn't leave any kind of odor on there.
Yeah, that part to me was, but
So if you know what I'm saying, like he killed her and he dragged her out of the house, so she's only dead inside the house for like 2 minutes.
yeah, there wasn't a heck of a lot of time for any type of real scent to get dispersed in that room.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I think he probably came back and cleaned that mattress and everything. Probably part of what he's doing.
Definitely.
So, and then
yeah.
before he leaves,
He had to have. He had to have.
So he got all that cleaned up, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was the only when I was like, wow, maybe she, maybe she didn't have, a bowel movement yet or anything really yet until, because then what did he say when they were in the truck? Bella was saying it smelled. I think she might have then had like a bowel movement, like excreted whatever she totally rid herself of anything left.
Well, you do that when you die.
Right. So it had he killed her and got her out of that room really fast, yeah, there is a chance he did, and that's why there's not much in there for anything to be found. He acted really quick after doing that.
Yeah, Gene.
And then he just kind of went into robot mode where you're like just like a machine.
Well, I don't. See, that's what I don't know. I wish I knew what time that happened.
I know.
Because I don't know what time that the neighbor's video comes on. It's like 4 o'clock.
It's about 4, right? Yeah.
And he doesn't leave. I want to say it's like an hour and a half or something.
Right.
I mean, the sun's already coming up by the time he leaves. So he's got a long time. And I always wondered, what the hell is he doing?
I know. I always wonder that too.
So was he talking to her? No, he couldn't have. No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have backed his truck in if she was alive.
Right. No.
And people say he wouldn't have backed him in if the girls were alive or sleeping.
They say that. I know. I think those are questions I don't think those will ever know.
Yeah, you know why? Yeah, that's another thing. People say, "Oh, I wish Chris would just tell the truth." He's got all these life sentences anyway. Why doesn't he just tell the truth? And you know why he doesn't? It's because if he were to just tell the truth
Mm-hmm.
and like call Tammy Lee in and say, look, I'm going to tell you everything that happened. Here's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as you do that, now you know, and now he doesn't get any more attention because you have
Yeah,
no
that's
reason.
true.
Now you have no reason to talk to Chris because you already know everything.
You know everything, right?
And so they figure that out real quick when they're on the inside. That
Yeah.
because he's getting all these letters and everything because people don't know. They're asking you questions and shit all the time. And so if he tells everything, well, then those letters and everything stop, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's curious anymore. So he's never going to tell the truth because that's how he gets attention. By not telling the truth. I know I'm weird. I think like these weirdos think. But that's how he's thinking.
That's how he's thinking, though.
Because Manson was the same way. He never tell the truth, and so he kept getting hundreds of letters all the time.
He did, didn't he?
Yep. If he would have just told the truth, people would have been satisfied and went on to the next case.
Whereas, it kept that, I mean, right up until he died.
Yeah, he always kept everybody in the dark. He'd tell you a little bit here and a little bit there.
Oh, God. His interviews, they make my head spin. Charlie, nobody interviews quite like Manson.
Oh, man, that interview with Geraldo's great.
It's great. It's gold. It is cinema gold.
He calls it New York. I love that. He goes, look here, New York.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
You're funny as hell. Look here, New York. Let me put it to you like this. And he says, Charlie, you like all that street lingo and everything, don't you? He said, man, I'm trying to tell you, I am the street. I'm Wall Street.
And he's not kidding. It's so true.
Yeah, he's a criminal. He's a definition of a.
He is. I mean, just look at him.
Been in jail and everything.
Screams, I'm a criminal. Ladies, back away. You don't want to mess with me. It's not going to end well.
He's funny to me with some of those interviews.
But he's funny. But it's a funny when he interviews. He could turn that on where you like he's interesting. Well, he's interesting. It's an interesting, crazy, charismatic lunatic. They are interesting.
Yeah, he told that lady.
Scary part.
He told that lady from Dateline. He said, "I'll pick this book up and beat you to death with it," and not even.
Oh, I know. He did that because for a minute I was like, "You better run. You've been warned."
Oh man.
Yeah, I will pick that. Was that Diane Sawyer? He did say that. I forgot about that. Was another. He is one. When you watch him, though, it's like I'm drained. I'm drained. Then if I spend time watching Charlie, because you get sucked in. Then I'm looking up Spawn Ranch, and then all the lunatics that were living, and it's like there's just so many different roads on that case. Like it's never. None of them are good, but they're interesting.
Have you ever heard of Bobby Beausoleil with that case?
No.
Oh, okay.
What was he? Somebody there?
Bobby Beausoleil.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby, he triggered the whole thing. Bobby did.
Oh, okay.
He got caught up in another deal. That's where Manson cut the guy's ear off.
Yeah.
That was a deal with Bobby Beausoleil.
Oh.
They ended up killing that guy, and that was the first murder. But wow. Bobby, he was never. He went to trial before that shit. He never got lumped in with the Manson family, but he was part of it. And Leslie was his girl. Leslie Van Houten, that was Bobby's girl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, yeah, no, I didn't know that. All that.
He tries to tell. I forget which one of those interviewers it is. He starts talking about. Oh, it's Tom Snyder. You ever seen that one?
Yes, that one I've seen.
He starts telling him about Bobby or something, trying to tell him what happened, and Snyder cuts him off and says, "No, just stick to the story." And Manson's like, "I'm trying to tell you, but you don't want to listen."
Mm.
Because Bobby got caught up in this drug deal, and he called Manson for help. Is what happened. And Manson come over there and tried to scare the guy out of his money.
Wow.
But Snyder didn't want to hear that. He just wanted to hear about the guy getting his ear cut off.
My God. Well, it's also. I think it's also interesting though. I'll end up looking at his, but I'm gonna look at Heather's though.
Oh man,
Yeah, I have to.
that was one of those. You know how sometimes you just get caught up in these cases.
Yeah, I could see how you would
I
though.
watched that trial every night.
Ugh.
Just on the video, it was already long over. It had already been done, but
Right.
they got it like 8 parts of each trial, 8, 9, 10, 12 parts of each trial, and I watched all of it.
Did this get a lot of coverage? This case, do you think?
Yeah, the whole trial was on television,
All right, good.
on
Okay.
Long Crime, and then they did the movie about it. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, because there's a move. I mean, Dateline. Like it's definitely been looked into. So
They did a
I think it's
Dateline, but
lot.
then there was
Yeah.
a Dateline and whatnot. Then they did a movie though also.
Oh God, I'll be watching it all. I'll be binging. I'll be binging.
God, Sidney Moore, and
Yeah.
he's such a
It's bad.
and see, he had been fooling around with Heather in his truck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So his wife Tammy made him buy a brand new truck.
Oh my God.
Top of the line Ford truck.
Wow.
And they drove after she found out about this affair.
Mm-hmm.
She made him get rid of that truck, and he was boinking her in. Get a new truck. Get that tattoo on his belly I told you about, huge 2-inch letters.
Jesus.
Said Tammy right above his junk. And then they drove with their 3 kids all the way to fucking Disneyland in California from South Carolina. They drove from South Carolina to Los Angeles.
Jesus. That's crazy stuff.
And back with Tammy being the whole time she's pissed off about this affair, giving him shit the whole time.
It had to be so scary for Heather.
Oh yeah, and there's one bit of evidence from Sydney's cousin, and they bring this guy in, and he's in shackles and shit. He's like a meth head, you know? He's a crackhead. He's been.
Oh Jesus!
They run through his record. He's got a horrible record, but he said that he was at a cookout over there at Sydney's house, and Sydney showed him a picture of Heather. I forget how he described it, and the judge wouldn't let him say her name because he couldn't identify for sure that was Heather, because he didn't know Heather, never seen Heather.
Oh,
So
okay.
But what he's saying is that Sydney showed him a picture of her tied up and all beat up and was dead.
Oh God!
But he couldn't. They wouldn't let him. You know, they have a sidebar and they stop the trial and they go over and talk about it. They wouldn't let him say that was Heather, but they just let him say that, did Sydney show you a picture? And did the person look alive in the picture? And he said no.
Oof.
And he's not real credible. But then again, he's got no reason to go up there and lie about it either.
I would look at it like he has no reason to lie. This dude ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, the jury did too. They believed it. Sydney was showing off is what he was doing. and
What
was
a
showing
disgusting
how
animal.
gangster he was.
Yeah, because they thought they got away with it, right?
Yeah, they still do.
And they, and that is, I have to realize 30 years is not what they deserve more. They
And
really, yeah, they were not charged with what they should have been charged for.
yeah,
But without a
prosecutor
body, it's
said,
hard.
yeah, the prosecutor says in that link that I dropped on there that
Yeah.
she tells the jury, I don't have evidence for murder. I just don't have it. She tells them straight out, I don't have it.
Right. Yeah, you don't want them to think you're gonna have some smoking gun. It's like, I have nothing, but
Yeah, you don't want to try for that, and then they get off because then you got double jeopardy. You can't try them again.
right, that's true.
So you want to make sure that. So that's why they didn't charge him with murder because
That's a good way of looking at that.
that's what they were thinking. So then they just wait if they ever get. They want one of them to turn on the other, but they never did.
Which I'm surprised.
I'm surprised Sidney didn't, but he's like Watts, man, only worse.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't say shit to Tammy, nothing. She
That
makes
had to
everything.
be so insane.
She's the same way. She handles the money. She
Really?
makes every decision in the house. He does everything. She
And
doesn't do any housework or anything like
Oh
that.
my God, where did these women come from?
He cooks her meals.
Wow.
Just like you know who.
I know. I can't.
And so
I mean,
what you
I
do?
could see more of it with the woman doing that, but like when it's a man doing it, it's like he was doing everything.
So as soon as he got a little bit of attention from a
Right.
gorgeous 18-year-old, well, naturally, since he's been living with this beast all these years,
Ugh.
he just soaks it up just like Watts did.
That's exactly what it is, though.
Thought, wow, this is great, man. I didn't know you could have a good time and shit. I thought life had to be miserable all the time.
How did he get caught? His wife found a text?
How did she find out about it?
That'll be interesting.
I remember the DA introduced it as the worst kept secret in whatever county that was. Because everybody knew about it except Tammy.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah, I think what it was somebody there to Tilt the Kilt didn't like Heather. And then
Oh God.
they told somebody and somebody told Tammy. I think that's how that went.
Yeah. The worst kept secret.
Once she found out, though, it ended right then. Tammy ended
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, she sent her text and told her, don't even get any ideas. That shit there is done. She said, I got your bitch right here talking about Sydney. She didn't even know who Heather was or anything. She sent her a text and said, look, I got your bitch talking about Sydney. I got him right here, and I'm getting ready to whip his ass. And I'm going to whip yours, too, if I ever find you, or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, she told Heather, I'm going to whip Sydney's ass. And she's not kidding. Sydney got his ass whooped that night. Sydney admitted it.
Oh, my God.
You wait till you see Tammy Moore. She's fucking frightening.
That is like the first thing I want to see is her. Because you're like, you're going to see. I can't wait to see her.
When she walks in, for her trial,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just the way she walks like an old school.
Oh my God! I just wait. I think this is
like
right.
Oh man,
Whoa.
she's awful.
She looks like a has-been country singer.
Oh man, there's a picture of her with some 80s band.
Is there?
She said she was like a groupie. I hung out with bands all the time, and I never had sex with any of them. That girl's a bad girl. Is what
This
she
is
tells
a bad
about.
person. Oh, look at him too.
Oh, Sydney.
Oh, yeah.
He's a jackass. Did you
He's
see a
a
picture of Heather?
jackass.
Look how gorgeous Heather is.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Let me find. Oh my gosh.
There's
Oh,
lots of pictures of Heather, man. She's gorgeous.
she's beautiful. Oh, that makes me so
And,
sad.
and see, Heather was another one of these that used like Facebook all the time.
Yeah.
And she wrote on there something like, whenever the first time she boinked around with Sydney, she wrote on there something like,
Ugh.
Mama did a bad thing or something. But
Oh, she did?
yeah, something like that.
Mm,
Lots of juicy text in that case too.
I can't imagine. An 18-year-old and this perv. He looks like a perv. I would like, if he came anywhere near me, I'd be calling a cop.
But he's another guy that he and Tammy have been married for 20 plus years, and there's no evidence that Sydney ever did anything. He's
Really?
not cheating on his wife. He's not running around. He's not getting in trouble all the time.
Jesus.
But here he gets. He gets wrapped up with this.
And there's a book written on them too. It's called Good versus Evil.
Yeah, there's a movie. It's a
Oh.
fascinating case, man.
I could see where Tammy would be a vicious, scorned woman. Vicious.
Oh, she's scornful, hateful, man. Like you wouldn't believe.
Oh my God.
I can't remember the words she says in those texts, but man, she calls her a whore, a bitch, slut.
I just pulled that up. When you pull it up, one of the things, it looks like she posted. Wait, did she post? Oh, it's a Facebook message. She said a private message saying Sydney cheated on me in past months with a psycho whore
Yeah, that's it.
who has
Psycho
since
whore.
went missing. And now her crazy daddy is threatening to kill my children in Sydney, therefore making Sydney stupid. Oh my God. This girl grabbed his business card out of the office at her workplace and had fantasies about him as far back as March, but talked about it in July, naming him. I don't know of any other word to describe my husband at this point. All you have to do is research this girl's Twitter, although 4 months of it has gone missing in the past couple of weeks, and her Tumblr to see what a twisted person she is. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a twisted person Heather is, huh? See how nutty that bitch is?
Yeah, and then she also said, I could care less seeing that I had a boyfriend of my own for the past couple of years.
Yeah, and they proved that she did, and it's hilarious in court.
Oh my God, this is so good. But when someone is bringing my children into the scenario, it's a whole other story. I will
You know
not
what she did?
tolerate.
This is what she did. This boyfriend that she's talking about
Yeah,
is a young guy, like early 20s, that
right.
she met online. But here's the kicker: she used Sydney's phone to talk to the guy.
Oh,
She
what?
said, "Give me your phone while I talk to my boyfriend."
Oh my God.
She is something else, man. She is a.
Oh yeah, there's so many. ID channel has a whole show about her.
See, she
Oh.
wrote that. She wrote that Facebook calling her a psycho whore and everything,
Yeah,
knowing that she beat the crap out of her.
I know. Calling her a stalker when somebody's going to be stalking my family and kids, that's a whole other story. No, lady, come on. You killed her.
There's hours of text in that when you watch the
Oh,
trial.
it's going to be painful.
There-
Apparently,
there-
Tammy was also spreading rumors about Heather being pregnant. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that's what got her. Is that there's evidence that they got Tammy sitting out in the truck at Walmart, and Sydney going in and buying a pregnancy test. And
Yeah,
they found the
Oh, there's a test that said error.
they found the pregnancy
Yeah.
box. They found the pregnancy box in Heather's apartment, but they never did find the stick.
They never found the stick. And her manager said that Heather told her that this test showed an error.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Oh,
which I'm not sure if that's. I'm pretty sure it came back positive. She was just going to get an ass beat,
she
and then
was.
when they had her pissed, take the test, and then when it
Oh,
came back
God.
positive, that's when they killed her. If Tammy didn't kill her, that's why Tammy is smart enough to. That's why she had her dad do it. I think that way Tammy doesn't know anything about. Tammy can say, "I don't know where Heather is," and Tammy really doesn't know
She doesn't know.
because she
Oh,
gave it to her
this,
dad. Told her dad
this,
to take care of it.
right. She's a real beauty. Before they read her verdict, she was saying how she was a mom of 4 kids, plus she had an extra one right now she was looking out for.
Yeah, she tried to say she was looking after this other kid and all that. She didn't do shit but sit around the house all day long, watch TV. That's it.
And then, and she even said at the end she was an advocate for Heather, wanted to know what happened to Heather. Oh my God.
Just like OJ. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm going to find Nicole's murderer.
Yeah. See, same shit.
Oh my God.
They're all the same.
They are, though. That the criminality mindset is just it goes on and on.
It's criminal behavior, and it's always the same.
Always the same.
That's why I think Watts got mad at Shannon. She told him the truth, and he killed her.
I think that is like the most realistic so far. That's the only realistic thing that I could say could have happened.
Yeah, unless somebody can explain to me why Chris is mad enough to choke her.
Mad enough to choke her is just, to me, it just goes. It's a different. It was from something had to have happened. Something had some type of a conversation had to led him to such fury.
Right.
It's not gonna be him saying to her, "I got to have a girlfriend." He was gonna feel bad if he had to just say that to her.
Yeah, and I believe she sat there and let him go through all that. And
So imagine him saying all that, and then she throws that at him. He'd be like, "I have put my mind through hell these past few weeks, figuring out, because I didn't want to have to hurt you and the girls, and this is what you're doing to me. I'll kill you."
Yeah, because imagine if he comes in there, because that had to blow her mind.
It had to blow her mind. There is no other way around that.
So he got her attention right away, and she's going to sit up and listen for once in her freaking life.
Yeah.
Because she's like, what the hell is he talking about? He's going to come in here. He's got something to tell me. And blah, blah, blah. So she's not.
No.
Yapping,
He was not good to listen for listening.
And the more he talked, the more she shut up.
Yes, that's definite. That's really a good way. The more he talked, the more she was in shock.
Yeah.
She had to be. And is that why she didn't fight then? Fight him?
Well,
like what do you think with that?
I think that happened just like he said, that when she was under the cover.
I think so. I do. I think it was just that quick.
He just got up on her and pinned her with his knees.
Yeah, just that quick. She just
blanket.
found out he had a girlfriend, so she tried to get back at him, and then boom, the conversation's over, and before you know it, he's back just on you, and it's like there's nowhere for you to go.
She said something, and she was underneath those covers, and that made it easy. Because once he got his knees up around her shoulders with that blanket on there, then she's trapped.
That's right. That is a good way of putting it, though. If she was under the covers, though, like yeah.
Chris himself said that. I just somebody played that the other day, and that was the first time I noticed.
That makes so much sense. Why aren't we just listening to really he just said?
Yeah, he
for
said
a lot of it. It's not going to get any. We're not going to get any. That's really what happened. I'm sorry to burst your bubbles. Like those little details. Yeah, that's just really the way it happened with that part. We want. I don't know what more we need from a lot of it. If we just had that basic, it could be just that basic. He told her, so then she just got back at him and said whatever she said that put him in a state of fucking total infuriation.
And he had all those emotions that he'd never experienced before, and he had them all at once.
Never. He never had to. Never had a girlfriend, and Shanann never made him feel that way. So he had no idea even what was coming in to even try to process it.
Right. There you go.
That we solved it. John,
Yeah.
it's over. How many years have these people waited for this?
Yeah, see?
See? We summed it up in a couple hours.
Yeah, I try to tell people this. They tell me I'm crazy. I said, well, you have to explain to me why Chris is mad. You have to explain to me why
so
he's mad.
true.
He's not going to choke his wife to be with his girlfriend. People don't do that.
No.
They just don't do that.
There's no way. But we don't want to, like, I don't know. We don't hear a lot of it.
They don't want to believe that. They have to believe that the only kind of support that NK gave him, and I've been in these situations where you have a new girlfriend like that, and they can really, if she's a good woman, and they actually really care about you, they can really boost your confidence and give you a lot of confidence. And I think Chris had a lot of confidence that he didn't have before. He felt good about himself for the first time.
Yeah, I agree on that.
And so they say, well, she influenced him somehow. Yeah, in that way she did.
And that, right.
She helped boost his self-confidence and his self-image that he had about himself that was brought down and he was always dumb before.
Right.
And stupid and had no game and all that before. But now, with her, all of a sudden, his opinion matters, and wow, you look great, you're in great shape, and you're running, and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he looked like a different person, didn't he? Then, like, after he was done working, I was like, wow, total transformation.
Yeah, Nicole said he lost, I think it was 13 pounds just in June or July, I guess it was, maybe.
Right, just in a few weeks, right?
Yeah, when he really, but that's going to happen because he started running. See,
yeah.
And once you start running all the time, then you're gonna shed the pounds real quick if you're running.
Yeah.
And he was running with that other guy, that Thayer or whatever his name is.
Right, that's right, and he's a skinny guy too.
Yeah, see, he was a runner. He was the one that got Chris, and you see his build. All runners have a slight build.
Right.
So it didn't take Chris long. You go running 3 miles a day. It's only going to take a few weeks, and you'll peel that right off.
And that's exactly what he did. It just came right. He just shed it all really fast, and once he started running, you're right.
See.
He
wasn't eating a bunch of junk food stuff either.
I wish people would just think more clearly on that part. It makes such sense. It really makes such sense. Wow, I was pulling up this friggin' lunatic Tammy Moore to look at. There's so much on her.
Oh, yeah, that.
So much.
Like I said, if you go to watch it, don't even watch Sydney's first trial because it was a mistrial.
Yeah, I won't.
But that female prosecutor is so entertaining.
I know. That's right. That's who I can't wait. I can't wait to hear her talking to the jury then.
And Tammy says something to her like, I don't know. She got Tammy on the stand and she's asking her something.
Yeah.
And Tammy says, well, I don't know about, how many men you slept with and if you did this or that or something. And you can't say that kind of shit when you're
And
the judge got on her about it. Hey, you don't ask the questions here.
Jesus.
She was trying to ask a question.
Unbelievable.
She said, can I ask you a question? And the judge said no. The judge said no. Yeah, she's one of these that's got to control every situation. So when she got on the stand, she thought she was going to run the courtroom.
She definitely did.
And she found out real quick that no, the judge is running this shit.
Thank God.
And when
Thank
he
God
went
they
to
had a judge that did run the courtroom.
and when he went to sentence her, oh man, he laid it on thick.
Oh, that's gonna be like.
He knew exactly what happened, and he told him so. He said,
Jesus.
I think she wore the pants in this family. She called all the shots. She got jealous when her husband, he just laid it on exactly like how it happened. Told her right to her face.
Right to her face.
Yeah, when he was giving her the 30 years,
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
I think you did this, and this. Therefore, you're getting 30 years.
Jesus.
As there was an incident when they bought that new truck,
Mm-hmm.
and I just thought of it because the judge mentions it when he goes to sentence Tammy. He said the difference was, or he said what really convinced him was the car salesman at the Ford where they bought the truck. He testified that Sydney was real friendly and pleasant to be around when they were back in the office talking about the truck and everything,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Tammy walked in, and he said as soon as Tammy walked in his office, Sydney clammed up and never said another word. Tammy
Really?
Tammy bought the truck. And he also said, quite honestly, I couldn't wait to get her out of my office.
Oh my God.
And the judges said that was the testimony that got him the most.
Really?
He saw exactly what was going on here. And so if that girl's missing, it's because of Tammy calling the shots and, telling everybody what to do, in other words, like she always
Right.
Yeah, she thought she was going to get off of it. She
definitely did.
She still says she didn't do it.
I wonder who she was Facebook messaging that to. I hope it'll tell me. Because it's a messenger. Like she had the nerve to send that to people.
Yeah, there's lots of texts like those. That psycho horror one. There's lots of those.
It makes you really want to bitch slap her, knowing in the end this girl was already dead, and you did it. I'm sorry, you did. Like we got you.
Yeah, because it went on. I think the cops dragged him in very early on, like maybe the second or third day. But then I think they were out for a while. But yeah, they were. They were out for several months before they finally got arrested. And that's what Tammy's talking. That's what that text is from, where she's saying that they're trying to kill me because they said somebody came around, were shooting at the house, and she tried to say it was Heather's family that was doing that.
Right.
When probably nobody did it at all, and if they did, it was some other locals.
Jesus.
So there was all this war going on. See, until they got arrested, you had this war going on Facebook and Twitter, and driving by the house, people yelling shit at them and stuff.
Mm.
In other words, there wasn't an arrest right away, like in Watts or something.
Right.
They had to build a case, and they never did. They said the first one was a mistrial.
That's wild. That's wild.
They had the same woman DA, but they had a different assistant in the first trial.
Oh, okay.
The second trial, they got this other guy, and he's a lot better.
Okay.
But they lay that evidence out to where there's just no doubt. You don't have any doubt who did it.
Right.
I mean, you'd have to be a complete imbecile to.
Yeah. Where else can we go with this?
Because they even have the pings on their phone. Tammy and Sydney are sitting at the house, and at about 3:35, Heather calls him
Yeah.
on a little short, like 2-minute conversation or something.
Right.
And then you see they track Sydney and Tammy's phone, leaving the house, coming down the road. There's cameras on that road that see the truck going by. And then they're going to pick up Heather, who's just like a mile and a half down the road.
Mm.
So they got,
sad.
so they track it down there. Heather's phone goes dead. They track the truck back to the house using the pings and everything, and then the cameras again. And then that was, you don't see Heather in the truck. In
Ugh.
fact, it's kind of hard to even tell it was Sydney's truck. They had to bring a headlight expert in,
Jesus.
an expert on truck headlights.
Yeah. Yeah.
They had to bring him in to prove that that was Sydney's truck.
Oh.
They fought like hell to say it wasn't, but it was, because your phone's right there with it. So how can it
Right.
not be your truck?
That's right. It's unbelievable what people do think they can get away with.
So they know that they came down there, got Heather at it was a boat dock's what it was, like where you back in
Yeah.
to launch your boat,
Yeah.
and her car's sitting right there on the boat ramp. And so they track their phones there, and then they track Heather's phone there, but then Heather's phone dies right there.
Mm. God.
So nobody ever saw. Well, nobody saw Heather a long time before that because she was running around all night by herself.
Ugh. I get anxiety thinking about her, like for her.
Do what?
I have anxiety when I think about Heather. Like it makes me anxious for her. What it had to feel like in that truck.
Oh man! And they go into the that woman DA really hammers that point home.
Does she?
She wants that jury to understand what does she feel like. Imagine the terror. You've seen how this woman is. We've shown you, what a nut job she is.
Right. Yeah, she's a nutcase. That's about the only way you could say it. There's no other way around it.
Boy, she got jealous. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then she pulled the same thing. I forgot about that, where Tammy tried to say that night when they're following Heather all around, right?
Mm-hmm.
From like 11 o'clock at night till 3:30 in the morning. They're following her everywhere.
Yeah.
All over that county. Because there's a lot of the area where she lives, there's all these bars. It's the beach area.
Yeah.
And so there's like miles and miles of bars and restaurants and stuff. And so they asked her, what were you guys doing?
Yeah.
If you're not following Heather around, what are you doing? And you know what this Tammy said?
What?
Keep in mind, they're both in their early 40s and they got 3 kids that are teenagers, 15, 16 years old. We're trying to have another baby.
Oh my God.
So we pulled over here and we boinked here.
What a liar.
And when we're sitting over here, we're boinking here. And they ain't doing nothing but stalking Heather.
Yeah. The last thing, her body, she ain't boinking anybody in a truck.
She had the nerve to say that she was doing what Heather and Sydney had been doing.
Oh my God.
Because she wanted to have a baby. You believe this bitch?
No.
She's unbelievable.
That's a scary criminal mind.
You will hate her like no other defendant you've ever seen.
I'm really gonna hate her.
She makes OJ seem likable.
That's a problem.
She is awful. And I couldn't. It was like a train wreck. Once I started watching it, I couldn't stop watching it.
That's what happens with these, though. They do become the wreck we can't pull our eyes from.
Like this woman is. How do you treat people this way?
You treat and like like you're really arguing it. You're caught, but you are gonna, in true narcissistic fashion, are gonna argue it till you can't. Right down to your last. We're asking you for your last statements. I'm closing up shop here, but you're gonna still just then try to say you're Heather's advocate. Whew. Don't need that many tunes.
I was an advocate for Heather.
And you can't charge me. I have 4 kids, plus I got an extra one I'm looking after. Who says that?
And we talked about this blending thing and how that's a common thing in criminology.
Yeah.
Where you try to blend your crime into your normal day.
Yeah.
Well, this woman, Tammy, they had a guy that came on from came to their house, and he was like from 2020 or one of these shows.
Mm-hmm.
And this was right before she was going to trial. I couldn't believe that she did this. But he came in the house and they did a story on her. And she had like poster boards. And she had taken a marker and wrote down where she was every minute
What?
of that whole time. And she pulled it out and she showed that guy and she said, "See?" And he goes, "What's that?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm just trying to account for every minute of my day to show that I just had a normal day." She even admitted what she was doing and didn't even realize that that's part of criminology.
It is, though.
And she had her whole chart out there, boy, from.
Oh my God.
You can't say I had anything to do with it because I was here, and this person said I was, and she had it all mapped out. And she had this whole, when she was at trial, she had this, you know how your lawyer will have this great big book with all the evidence, like a folder with all the evidence and crap in it?
Yeah, yeah.
She had her own version with all her stuff in it.
Wow, that is a madman mind.
And she thought that they were going to let her use that. And the judge said, basically told her, "You're out of your fucking mind. That ain't evidence. That's a bunch of shit you made up. That's not evidence." It's basically what he told her.
Right.
Because that's what it was.
Oh, wow.
All these Facebook printouts where she print out the page and said, "See, I was on Facebook at 6:29 a.m."
Oh, lady.
So they had to bring somebody in to prove that you could change the time to anything you want on a Facebook post.
Yeah. Oh,
so
really?
That's what she did. She changed the time.
Oh my God. It's unbelievable.
And she thought she was going to, like I said, she thought she was the smartest one in the room with all those judges and everybody. She's just one of those types of people that, and she even says it in some of her texts, how stupid people are. Everyone's stupid.
Everyone's dumb. No, are we?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We're all stupid.
We're all stupid. We can't see that you're a lying bitch.
Who did it? You're crazy. What a night, John.
She's a nightmare, man.
That's a nightmare. I can't even. I can't. I'm hooked, though.
And there's all these interviews with Sydney. You know, I told you there was that time between the crime happened and the time they got arrested. He gives these shitty interviews to the local news, kind of like Watts. And he's giving these local interviews to the news, like, "I don't know what's going on. We were trying to find Heather like everybody else," that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of Watts on the porch because he's just as guilty and he's doing the same thing.
Jesus.
He's trying to say, "Don't look at me. I didn't have anything to do with it. We want to get her back just as much as everybody."
Yeah, that's.
He got his hair slicked back in a little part. Oh, I can't see it. He wears that fucking sweater.
All slicked back.
Yeah, you know how they put like that gel on there?
Ugh,
It's all
yeah.
stiff. It's like, man, this ain't 1987.
No.
What are you doing all that gel in your hair for,
Get that gel out.
dumbass?
We'll set you straight.
And those whole weirdo, it's just a weird case, man.
This just brings out very.
Her kids they were going to testify in her trial.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're a witness, you know, you don't get to sit in the courtroom and hear all the testimony before you go up there. You have to be out somewhere. And the judge knew that was televised. And he told them, I don't want any of them looking at like your phone or a laptop or any of that, watching this on TV.
Yeah.
Well, one of the bailiffs, you know, from the courtroom,
Mm-hmm.
goes back there, and Tammy's kids are back there in the waiting room, the witness waiting room back there to testify, and they're watching the frickin' trial on their laptop
Oh my God.
after he told them not to, so they couldn't testify. And Tammy raised a big stink about that. But he was all set to testify that their kids were, and the judge said, no fucking way. I told you, do not watch that trial on television.
Right.
You're lucky I don't lock you all up, is what he told them. You're lucky I just don't lock you all up.
Well, that's like your contempt of the court, right?
Contempt of court, right. Now, her one son, okay, the only thing he testified was about the laptop itself. So the judge let him come up there, and they asked him questions about if he saw the trial or whatnot. He tried to lie and say he didn't. And the judge didn't buy it and said no. But Tammy was super pissed about that.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Because that was her alibi.
Oh, wow.
I was cooking my kids breakfast and all this crap. My kids know what I was doing. Because remember, they didn't pick Heather up till almost 4:00 in the morning.
Oh, yeah, that's
right. Beat the crap out of her for about an hour and a half. Then after that, she tried to pretend I was with my kids. We were watching cartoons and having breakfast and all this shit.
Wow.
But then the judge, and nobody would have believed it anyway.
No. Just this, what she's capable of. It's far bigger than, yeah.
They interviewed one of the jurors, and I remember him saying, you know, we didn't believe a word she said.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's because she lied about everything. It's so obvious.
It is, though.
She even said on the stand that she was Heather's #1 advocate.
Yeah, that's
#1 advocate.
That is so sick. Did they interview Heather's family?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God.
And she's got a sister that looks almost exactly like her.
Oh, God.
And she said that, it looks almost exactly like Heather. She's like a year younger than her.
Yeah.
And they interviewed her, and she said she was at the courthouse the first time Tammy walked in, you know, like downstairs or something.
Yeah.
And she said Tammy about fucking fell over when she saw her.
Oh, wow.
Because she looked just like Heather.
Yeah.
And she said Tammy came around the corner and saw me standing there, and she turned white as a sheet. She thought she saw a ghost or something.
That's wild stuff.
Yeah, her sisters, woo.
Oh, God, it's so sad. I feel so sad for that family.
Her mom and dad sitting there. Her mom's got to get up a couple times and leave the courtroom. The Tammy's up there lying, saying all that shit.
Oh, that's brutal. This will be brutal because I'll be wanting to trying to look at everybody's reactions. But I'm so I'm into it now. There's so much. This is such a devious group. what a couple, and then her fam, they're terrible. They're not good people.
Very,
I mean, shady as shady could be.
and her family, I remember she testified that her family had been there in that county in South Carolina for a long time. Like, I mean, a long time. Like eight or nine generations, a whole bunch.
Really?
So and I think it was on the Dateline show or one of those.
Okay.
They kind of explained that you got the beachfront community, which is basically all your people with all the money, and then everybody else lives back here by the swamp, like Tammy did. I can't remember the name of that town.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember the name of that town in South Carolina, but it's a sort of upscale near the beach area, and then you get kind of the back of the woods, back by the swamp.
Jesus.
Where all your low rent stuff is, and that's where Tammy and Sydney live.
Okay.
Heather and them, of course, lived up closer to the water.
Yeah. Oh. How sad.
But Heather was a wild child too.
Was she?
She had been running around, and of course, they always try to. Sydney and Tammy's lawyers both try to paint her out to be they want to make her a slut and all this kind of stuff. Do anything they can to make her look bad. And she really didn't do anything, but she basically lived out of her car for a while. She liked to party, and her mom didn't like that. Is basically what it was.
Jesus.
That's why she worked in a bar. She liked to party every night till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And her mom wasn't having that while she was living at home, and so and that's what Tammy was referring to about the last 4 months of those texts being deleted.
Oh, okay.
That's because that was Heather talking about all her problems she was having at home with her mom.
Oh.
So she's staying with this friend or that friend, or sleeping in her car and shit like that, because her mom was getting along.
How sad for that girl.
So Tammy was trying to say, which the last 4 months have been deleted.
Jesus.
And it's like, yeah, because her family or somebody went in there and deleted that part, or Heather did before she died.
Wow.
Because it had all that personal shit about her mom and whatnot.
That's awful.
And when she died, she was living with one of the girls from Tilted Kilt. And that girl just happened to be out of town that weekend, unfortunately.
Oh, how sad.
Because had she been there, in fact, Heather even called her on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Because Sydney called her and said, I want to meet you up. I want to meet up with you. They had been broken up or whatever. So she called her friend. Her friend said, don't you fucking do it. Stay away from him like you have been for the last 3 or 4 weeks or whatever. And of course she didn't. She went and met him anyway.
Wow.
So that was another heartbreak for her friend, because her friend told her. That was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
She calls her friend down in Florida or something, and her friend told her, whatever you do, don't go meet him.
Oh, God. It's just such a crisis. Oh, if she would have just listened.
And they've got, you know what? They did get some videotape of remember I told you they changed the cameras out?
Yeah.
They had an old security system, and gee, just by the luck of the draw, they put a new one in on the very next day that Heather was there. But they did catch him on video of cleaning that truck,
Oh.
and it was like Tammy and Sydney and Tammy's sister. Holy shit, there's another winner. Tammy's sister and her boyfriend, they're all out there cleaning a brand new truck.
Wow.
And they caught that on video. So they got a brand new truck, and they spent like 2 hours cleaning this thing, the inside of it.
Yeah.
But here's the kicker: the rags and whatnot that they used to clean this truck with.
Yeah.
They carried them over and they put them on a burn pile and they burned them.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What?
So naturally, they asked Tammy on the stand, "Why are you cleaning the truck? You got a brand new truck. Why you got to clean it for 2 hours? And then why are you burning the rags when you're done?" That's what we always do.
Oh, come on.
Even though their house was a pigsty.
Was it a pigsty?
Oh, fuck, it was messy, yeah.
Oh my
But
God.
yeah, but this truck's going to be spotless, and then we don't even like dirty rags, so we burn them. Now, are you kidding me?
Yeah, come on.
They wiped all the evidence from where Heather had been in the truck, and then they burned the rags. Is what they did.
Gee, that's unbelievable.
So they did get that on camera because that was a couple days later. See, the cops didn't come around. They came around once, and I think Tammy and them they thought they kind of put the cops off the trail.
Yeah.
But then they came back a day or two later, and they were sniffing way harder.
Wow. They probably talked to people she worked with, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, it was probably February before they got arrested, and all that happened at the end of the summer.
Oh my God. So for a few months, yeah, they're thinking by January we're good. We're gonna get away with this.
Yeah, exactly. And then when Sammy or Sydney had his mistrial, then they really thought they were getting away with it.
Oh, they probably partied. Yeah, we're
Oh, yeah,
we're definitely in the clear.
I believe there were texts of "I told you so" and shit like that. And it was
Oh, I
probably
can't wait to see it. Oh God, I can't imagine.
And so that's when that's when they pulled in that Ping guy from Silicon Valley, California.
Okay.
Michael Milson. They flew him all the way out.
Wow.
And you can't argue with what he says because he's the guy that created the shit. He's not some guy that works there.
Right.
He's not underneath somebody else.
No, you can't get any higher.
He's the frickin' guy. And so when he came in and explained those pings and how they recovered data from phones and whatnot,
Yeah.
then there was just no doubt.
Oh wow.
And they couldn't quite get everything. There were some texts that they couldn't get, but most of them they got.
Okay.
And he was able to show them on a screen.
Oof.
Here are texts, and then here are texts that were deleted and recovered. And of course, the nasty ones are the ones that got deleted.
Yeah.
The really nasty ones.
I can imagine.
And so, of course, the DA drives that point home that these were deleted, right? Yes, those were deleted.
Yikes. This is going to be a real rabbit hole for me. Because if
you get into that case, just watch Tammy's trial. That's all you got to watch.
That's all. That's really, that's what it's all about.
And it's a good one anyway because she takes the stand.
I can't. All right.
That big battle axe trying to flash cleavage, trying to wear makeup.
God. I can't even imagine.
I can't think of the name of that band.
So she was trying to hang out with a real band?
Yeah, when she was like 19, there's a picture of her with like not Bon Jovi, but somebody less than that, like I don't know, but it's some metal band. It's like an 80s metal band. And she said, I used to, because the cops bring her in to talk to her. She tells that cop, hey, I used to run around with bands all the time, and I could have slept with all of it, but I didn't because I wasn't that kind of girl.
Oh my! I can't.
But
Wow.
this Heather, she's not like that. There's something wrong with her.
Something really wrong.
Yeah, it's something wrong with Heather.
Mm.
Oh, you hate that? They always do that.
Yes,
Every time.
it infuriates me.
I guess OJ was different. His excuse was, I loved her too much. Remember that?
That's beautiful. What do you even
How great
say
is
to
that?
that?
I guess I loved her too much. Yeah, I guess you did,
You
Juice.
did, Juice. Well said.
That's fucking
Well,
amazing.
do you believe that now? Because let us know. Let us know once you believed yourself of that, and then
I loved her
we'll
too
talk.
much, and I came about half an inch from cutting her head all the way off.
Oh, I know. Talk about it. Talk about a crime scene. That's one that once you see it, you can't undo it.
You know, there's a guy that's got a website, and I don't know if it's still up and running or not. It was years ago, but he made a very compelling case that OJ was framed. And
I remember that.
he used all the state's evidence, and he
Did he?
just
He
looked
did
at,
use all that, right?
huh?
He did use all the state's evidence, and he was like trying to say it, like, look,
Yeah, he used their evidence to prove that he was framed. It was fascinating.
that I love when they use evidence to show things because then it really gets your mind going.
Yeah, because he just kind of looked at it in a different way,
Right.
and you're so locked into looking at it that he's guilty. So that's the way you look at it. And this guy twisted it around. Now there were several assumptions in there that you had to make for it all to work, but
I mean,
yeah, there's a scenario there where you
what
could say he was framed, and it would explain all the evidence.
and yeah, because we're finding it on the handle of his car door, like weird areas where you could say either he was sloppy or B, it was planted.
Well, it's like there's one of those OJ jurors said that if he killed her, then how come there wasn't more blood in his car?
Oh
And
yeah,
you just want to slap her, and you go, how come there's any blood in his car?
right.
You got Ron Goldman, you got her blood, and you got OJ's blood. All three of them in his car.
What
And it
more?
doesn't matter if it's
Yeah,
one drop
right.
or a gallon. There shouldn't be any in there, right?
No, there shouldn't be.
So I was always astounded that a juror would be that stupid
Yeah,
as to dispute the amount of blood. There's
yeah.
only one way Ron Goldman's blood got inside OJ's truck. It's because he tracked it in there.
That's that exactly. They weren't friends. They didn't hang out. There's nothing. There's nothing. You can't go anywhere but that. It shouldn't. There should be none, like you said. Not. We're not arguing the amount. It was there. It shouldn't. None. It should be zero.
But the way this guy put it was, they knew they set OJ up. And then Ron Goldman was their plant that they had in the restaurant to get the timeline for when Nicole was coming home. And then when she was coming home, then Ron Goldman just happened to be there. He got killed. Nicole was the target. They killed Nicole. They get on the phone. They call OJ
Yeah.
because they got a beef with him that I won't go into, but they got a beef with him. They call up OJ. They say, hey, dickhead, Just cut your wife's head off. She's laying over there in the walkway. You better
Oh.
go over there and check on her.
Ooh.
And click and hang up the phone, right?
Yeah.
So OJ puts his coat on and shit, and he goes over there, right?
Yeah.
Well, now he's tracked right through the blood, right?
Yeah. Puts him right there.
Now he's tracked right through the blood. Then he dropped his gloves. Now his gloves got blood on him because he freaked out when he looked down and saw Nicole.
Oh my God.
And now he's dropped his gloves. You see how the evidence adds up to where
Yeah. Easily.
it's all there where he walked through it. There's his footprints, his Bruno Magli shoes. Yeah, that's because he was there, but he was there after the fact.
And
And
who's
they
the-
even went
who's
in.
that?
This guy proved that the blood flow couldn't have been the way it was and all this stuff. He really went into it
Oh, that's interesting.
because of the way the shoe impressions were made, the blood had to, you know how blood dries really quickly.
Yeah.
So if OJ had been there stepping in the blood, there wouldn't have been any footprints
Right.
because it would have been pooled like water. But after it sits there for 20 minutes and it's 85 degrees out in Los Angeles in August,
Yeah. Right.
now it starts to congeal, and now you get those footprints, just like what you saw there.
Right.
Because OJ came
those
afterwards.
footprints. Yes.
And then that's why he got it on his shoes, and now he's tracking in his car.
Oh my God. It makes such sense though.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that
you,
weird?
You can really, you could go either way with that evidence.
Yeah, there was a lot more. I mean, he had every little bit where because what the motive was, I don't know how much you know about that OJ case, but he used to live at this place called Rockingham.
Right. No, I was deep into
And he
this.
lived there with his first wife, who was a black woman, and they had 2 black kids.
Right.
And they had a housekeeper who was a Jewish woman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, and she was old school Jewish, like the Holocaust type Jewish.
Oh, wow.
Then you have, and she worked for OJ for 20 years,
Mm-hmm.
loved OJ's first wife,
Mm-hmm.
loved the kids, was always there at Rockingham.
Mm-hmm.
Then he meets Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
Nicole's German. Her mom, I don't know about her dad, but her mom speaks with a thick German accent.
Yeah, she does.
And so there was this speculation because when Nicole came on the scene and OJ's first wife is out,
Mm-hmm.
that there was this friction. In fact, it's a known fact. There was friction between Nicole and that housekeeper.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I think it's a known fact that, Nicole wanted her gone.
Really?
And OJ fired her. And after all those years of loyal, and the speculation was, look, this woman's Jewish. She's got connection with the Mossad or something.
Wow.
And she framed OJ.
Wow.
That,
talk about a theory.
The motive being framed to begin with.
Yeah. Throw that into it. See, though, that one could take you down many roads.
Yeah, I'm surprised that one didn't catch on. They could talk about that one for.
I know. That's a good one to talk about, though, because.
Well, it did catch on because the guy had his own website. So, I mean, a lot of people were looking at it.
So that was after it was all done with it. This guy came back around.
That was years.
That's right.
Years later. And the guy that did it, I remember he was saying that he was actually like an engineer or something.
Oh,
and so he's used to looking at problems and finding a solution.
Yeah.
And so he used that to look at the OJ case. And he looked and said, well, there's a problem with this evidence. Let's see and that's why he did like the blood test with the footprints and all that stuff.
That's really interesting, though.
You know, OJ bends down maybe to touch Nicole or something. He gets blood on the glove. Now he grabs the gate on the way out. There's blood on the gate.
Wow.
Everywhere you found the blood, yeah, it's because he was there.
And didn't they find one of the gloves behind his house?
Right.
Oh my god.
And that was the one Ron Furman found, that one.
Oh yeah. I mean, talk about a
Racist
road
cop.
that could lead you to dirty places with all the shit with the cops and everything.
So you think you can never get away with, though? You know what I mean, that you just can't get away from. And the OJ thing was he's not guilty anyway. But the socks he was wearing,
Mm-hmm.
he just left them in the middle of his bedroom floor.
That's right, because he had to catch a flight.
And they collected those. Right, the other clothes he got rid of. He gave them to Kim Kardashian's dad or somebody.
Oh yeah, that bag. That's
those
right.
clothes went somewhere, but those socks didn't, because he thought the socks didn't have any blood on them, but they did. They had blood splatter on them.
That's
Very.
that's right. As you say all this now, it comes back.
It had that like spray, blood spatter spray, you know.
Yeah.
Because when she hit the ground, and then there was these little tiny droplets that sprayed onto his socks, and he didn't even know they were on there. He had to look at them with a microscope.
And then you see them.
You have a hard time answering that one.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, OJ,
there's no comeback.
how come you got microscopic blood splatter all over your socks, and it's Nicole's blood?
I've been framed. I have been set up. It wasn't me.
That right there is enough to convict him.
Isn't it though? How did he not? Because the jury.
How do you explain that?
They didn't.
How do you explain that blood on those socks?
I
They
mean,
said the cops planted it, is what his defense said.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh okay.
They didn't prove it.
Right.
They just claimed it.
And
Yeah, they claimed there was 2 cc's of blood missing from one of the vials and all this shit.
you know that's when you knew he was going to be okay. there was so many fuck ups with the collection and processing that like you would want to have been the judge, throwing your hands being in the air like this is not going to go, this is going to end in his favor. You guys, it's every day it seemed. I remember with that trial, it was like every day they were then being shown how it was such a cop fuck up, and it was like, wow, he might be okay, he might be free, and he was, because they couldn't prove to us 100% that he wasn't.
Yeah, see, he's just another one that's the falls under the jealousy category.
Yep. Yeah.
Ron Goldman had been driving around in her Ferrari.
Yeah.
And of course, OJ Bond, of course.
Yeah, his ego could not handle that.
They got egos, and
Big ones.
You're not going to let this 25, 28-year-old waiter drive around in that Ferrari I bought you.
No, this white waiter too, right?
Yeah, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
So I guess that's white. Yeah.
You're not. Yeah. Yes. You're not. OJ's mine. That's still his woman.
Yeah, that's my woman. Oh, have you ever seen? There's a video of those two that's taken very late, like they got back together right at the end.
Mm-hmm.
and they're at a bar, and just the way he acts, man,
It's bad.
I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I'm trying to remember.
They're doing shots of tequila, and I can't remember what he says to her. Something like he owns her or something.
He owns her. Yes, that's. Oh yeah. Oh, I could cringe now. That was a cringy video.
And she kind of has this look on her face, like, he still doesn't get it, right?
That's what it was.
And he said something like that to her, or he said something like, "You see that? That's my woman over there," or something. He told the guy that was.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, no shit, man. You've been married, you got 2 kids, so what?
Yeah.
But
Like, why are you even going there?
He's really obsessed.
He was up. It was an obsessed then stalkery at the end. I mean, he had already had another girlfriend. It was going to be okay if he could move on, but she couldn't.
Yeah, he'd been cheating on her for I don't know how many times anyway.
Mm-hmm. He was not going to make that okay for her. Let alone, in his mind, he felt that her and her family dissed him, and they all went for dinner after that recital, and they didn't invite him. Like, it was just
Yeah,
ridiculous.
That's his ego right there.
It totally killed. I mean, it was like she should have just publicly bitch slapped him. You know, the way he was looking at it was like, how dare she do that?
Yeah, it's funny, it's like it's never just one thing.
Mm-mm.
And so it's like she's got a boyfriend, he's driving around in a car,
Mm-hmm.
and now I always take you guys to dinner, and I always pick up the tab,
Mm-hmm.
and now you tell me you don't need me to go to dinner and pick up the tab. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
And
that
pretty soon
is
it's just one thing, and it's
Mm-hmm.
one thing, and then another, and then another.
Yeah. See, that was all just piling up in his head. Right up until that day and the last hours of her life was just like, wow. He was pissed off that you didn't invite him to dinner with her family and you weren't together anymore.
I wonder whatever happened to that Kato Kalin guy.
Oh my God. Because he was on a couple reality shows. He was, he was something else.
He got caught up in he did his best not to blame OJ. He didn't. I think he was scared shitless.
He looked scared shitless on that stand.
He sure did. He didn't know if I want to tell the truth here, but at the same time, I don't want to say OJ did it. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm still living in his guest house.
Yeah, because I know damn well he tried to cut Nicole's head off. He'll cut mine off too.
Yeah, you people don't. You didn't. You might have seen pictures of the crime scene. I saw what it all looked like.
And plus, he had caught her. He had caught her with another dude once before that.
Mm-hmm.
He's peeping through the window or something.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
He went and kicked the door in. He kicked the door in that night.
Because that's the bad 911 call.
Right. Uh-huh.
And her saying he's going to kill me. Oh God. Do we really have that on a recording? Yeah, you do.
He's O.J. Simpson. I think you know his record.
Oh, I mean, it could be the opening line of the movie. That should be the opening line. Just listen to this, people. We're gonna just no. These aren't actors. This happened. Listen, quiet.
Just imagine if those kids had come downstairs.
Oh God. Oh God. That was the only thing in my mind was like, he's that insane that he didn't care if those kids woke up. If you really love your kids, put them through.
You know what I mean? They laid out there for quite a while.
Yeah.
I think it was the dog that finally led
It
the neighbor
was.
over there.
It was. And the neighbor that found the dog, because the neighbor said, like, all I could hear was crying.
Yeah, and the dog had blood on it or
And
whatever, and he
it was
followed
the
it back.
dog. And he's like, I knew it was Nicole's dog because her dogs were loyal to her, but this dog came up to me like a look of help. That because that stuck in my mind was that what the dog, the guy that found the dog, was saying that it was
Yeah,
just
see, the
the
kids
dog.
didn't hear that.
Yeah, it was that the neighbor who found, because it was the dog kind of just roaming on the sidewalk up, and he's like, I heard something crying, and when I went out, out of my sidewalk more is when, and I forget the dog's name. He said she came right to me. He said, and I knew that's not normal for this dog because the dog was very obedient to protecting Nicole. Said and the way she was crying, this dog, he's like, I just knew something's not right. And like, the dog
That
won't
was like
he must have let
45
him right
minutes
there.
later.
It's like the poor dog, ugh.
Yeah, that's.
That was a really sad one. Was him saying how he heard.
And
Like,
there was also a lady. There was a lady that OJ almost ran into her with his car,
yes.
and that prosecutor, Marsha Clark,
Mm-hmm.
she decided not to present that evidence because that lady sold her story to the Inquirer for like $100,000.
Right. That's right.
And so what?
What is? Yeah.
The Inquirer bought it because it was true.
It was like, yeah. It was. I mean,
This lady was coming down the street, and here comes OJ
right.
halfway between his house and
Yeah,
Nicole.
that was just it. It was the exact time wherever that lady was, he should
Yeah.
have been there if he really that does, yeah, that puts him there. That's when he should have been there.
Yeah, and he was driving like a bat out of hell. He
Yeah.
almost hit her. He ran all over the curb and shit because he just killed two people. So he's like Watts. He doesn't know what he's doing.
No, he didn't.
And he didn't even see her.
Mm-mm.
Almost ran her over. And she said he hit the curb, went up over the curb and whatnot. And they didn't allow that testimony.
That's such bogus that they didn't allow that.
That was dumb.
That they were doing a lot of dumb moves.
Yeah, that judge was a piece of shit.
That was a case, like, where the judge was not running the courtroom. It really, it was a circus act. It was. And
It was like a TV show.
Yeah. They made it into a TV series. You really didn't need it. We watched that in real time along with y'all people. That's the reality of it was enough, let alone that they then made actual shows from it. But we don't need a show. That's really what happened. We were right there going through this every day.
Yeah, and you know what? That's what I noticed about the Watts case too, because it's unique in that you have all the contact with Chris is on body cam.
Yeah.
So when Nicole Atkinson's there and they're just worried about, they're doing a check the welfare, here comes Chris in his truck and you've got it on body cam.
Yeah.
He goes next door to watch the Nate's camera and you got it on body cam.
Right.
Yeah, there's other cases you don't have that. They're searching the house and it's all on body cam. They got his whole interrogations on camera that you can watch. And that, I think, is another thing that generates a lot of interest in this case, is that you don't have to read it all necessarily.
No, you don't. And that's why Netflix did what they did. You guys want a recap of what happened with this? Watch that, because they lay all the text out and then they lay his entire day out, and then they're showing you side by side though of what he's texting, but then in real time what was really happening. Like at the time that he was taking pictures of sunflowers, he had also, just from the way they were GPS looking at, he had just like dug, put his wife in in a hole. Like it's a bizarre way that you can really in real time not only see what he's doing, but really then what he's making it look like he's doing. And then even then with texting Nicole Kessinger that next day as the camera crews are there, what we're seeing on TV, but then we're seeing the actual time, like 5 minutes after his interviews with the TV stations, he's texting NK. Like, it's just bizarre. We had so much information, too much,
Right.
too much, but that we were able to look at this from so many different views.
And that's why I always say people say, "Oh, I wish there was a trial." Well, if Chris would have lawyered up like he should have at the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
then you would know even less about this trial,
Yeah.
this case.
Yeah. Oh,
He
he didn't.
Because he would have lawyered up and he wouldn't have said shit. And the only thing we'd know is what his lawyer was telling us, which would have been a bunch of BS.
Right. And is pretty much the way shit normally happens.
So you at least got Chris's.
He was talking.
And somebody showed that lie detector part of it the other night. I was watching it.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't believe that he tried to say he was at a Rockies game.
I know.
You know, when he was running around, he tried to lie on that lie detector. And I didn't remember that.
I forgot about that part. Yeah, because they said, like, how insane of him to have not realized, like, you're going to fail this part, but you're still going to say it, huh? Okay.
Yeah, because that's so easy to check out.
Like, did he really think if he answered it in the slow, weird speech he was using that it was going to make the polygraph? Did he think he was going to be able to trick the polygraph?
I don't know, because all you got to say is, Chris, who'd you go to the Rockies game with? And he says, blah, blah, blah. And you go ask them. They go, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Right, because he was saying that night, he was saying to Coulter that he was with his friend, right?
Yeah, he said he went to the Rockies game with his friend, and he's out boinking the NK in the parking lot somewhere. He didn't go to the Rockies game.
No.
Yeah, that was his excuse. Remember, that's what he told Shannon. That's where he was at.
Yep.
And that's what he tried to tell. I couldn't believe that he tried to tell the cops that.
I know. At what point do you realize, shit, I have
Yeah,
to.
that's when something like that.
This is gonna. They're gonna be able to prove that really fast. I'm screwed.
That's something that you just go ahead and you fess up about.
Right.
You don't try to lie because it's too easy for them to find out. All they got to do is ask the person you supposedly went with, and they're not going to know. They're not, unless they're going to lie for you. They're not going to. Not for Chris.
Not for Chris. No.
I just couldn't believe he lied about that.
I know that one just really. When I think about that now, how dumb or cocky were you to really think you were not?
No, he's what he is. He's naive.
He is naive. You're right.
He's very,
he wasn't. He didn't have that criminality mind. You're right.
Yeah, they were using all the tricks on him, and he was falling for all of them. He did. He fell for every trick they threw at him. Tammy came in there. I call it her mom's sweater. It's the middle of it's the middle of August in Colorado. She's got a long sleeve sweater on.
Yes.
To make her look like a mom, and it covers up her firearm and her badge that's on her belt right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then she all hunched over, and she pulls her hair behind her ear and pats Chris on the shoulder. How are you? We're going to do everything we can to help you find your kids. And he fell for that shit.
How naive. That's the best word to use.
Huh?
That is the best way to say it. He was so naive.
Yeah, he fell for that, man. He had no idea that what she was doing was putting him at ease to get him to reveal stuff that he shouldn't be saying if he's a criminal.
He did make it at that point. Then he really made things very easy for them.
Yeah, he
because that's right
I
after
can't think
that.
of any.
They tag teamed him, and wow.
Yeah, they played good cop, bad cop on him.
Oh, but his head had to be spinning.
They kept him in there for hours and hours.
I mean, he ate pizza a couple different times.
After they told him he could leave, but yet he stayed anyway because he's a dummy.
What a dummy. What do you, this is, you do you think you're at a pizza party?
If the cops tell you can leave, then you go ahead and leave.
Be running out there, especially when we look back now and think about what he then, a couple hours later, then, you're putting your kids and wife's initials on where you left them in an oil field and in batteries, you lunatic.
Yeah, because he wasn't under arrest when he came in there. Remember, he came down there
Right.
on his own.
Yeah. I mean, that was
And then
Ronnie just got to town.
he talked himself right into it.
Ronnie had to be blown away by those. I mean, because within hours, everything was like done. And you're by the way, your whole your family, the kids are dead, and well, Chris, your son did it. He said he did it.
I'm assuming the cops didn't tell Ronnie shit.
They didn't. That is
They
one
let-
thing that Cindy told Tam was that Chris didn't. The cops kept saying to Ronnie, "There's no way he didn't talk to you today when he picked you up at the airport," and he said, but he didn't. What I'm telling you is what he said. So whether it's true or not, he didn't. It to me. It just he probably wanted to, and maybe had he had a little more time, but no, he didn't.
No, I mean when Ronnie's when they had Ronnie downstairs or something and he's waiting.
Yeah.
Well, that whole time while he's waiting, I don't think the cops told him anything.
Oh,
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
no, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Like
Right.
we think maybe Chris did this or maybe we think
No.
Chris did that. I don't think they told him shit. So
They didn't tell him shit. It wasn't
when
until
he walked in there,
yeah,
when he walked in there to talk to Chris, he had no idea what the hell was going on.
he didn't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was fact or not, but it sounds like it is.
It is. Because then, man, his fucking face after it was a whole other look of like, what? What's happening?
What'd you say? Something like, "Oh dear God, son," or "Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, son," or
Yeah.
something to that effect.
It was like, yeah, and because that's when Dad starts rubbing his back. He got a lot of back rubs that night.
Yeah, I just thought the way Tammy worked it, man, that was pro level stuff there, boy.
She's like, when I rubbed his back, I did it because I knew I could feel his skin crawl.
Yeah, she did talk about that in an interview later, didn't she?
Yeah, I knew it made his skin crawl.
Yeah,
It did.
That's why they had her and not some guy.
That's totally why, man. You really made him feel at ease. Job well done.
Yeah, and I get irritated. You'll see people in the chat say that these cops didn't know what they were doing. They should have investigated this. They should have done this. And I always tell them, I said, hey, you got a triple murder, and you found the bodies, and you got a full confession in 72 hours. That's pretty damn good law enforcement work.
What more? Yeah. Really.
Yeah. What more do you want?
What more? What are we mad about? What part of that are we mad about? We're infuriated for what it is, but what do you mean we didn't do our job? What else did we should we have went back in time and prevented it? Because what else?
It happened on Monday morning. By Thursday, Chris is confessed, and they're extracting the girls out of the tanks.
Right.
So I mean, I don't. What more do people want?
I mean,
Well,
what
they
if
should have done this. They should have done. Oh, what?
that is so? That's a small mind that would even say that. Give them
And first,
at least give them credit for that. They were like stormtroopers trying to find those kids even before he confessed, and going through the community and handing out like it was nonstop.
and here's the other thing that people get confused on. They think that the discovery, all that discovery is the state's case against Watts.
That is all it is.
Okay, okay. They act like that's a record of all law enforcement activities regarding this case,
No,
and that's not what that is.
no.
So you're not going to see a bunch of interviews with Jim Jukowski and a bunch of stuff
No.
from Nicole's phone, because that evidence that they got from talking to these people doesn't have anything to do with it, and
Yeah.
so it's not in discovery. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good
It's not
way.
in discovery because it doesn't have anything to do with the case.
Yeah, if it's not in discovery, it's in no way relevant to us letting you guys realize
That-
what we have here is all we need to put him away.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they didn't thoroughly investigate Nicole Kessinger.
Yeah, we're not going to see.
It doesn't mean that because there's nothing in discovery about it.
They're like, well, why didn't they talk to Charlotte? They did talk to her friend. Well, but we don't see it. Well, no, we don't, because obviously
because-
whatever they asked her had nothing at all to do.
Yeah, right.
with
Where's all the
the outcome?
Where's all the stuff from Jamie Watts?
Right.
No, Jamie Watts doesn't know shit about what happened, so there's nothing in there from her.
There is nothing in there.
That's where people get confused. Is that there's a record of all police activities, and all that stuff is in the files at the police department. You're not going to ever see those.
Right.
The discovery is just the evidence against Watts. It's not exculpatory evidence for other people.
That's right.
And you cannot get that. They either don't want to believe it, or if it's a creator, they're lying to people and don't want them to know that simple fact. That's just not, this discovery. This discovery is not a complete record of police activities.
No, it isn't.
There's lots of other interviews and lots of other stuff that we looked at that we found out didn't have any relation to this.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't they talk to her coworkers? Well, they did.
They did.
They did.
Why didn't they look at NK's phone? They did.
They did.
Why didn't they ask her where she was? Well, they did.
They did.
Are you fucking kidding me? They asked everybody. You had the FBI, CBI, Weld County, and Frederick, right?
Yeah,
They're
you have a
asking
lot of people working on this. A lot.
They should have done more. What the fuck? What do you want them to do?
They were as on time as they possibly could have been,
Or
other than being at the house when it happened.
Or like when they're there, when they first get there and Watts lets them in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how come they're letting people all through the house everywhere? They're trapping all over evidence and everything. It's a check to welfare. It's a missing persons case.
Right.
It's not a murder case. Why would you tape it off and everything like it's a crime scene? You idiots.
They're idiots they sound so ignorant.
It's a check to welfare case, and they're wondering why it's not cordoned off like a murder scene.
That should have been cordoned off. That from the minute Nicole Ackerman.
Yeah, have you ever heard people say that?
Yeah, I do.
Walking all through there. Nicole's walking through there. Kids walking all through there. What kind of cops are stupid?
Yeah, it's like, no, they're not.
No, it's a missing persons case. They're looking to see if she's collapsed in the house somewhere. They don't know.
They don't know.
She could have fainted, anywhere in there. She might have been moving the couch and fell. So you got to look everywhere. Oh no, they're
Mm-hmm.
supposed to have this yellow tape up there and have the street blocked off, and have all this shit. The cops do check the welfare all day. That's mainly what they do.
That's what I mean. You can't not that's standard.
Yeah. You try to call your grandma or something. You haven't got a hold of her in a couple of days, and so you call the cops to go over there and check on her.
And check on her.
That's all that was going on there. They do it all the time. Yeah, it just drives me.
That
nuts.
part does make me crazy, because it doesn't matter how many people present that to this group.
Or
They
Chris
don't wanna hear
confessed.
it.
Or Chris confessed, and they shut down the case. Get the fuck out of here.
Well,
Chris confessed, case closed, man.
yeah, they didn't need to he shut it down. He said, I did it. Well, okay.
Oh, he's protecting Anna Darko and Nicole and
That whole thing, I'm
Nicole's
like,
baby,
do we
because they got a
really, how
baby.
can we even think that there could be something that much more massive, though? We're really putting such importance on everybody, really, like Shanann's, like everybody, like really, they're not that important, these people that were murdered. It happens every day, unfortunately.
Yeah, I
So,
said that once, and I really got attacked for that.
but you know, in reality, that's sad reality. But we're in a sick world. It
I
happens.
called it an everyday run of the mill murder, and I got blasted.
Well,
That's what it is, though.
There's no way around it.
What makes it horrifying is the disposal. Had he just been laying in the house,
Right.
it wouldn't have been a big deal. But he shoved him into tanks, and that's what horrified everybody.
People can't get beyond like the size of the tanks, the size of the hatch. Like people are stuck there.
I could have swore. I'll ask you, maybe you heard this, but I could have swore that I either read or Chris described at one point, because they asked him that, wasn't it kind of hard to get the girls in there?
Mm-hmm.
And he said no. And I can't remember if I read this or if I heard him say it. But I thought he said that he grabbed them by the hands, like you were dangling them.
Mm-hmm. That's how he did it. Their arms were like up.
But when he's wiggling them down through the hole, but then he said he stomped on their head to stomp them through.
Right.
Have you ever heard that?
Yeah.
Did Chris say that, or is that somebody else said that?
Somebody said that, because there was not. Now, this is part of Bella's autopsy, is that the diagram that is in there that shows her injuries, they just like show it as like a negative skull fracture, but there was a more precise diagram that did have her having some notable areas on her skull that it would make sense, and that's why I think people were saying that more so than maybe he just had his hand and were pushing her in. But that's when you're saying that now, that was the part that got me, was like they redacted that diagram, and this is a simplified version of what I was so mad I didn't save it, but it's redacted. That part is redacted, but Bella's diagram is different. Yeah.
You don't recall Chris saying that about stomping on him?
I don't. I remember it being brought up. I do remember it being brought up.
Yeah, I'd like to know where I heard that.
I can't remember where I heard it,
because that was really horrified, man. And I couldn't. I'm pretty sure Chris said that, but I'm not, because I don't listen to a bunch of creators and stuff. So if I heard it somewhere, it came from.
If we heard it, it would have to be in the visit, when they did their follow-up visit, right?
Yeah, and I don't think he said it then. Maybe he did. See, I think he told a little more of the truth there. I can't believe he killed the girls in the house. Those dogs. The fact that they found nothing in the house makes me just think nothing happened there.
I put my faith in that. If something had happened there with the girls,
Well, she did. She definitely, the wife definitely died there. We're in the garage.
Yeah. Because it's too far fetched to me to think that he had CC in a refrigerator in their basement.
Well, let me ask you this: have you ever heard anywhere of a wife telling her husband that he can't park his truck in the driveway because it's going to drip oil on it?
Never.
Have you ever even heard of that?
No, that was an area that made me. It was maddening to me. Where would you like the car to possibly drip out anything? Where? If not outside on pavement, where?
Well, who even thinks of that?
Like, that was nuts. And yet everybody knew, like, she didn't like his truck there, whether it was because of oil dripping or the possibility of him waking up the kids. Like, people were backing up, like, a lot of the shit that he was saying were like, wow, she is a weirdo.
I don't. And that truck is not going to wake those kids up in those back bedrooms.
It's so weird. The house is huge, and those kids, she had them with their rain boxes on in their rooms, doors. They couldn't have heard that if they wanted to.
Yeah, they're all the way in the back of the house where those bedrooms are.
And she had the loudest rain sound machines for both of those kids. They were such like child goes in the room, turns on rain machine, put the child in the bed or crib, turn around and leave. Like, they were programmed. Those kids were just programs. They were totally programmed to that. So they weren't. Once they fell asleep, they were asleep.
Yes,
him parking there. That was nuts.
Yeah, I don't. And see that, and that's another case where he doesn't just tell her to hug a nut.
He did. I know.
I'm parking my truck in the driveway. If you don't like it, tough shit. He can't even do that.
He couldn't do that. And did she have her parents not park in the driveway when they lived there with them? Did you tell Sandy to park on the street? Because you don't.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Did she
I
do
would
that?
love to know that.
I know I've never seen any pictures with any cars in that drive. I know that.
There's never pictures.
I take that back. There is when they're doing the check the welfare, Nicole parked in the driveway.
Right, that's right. Because when he even comes home that day, you would think he would pretty much drive over a curb and park up to the front of that driveway and run in his house. Like, none of that happened.
Yeah, and even Nicole drops her off in the street. She doesn't even pull up. She could pull right up there by the door.
So weird. Such weird stuff, though.
Makes and Shannon's got all that shit she's carrying. She's
Right.
pregnant. She's pregnant. Supposedly she doesn't feel good. So Nicole lets her off in the street instead of pulling all the way right up there by the door.
Right. No.
Because the car might drip something, or I
God.
guess.
The car might drip or wake up a kid. Really?
Yeah, I don't.
We don't see her being a little controlling, people.
That seems.
That's crazy stuff. If you're controlling right down to that, you have issues. But she was a control freak.
I think she was.
That was part of why they went back as fast as they did to North Carolina. Like, it just at the end was unbearable to have Shanann and her mother under the same roof.
Well, let me ask you this: why? I'm not even sure what the official reason why she went out to North Carolina there at the end anyway. I always suspected it was like a trial separation. But that was never, Chris never said that. And
Chris never said that, yet Shanann, the lady that worked with Shanann's mother, that gave an interview to the cops, said, we knew, she was in here. They came and got their hair cut. We knew Shanann was here because Sandy had said that they were doing a trial separation.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so that was odd.
So see, they had already made a decision, and that's never talked about.
It's and because Shanann was not telling those coworker friends, and we don't. You're not going to see it on her social media because everything is still perfect.
Oh, that's right.
We have to keep
But
it
nobody
perfect.
ever talks about that. There was a decision made between Chris and Shanann to separate, to
Yeah,
have a trial separation.
yeah. You know, it just made it bizarre that that's Sandy's coworker that they interview, and that no, they weren't. They knew that they were having trouble because Sandy let them
That's a
know.
good
Shanann's,
source to me.
yeah, that's yeah.
Because Shanann thinks she's safe telling that person doesn't have an axe to grind or anything.
Nothing at all. You know,
So,
Sandy made the mistake of saying it to this coworker, but she did because she had to say Chris is gonna. I'm cutting Chris's hair in the girls today.
okay, so I wonder what happened. Man, somebody go through all those texts. I hate to go through them again. I wonder when she first goes out there,
Mm-hmm.
Was there a plan always from the beginning that he's going to come out for 2 weeks, or did this come up later?
There was always a plan. The end of the summer, he would come out only because she refused to fly alone with him. She couldn't do it. It was too hard.
I wonder if she was just saying that kind of for show, so it didn't look like it was.
You had to wonder, her father.
She didn't want, because she's all about appearances and didn't want it to look like.
Yeah.
No, I'm just out here, and then he'll be out here when he can't get off work.
Right. Because that's that's basically what it was.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna, that's how we're gonna do it, and then that's pretty much was gonna be her plan though, because then she thought a little bit of time away was gonna cure everything up.
Yeah, he's gonna be and then she called him a bachelor. He's gonna be a bachelor.
Yeah, he's eating steaks and shrimp every night. Well,
boy, he sure was.
Well, yeah, he's not really home eating, but you go with that. Because you could never think any otherwise anyway, because that's not Chris. He's not some guy that's out partying.
See, that had to be that had to really stick in her.
Oh, wow.
Too. When she found out that he I wonder if she ever did find. I wonder if he did tell her.
That was the last. Me and Molson's last conversation about this the other night was just like, do you think he told her? And Molson is so funny. He goes, I hope he told her. He's a beauty. I could just say it differently. He goes, I just would think at the last time that they were arguing, I think I would hope he told her and just came clean. I go, yeah, all right, that sounds a little bit better.
He has to for her to say what she said.
That to me would make more sense though, because the only Molson just thought that he said I have a girlfriend, and then he just kind of couldn't live with it then. Or I said, well, he did say that she said to him, you'll never see the kids again. Because that to me was what set him. Yours makes more sense, but in my mind, I had what set him off was her saying that to him, because he does say that.
See, I don't buy that, because unless you're just totally ignorant.
Right. And because that's what, he says that. And then, Ronnie said it oh, she wasn't going to make it easy for him, or make what easy?
Yeah, I don't mean you're ignorant, but I mean, unless Watts is ignorant, there's no way.
Or naive.
Yeah. Well, there's no way that she can keep him from seeing the kids. You're going to get some kind of visitation.
Right.
In the divorce. So it doesn't matter if she says you're never going to see the kids again. Oh, bullshit, because I'm going to go file for visitation and I will see him every 2 weeks. No judge is going to keep you from seeing your kids unless they prove you're a nut job.
Right.
So I never bought that argument that she told him that he's not going to see the kids again, because you'd have to be a complete idiot to not just laugh that off and say, whatever. I got plenty of friends that are divorced. They all see their kids. That they all have joint custody or
I know.
visitation or something, because that's how divorces are settled. So I just never thought that that's what made him go off, because you'd have to be even though he is a dumbass, you'd have to be a real dumbass not to know that the woman cannot keep you from seeing your kids. She can't do it. There's nothing she can do.
No.
Nothing. Unless you're unfit, there's not a damn thing she can do.
Right. But
Because I actually had to do that myself. We weren't married, and she thought that she was gonna just go off and then not let me see my kid.
right, they can't do that.
And so I had to go. Well, she can do it, but then I had to go file
yeah,
papers to set up visitation. And once I got that set up, now if she keeps my kid away from me, she's in contempt of court.
that's right.
And so that's all. And so this idea that you're going to threaten him with, I'm going to take the kids. Nah, that's bullshit. Unless he's just that stupid. But that's not what set him off. What set him off was that, well, we already talked about it. He felt a whole slew of emotions that he'd never felt before.
Yeah, definitely. That is really the only way the one way I could just justify, not justify.
Well, think about it. Most of us, you got a girlfriend or something. Sometime in high school, you get your heart broke.
Right. Normally you do.
Maybe your best friend fools around with your girlfriend, so you get betrayed.
Right.
And Chris, he never had any of that.
Never. None of it.
Apparently he didn't. Not that I've ever heard of.
Yeah, no. I mean, because he was honest about it. Even when they visit him, he's like, in February, he said to them, because they're like, didn't you ever have any girlfriends or anything before? He's like, I didn't. No, I had a friend that I hung out with that was a girl. I thought we were going to become something until I found out she liked my friend. It was just hanging out with me. I'm like, you dodo.
Yeah, see, so he's.
But you were not. Your mind was childlike in the dating field because you never did it.
He had no idea what betrayal felt like.
Oh my God, no, no.
That poor bastard. He just didn't. Wow.
That had to be rough.
And he reacted the way he reacted. That's what happened. I don't know about you, but that's the only thing that makes any sense.
It really does to me, though. That's just the one road, I think. And I think we've all been there. We know how sucky that is to have that feeling of hurt and betrayal. And you think it's, your life's over when you're young going through, right? And then you go through it 5 or 6 times and you're like, you're gonna be all right. It's gonna suck, but it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, you get that feeling, and you've had it before.
Yeah, it sucks. Don't get me wrong, but you do also realize that you're gonna be all right.
But you're not 32 years old when you first have those feelings. Right.
That's where I think we didn't look, people didn't look at that angle of it, but that was his reality. He wasn't like most people. He didn't do all the things he should have done when he was a teenager, really, and in college is when he should have been out having fun or whatever. He never did any of that. His fun was going to sporting events with his father.
Which a lot of guys are that way, and you'll see them and they'll get with a wife, but they're not.
This was like he became a Stepford husband.
I never seen a relationship like theirs.
No.
He cleaned the house and everything.
I mean, if you see a woman that's being abused, she kind of looks it like she looks rough or worn, whereas no one was ever going to even for a minute say, Chris doesn't seem right. I think something might be going on there at the house. He seems beaten. No, he was every day the same. And not that he was ever indicating it being sucky. He wasn't complaining to anybody.
Yeah, that's the other thing I don't get.
Jesus, how do you not to somebody?
He even said that where when he was at Dodge that he goes like, "Oh, I just feel stuff different than other people. I don't show my emotions, and people think I don't have them or something like that." He said,
Right, he did. He says that, and I mean,
"He's a freak, man.
he's just a freak.
Something wrong with that dude."
There is
And I want to
definitely.
know. And it happened before he met her.
Oh, hell yeah.
And that's why he's didn't have girlfriends and stuff because there's something off with that guy.
There's something way off.
But at the same
Very
time,
he did
they
have an
couldn't find anything.
he had an overpowering mother and sister. I understand that, but I just think it goes beyond that.
Is Cindy that way?
Jamie?
I haven't watched. Well, I haven't watched
He
the little
says
bit
that,
of.
yeah, he says that Jamie was like acted like she was his mother because his mother worked a lot, and when she was home, she didn't do anything with him. She spent her time with Jamie, and so Jamie mothered him a lot, and his grandmother mothered him a lot, but it was not normal nurturing. Like his grandmother would mother him, and he thought like her quizzing him on the states or the presidents was like what mothers do. I'm like, no, there's more that you're like for you to feel you're good enough to be loved and what you deserve in life. Your mother does a little bit more for you than just testing you on the presidents and the states, because that was his example of how they ask like what do you mean like with your grandmother, and now yeah, well she would be in the car waiting for my sister and she'd quiz me and just do like normal mom things. Oh well, okay, if that's what you view that as, but there wasn't real talking about feelings or giving hugs and kisses. No one was really doing that, and he like he said Jamie was more acted more like a motherly role towards me, but he
How
doesn't
much how much older is she?
She is 7 years older.
Oh, is she that much older?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting dynamic.
That's very interesting.
And
For some reason, I was thinking they were just a year or two apart.
No, 7.
Well, that makes a big difference.
It definitely does.
Because for her, she's been the only child all this time, and now a new baby comes along.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always that little bit of,
yeah,
you're paying all this attention to the baby. What about me all of a sudden?
Whereas it like that wasn't the case though. Like Cindy never veered her attention from Jamie, and that was a problem. She didn't do that for Chris. And it comes right down to him saying it. And then Jamie, said that she always looked at him as like, her kid and felt she had to care for him and stuff. That's, but you're not his mom. So there are things he missed, he still needed, and he didn't get. Therefore, he wasn't normal. He didn't have normal emotions because he wasn't really even seeing them.
He seems weird in that he took some class at the community college and he did that presentation.
Ugh, how awkward is that?
God, that's cringy, man. But he just seems so, he doesn't even seem normal in that to me.
He's not.
He just
He
seems
does
like
that whole speech almost like robotic, and it's like, are we supposed to, like, what is this? Is this a persuasive speech to what? Get us to cheat when we get, like, what is this? What are we supposed to feel with this speech? Because I'm not feeling anything.
Yeah, I'd like to get somebody that doesn't know who Watts is at all and have them watch that.
That's a good one. All right, watch this. Now, what do you think of him as a
is this
human?
guy strange? Is he off? Is there?
I would love somebody to do that.
it's the same way with that when he's on the porch. I did have somebody do that.
That
Some
he's
guy,
so detached, right?
a friend of mine doesn't know shit about it, and I said, "Hey, watch this guy on the porch."
Mm,
And he was like, I remember he said something like, "I don't know, he seems pretty normal to me,"
wow.
because he doesn't know anything about what he's talking
Right.
about.
Right.
So he, Watts is saying his wishes his kids come home. Well, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know anything about the case,
Nothing about it. No.
and that's what I wanted for it. And he said, "I don't know, guy seems normal to me, man." So I don't know,
Mm.
which is what
That
that's what Chris was
that's a
going
hard
for.
one. Yeah.
That's what Chris was going for. He was trying to look normal.
That is
So
what he's going for.
at
That
least
is.
to my friend who didn't know Chris and doesn't know anything about it, he seemed pretty normal. Even though he did. I remember he did mention his lack of concern.
Right. So then you almost want to say, all right, so you watched all that. So that's not an actor. Do you feel that's normal behavior for a man whose pregnant wife and 2 children have been missing for over 24 hours? Like, look at it again now that you've given me your opinion on not knowing anything. So now that I'm telling you that, does it change your opinion in any way? Because then how could you not be skewed then? Be like, wait, whoa, no, hang on a second. Yeah, dude is giggling. Dude's telling us how much he likes the shirt that he's wearing. It's a little weird.
That his wife bought him.
Yeah, this shirt. Oh yeah, Shanann, I think got this off of Amazon or something. I love this. What?
That was the other thing, man. She dictated what sports teams they liked.
Yeah, that I feel like they were all being held hostages on Sundays and having to throw those fucking terrible towels in the air for her.
Yeah, somebody asked her, and they said what? She said Steelers, of course, or something.
Oh, it's obnoxious. The kid, right down to the kid. The kids don't know anything that's going on.
And I thought, man, Chris is from North Carolina. He's not a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Right.
I already know that. But yet they got to wear all that. And
Oh,
some of the stuff she made him wear.
I know, and he wore it.
That costume where he's like an oven, she's an oven, and he's a baker.
I know.
Do you know any man anywhere? I'm fucking serious.
No,
Do you know
never.
any man that would do that?
Never.
There ain't none of my friends, any guys that I work with. If you were to ask him, hey, if your old lady put on an oven outfit, would you wear a baker's outfit and take a fucking picture?
Right.
You're gonna say hell no.
No.
But Watts did. That's what I don't get about that guy, man. He's weird. He's not
He's
like any guy
weird.
I've ever met.
No, they wore matching Power Ranger costumes for when it was Jamie's son's birthday.
Yeah, and
And
he forgot the chair or whatever.
She made him drive back himself
She
an
made him
hour and a half.
back.
And
Oh, that kills me.
and he did like a friggin' idiot.
He fucking did.
I'm like, so you wasted another 3 hours waiting for him.
You believe this guy?
No, I could not. I don't know. In that case, when I heard that one, I was like, I don't know who I'm more mad at, though, her or him for doing it.
Yeah, I'm mad at him.
I was more mad at him for not saying, I am not driving again. It's going to be another 3 hours before I'm able to friggin' sit down and have something to eat here. No.
Yeah, any guy that I know, I mean, we're all just pretty typical males. Yeah. We're all going to say, well, that's tough shit. You shouldn't have forgot it then.
Right. No, that was.
And it's going to cause a big fight and everything, but so what? I'm not driving back. I tell you this, I'm not driving back to get it.
Never. I mean,
that's not going to happen.
And Cindy says, oh, it put a damper on the rest of the day. How could it not? There's tension in the air for the rest of it. Of course there's going to be. It's not normal.
What was it that was forgotten? I forgot.
The mask.
It was that's all it was a mask.
That's all it was, because she had them in their costumes the car ride to Jamie's house, and it was they were an hour and a half from her. So yeah, he forgot his mask on the table at home. She didn't forget hers. He forgot his though.
Oh,
Yes, we're not going to do this until you get it right.
there's just no way that's on Chris.
That's not that was not that one. I was more mad at him.
Because yeah, she could tell him to go
Yeah,
back and get it all she wants to, but
right.
that's on
Yeah,
Chris for not.
that was I was that one like I was dumbfounded.
I mean, I know a guy, and I can just hear him right now. He would tell his wife, "You're out of your fucking mind. I'm not
Yeah,
going back to get that mask. Fuck that mask."
right.
I
And the whole
mean,
time he was gone, she was saying to people like, "Oh, my husband, it's unreal. He's unreal. If I don't tell him everything to do." Wow.
now I believe that.
Oh, definitely. She did that. That just she didn't respect him at all though.
But
Of
I
course
think
she was saying that. It totally.
he kind of fell into where a thing where he was used to being told what to do.
That's just it. That's what he knew.
And so when you didn't tell him, then he just quit thinking for himself.
Yes. Yeah.
And so that's why,
He
Shanann,
was
you got to
probably
tell
more
him
mad at
everything.
himself, like, Jesus, I can't believe how stupid I am that I did that. Can't believe I left that mask on the table. Oh my God. No, I can't believe you're going back for it.
Yeah, I don't know any man anywhere that I've ever
Mhm.
met that would go back and get that mask.
What a party that had to be waiting for him then. 3 more
And if we
fucking
did go
hours.
back, we're all going back to get it, not just me.
Like they didn't even have kids yet. It was just this was like at the beginning for them. So she was really making an impression. Cause it was like Jamie's sons, like he was little, like because her kids are a little couple years older than Cece. Like they didn't even have kids yet. So she was just she was so crazy already.
Yeah, there's the whole thing when I think it was their very first time she was meeting the parents, and there's something about let's tell them I'm 40 years old. I never did
Yeah, why
understand
would
that.
that be like? Why is that funny?
I have no idea why that's supposed to be funny and why
There's nothing funny about it.
it's I swear it's another one of these things that I've only heard about it with these people and nobody else. Like the thing with the driveway and no oil. And
I
it's,
know.
I never heard that anywhere. I've never heard of these parents going and living in a house for 15 months. I never heard of that.
No, it's why
I never
it's
heard of
all
flipping out over nuts.
I
I
razor.
never heard of any
She
of
was
this shit.
saying there was razor blades everywhere. No, there wasn't.
I never heard of any of this shit. These people
No,
are
they're all fucking crazy.
there's something wrong there,
You're
man.
all nuts, people.
So,
But really, like Cindy had it with her when it all went down with Nutgate. Cindy was basically like, "Get out of my house." That was like it for her. She couldn't hide her disdain anymore.
yeah, and Chris, and so I'm assuming that if Sandy knew, is that her name?
Sandy is Shanann's mom.
If she knew it was a trial separation, then I guess Ronnie and Cindy
I
Watts
don't.
knew also.
I don't know what they. I don't know if Shanann.
Oh, but then again, Chris doesn't tell them anything,
He
and
doesn't,
Shanann
and
probably.
the Watts say that they didn't know that. They didn't know anything was bad until Chris showed up when he visited in North Carolina alone at their house after
So
visit. Yeah, and
that
that's
explains that explains the Chris is going to come later for 2 weeks bullshit.
right.
Is
Right.
because she's not telling the Watts yet that they're separated.
They had no idea there was
That's
anything
what that
going
is.
on. Yeah, nothing at all.
Because I know how she thinks. That's exactly what that is.
Right. And he was afraid to text his parents anything when he even got to North Carolina because he was afraid she'd find it. So anytime he was even texting Ronnie, he's trying to delete it. She's even saying her friends in chat, like even if he had somebody, he's probably deleting it because we're here on vacation and every time he texts his dad, he's deleting it. Then, well, he wasn't just texting his dad, but yeah, he's deleting a lot more than just his messages with Ronnie.
Yeah. You think you're so. No, I better not say that.
She did though, and I'm thinking, wow. The blinders that were on so many people, that the enablers for her behavior, his past child, there is just so many areas where you'd be like, oh, this is not normal, therefore something bad's gonna happen. We can see that now and look at it because it's happened. But at the time, like his parents didn't go to the wedding, all these little things should be adding up. Like, this is, this is not, none of this is good. Years went by before he made up with them.
Yeah, and it started off bad.
It started off bad right from the first cookout she had, just his parents and her parents over Cindy and Sandy already pretty much couldn't stand each other. It was just not good right from that day forward. And Sandy says it to the cops in her letter. I knew from that day that Cindy would be a thorn in their marriage side. It's like, wow.
Well, some people call it women's intuition, but
yeah,
I seem to think that women basically are smarter than men anyway, and it's really just women's intelligence.
That picks up on that.
Cindy was smart enough to know right away.
Right. The stuff she was questioning. How could she not afford all this?
It's intelligence. Yeah. And she was smart enough, and she saw right away, hey, this chick here is not right for my son.
No. She's 25. How does she have this mansion? Like, financial red flags went up right from that point on for Cindy.
And see, Cindy Watt's not lying about that stuff.
No. And Cindy in her mind knew Chris has like $20,000 in the bank already. What's he getting in on? Like, what's happening here? Is she really able to afford this?
He starts making her mortgage payments for her.
Right.
Like a dummy.
Like a total dummy.
Because he got a pussy whip.
On an enormous house in North Carolina that the minute you look, you'd be like, why does a 25-year-old girl even want this?
Yeah, who does that?
Who would want?
Have you ever seen a 25-year-old single woman with a house like that?
Never.
There's another thing. We've rattled off now about 6 things that I've never seen anywhere else.
We've never. Add that to the list.
And not only that, never even heard of it.
Never. Like, I've been a 25-year-old single girl. That would never be what I'd want. When you're 25 and single, if you're making money, you want to travel.
How about that? You want to
invest your money in. I'm sorry, my head was not worrying about real estate at 25. I wanted to have fun. I didn't have a child yet, and I wasn't married yet. So, hell no. But I don't know. Like, did she always need to be bigger and better?
I think so.
I think so too.
I think she always had to be one step ahead of whoever she was around.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you what you think of this. My ex-mother-in-law was married to this guy, and he was quite a bit younger than her, maybe 15 years younger. So she was probably, I don't know, 55 at the time, and he's 40, maybe. And this is, my wife told me this. I'm assuming it's true because her mother told her. But she asked him for a stamp. She needed a stamp.
Okay.
He charged her He said I got one, but it'd be whatever it is, 40 cents
What?
for the stamp.
And did she give him the money?
Yeah, and then not only that, he would take a bath,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'd tell her, "Okay,
Oh no, I knew somebody that did that. That
use that water because we got well water. We can't be wasting the water."
yes, that was their excuse. We have well water. I'm like, what is
But he'd never take the bath second. It's always
never? No, I'm like,
you believe that shit?
no. I
Who
was
charges their wife for a stamp?
a stamp. What is that? What's like? What the hell is that?
And I'm not climbing in some dirty ass bathwater. You might as well forget that.
Hell no.
That's probably why I'm not married anymore. Because I don't put up with that shit.
Me either. That's why that's 100% why I'm single. I can't go like it.
If I said, "Honey, give me a stamp," and you said, "Give me 40 cents,"
What is
we're
that?
going to get to fighting. You're going to give me that fucking stamp.
Yeah, that is the weirdest. That's a very
That
odd.
ain't your stamp. That's our stamp.
That's our stamp. What are we not in this together? Because if
Gee
we're not,
whiz, me.
why are we even here? Like, why did we do this then if we're not in it as it's like together?
Yeah, it's not like this is your house or something. Once we're
You have
married,
like if I open your fridge, is your name on your food?
do the same way.
Mm. And
I
there
don't
are
know.
I don't know. There
I
are
don't
some
know
weirdos
anymore.
in this world.
I don't know anymore beyond those two examples. She didn't. I don't remember them, or she didn't tell me. But I'm sure that she better not be eating his olives or something.
Oh, it goes beyond. Yeah, like when they let you in on something that little, but it strikes with you. You have to then think, what else is there?
But see, that ought to be a red flag these days. See, that was over 20 years ago now.
It has to be. And
But
and Cindy was doing her red flags.
yeah, that kind of control over somebody, that's not normal.
It's not normal at all.
You don't charge your wife for a stamp.
No,
You don't make her use your dirty ass stinky bathwater.
that is gross. That one made me like I was grossed out by that. I'm like that's a whole other level of like a mind fuck. Like are you trying to make sure that this person doesn't have one iota of self-esteem, self-confidence, or self-identity that they're worthy of their own bathwater?
Yeah, you're totally codependent on everything.
Ugh. I'd be let me just be dirty then.
I think that's what Shanann was trying to do, making it where you can't do anything without me.
Yes. I really think so.
You're just a dummy. I'm the brains behind this. And if I wasn't telling you what to do all the time, and then kept everything from him when it got all fucked up.
Oh wow. Yeah. I mean he should have been
See, that was the other thing. He found all that out, which is probably the other reason why she hightailed it to North Carolina, is so that he could start getting that mail and start opening it and finding out.
Right.
When she wasn't around to take the heat for it.
Yeah, when she wasn't around. He was finally like a big boy. He would open up his own mail and decide what vegetable he wanted with dinner.
Yeah, and by the way, big boy, open up that mail from the homeowners association and from the bank and
oh wow.
And all this other shit I told you I was paying. Oh yeah, I sent it to the wrong address.
Wrong. And if you believe that, hang on, because I'm gonna let you know that I've got us headed towards our second bankruptcy.
Did she really say that?
No, I say it because that is where they were at then. They were going to be at their
she bankrupted him twice in 3 years.
In September, they were again bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
And that
because she made herself a top tier Thrive salesman by buying all the product with Chris's money.
Literally I mean, and just kept getting them in deeper and deeper.
Yeah,
the credit card bills for the kids' toys was ridiculous. And
did they even have toys?
Their last Christmas, she does have pictures up. You like the amount of toys and like they were big toys, like a kid's kitchen set. Those kids weren't even 5. Like Bella wasn't like, what was she, 4? Cece was not even 3 yet. Like Bella just turned maybe 4 in 2017, if that, for Christmas. Cece was not even 3 yet. She was just 2.5. They had high chairs that were meant for dolls, 2 of each. Art easels, 2 of those. Like everything was big and 2 of. Because her kids didn't know how to fucking chair. Oh my God.
Hey, how about this? We were talking about how Watts, that house was immaculate. It's because Chris kept it clean that way.
Mm-hmm.
And at least to my knowledge, correct me if I'm
yeah.
wrong.
Oh no, he did.
But you notice Shanann had that downstairs office, and Chris basically wasn't even allowed in there, really. And
right.
that office was trash.
That was the room of disarray.
Yeah, that was the only room that was all fucking trash, and it was the one room because Watts wasn't allowed in there to clean it. She didn't want him fucking with she didn't want him seeing all the paperwork and stuff, probably.
Right.
Told him to stay out of here.
I mean, there was shit. People were like, she was a clean freak, OCD. She would that room. They broke into that room and they were looking for stuff after they murdered her. What? Who?
What? Somebody said that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was one of like, yeah. Oh, that was a big one that they went off of.
Oh, well, you don't understand it at all then if you think that. The reason that room's a mess is because Shanann's a messy person.
That's Shanann. That room is Shanann's mind, guys. Flight of thoughts. I'm sorry to have to say it, but that's her room. That was her room. And yeah, she knew what it looked like. She wanted Chris to lock it when she was away that weekend and the babysitter was coming over. She told
Is that right?
Oh yeah, there's the thing where you see the text, her sending a text to Chris, "Can you lock my office?"
That's why, see, because she's a slob.
Yeah.
And I'm not. That's not a knock on her. I'm a slob too. But the point is,
what she was presenting though, and what she really was, were 2 different things.
She's got a house boy that's cleaning the house.
Yes.
And she's not cleaning her own stuff. That's the point. It's not a knock on Shannon.
The whole point.
It's not a knock on her. It's just a fact.
That's just what she was doing. People were like, no, she'd be on her Facebook Lives. Like, she'd have the dishes done, the laundry done. She'd been for her groceries by 9 a.m. I'm like,
she said she did.
That's what she was saying. You guys also thought she had the perfect life. She didn't.
She did all that. Chris did all that before he left for work.
Right. Like, because then she'd say, oh, I only have 45 minutes before the girls are up. Well, wait, are they even really home? It's during the week. You were just saying how you got the kiddos off by 7:15. But it's 12:30 and now you're pretending they're napping? Like, it just, a lot of it didn't add up.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and people say, oh, what's it matter anyway? No.
Well, I think it's the whole problem with this is it does matter, because that's why people won't let a lot of it rest.
It matters because you want to know why it happened, and the only way is to look at their relationship.
Yeah, and stop making her to be a saint. No, none of us are.
Now, when it comes to Shannon, though, you can stop with her when she meets Chris. There's really no reason to go into her anything before that. That irritates me a little bit.
Yeah.
But with Chris, you go on back with him as far as you can go. Kindergarten, if you can, and find out what makes that guy tick. But what Shannon did at Dirty South, or with some other guy, or her first husband,
that's just
that really doesn't.
That's just part of growing up and being immature and younger. But that's not.
To me, now you're snooping when you do that.
That has no play on, like.
Now you are attacking who she is.
Yeah, when they go down that road, it's like how is this impacting it though in any way other than this was just part of her process into becoming an adult? You fuck up with your earlier relationships and your first jobs and stuff, but does it make her death you could
Yeah,
write it off any easier?
it really has no bearing on
It
anything,
doesn't.
really.
It doesn't at all.
Because you see right away that his parents are suspicious,
Yeah.
and they get married, what, 6 months later?
It was fast because
And
it was fast.
the parents aren't there. That's bad news.
Bad news. No one came from his side except his grandmother. It's like, wow.
Yeah, that shows you right there that
Yeah, the
only
75-year-old
people.
grandmother put herself on a plane to go to their wedding.
I wonder why she did that.
And that was the one that he said was the woman who raised him.
Oh,
Yeah.
was
So
that Ronnie's mother or Sydney's? Cindy's. Must have
Mima
been.
was Ronnie's mother. Cindy's mother had already passed. Cindy's
So,
mother was a harsh woman. And Cindy had like a rough.
like I said, I haven't watched too much of this stuff all the stuff that's gone on afterwards and all the talking and
Oh
everything.
God, I know.
The Ruziks and the Watts, but the little bit that I did see of Cindy,
Mm-hmm.
she just seemed. She's almost like Chris. She couldn't seem any more normal. She
I
just
know.
seems like a normal mother to me that's upset as hell that this happened, but she doesn't seem hateful or
And
spiteful
to
or
me,
anything.
she was afraid. I think she was afraid of everything she said because she had to deal with Sandy Rusick then.
Now if you want to talk about strange,
Oh wow, yeah. Where do you want to start?
that's a cuckoo bird there. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but you're a product. Chris is a product of his environment, but so is Shanahan.
Right. There's a
You know, one doesn't show any emotion, and whereas the other one is like an array of erratic emotion. We're all over the place with Sandy.
yeah, just over the top.
Totally over the top, but it's Shanann. It's like totally Shanann.
What do they call it? Like it's like an inappropriate reaction to outward stimuli or something.
Yeah, that's
You know,
yeah. They were
her
like
reactions don't match
never.
up to what's going on.
No, hypersensitive to everything.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Oh, and so is Shanann. The kids are just running around playing, acting like kids, but you're on video saying, "Look what I am dealing with here. Look at these maniacs." No, I'm sorry, they're really no different than any other toddlers that you need to parent. You do need to parent them, but their actions are normal. Your reaction, not normal. Not normal. You let Cece do everything. The kid was a maniac, and Bella couldn't do anything.
Say hi.
Oh God, I hear that in my sleep. The say hi videos are painful.
Say hi. Bella, say hi.
Say goodbye. It's like you just spent 15 minutes trying to get her to say hi. We don't need a goodbye now.
Just once I want Bella to come over there and flip off that camera and go, fuck you.
I think Bella would have given her a run for her money had she been able to live. I think Bella would have.
And who does Bella look like to you?
Well, she looks more like Chris, but there are pictures when you look at them that she also looks like Shanann's brother. But she does, like they said that, Cece looked like Sandy. And Chris's mother always said that Bella looked like Chris.
I always had, sometimes when I think about it, I get a little suspicious that she had this Bella look like Chris and somehow Shanann resented that or something. I know I'm just
Yeah.
making that up, but
Well, that's what Cindy kind of thought.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
'Cause
so it's not
Cindy,
that
yes,
crazy.
no, because Cindy, that was one thing she would say was that, Bella could not make a move without getting told, don't do that, stop it. But meanwhile, Cece was never disciplined. And no matter what, she was like you were lucky she was sitting upright, feeding herself. Like the kid was barbaric. The freaking kids, if you watch, Cece's barbaric for a reason, though. Shanann did not parent that child. It's rough to watch and it's rough to hear, but I'm unfortunate we have all this to look at, but poor Bella is basically screaming through that camera, someone help me. Could someone come and get me from this place?
Can you blame her?
I really feel like the poor kid was just so defeated.
It's like she figured it out too.
I really feel like she did in her short little life.
It's like, Jesus Christ, this is a fucking nut. This is a nut house.
Is this it for me?
You can almost see it on her face sometimes.
Yes. She was exhausted by Shanann. Like the kid looked defeated all the time.
Yeah, she just got that look like, what in the...
That I've never seen a child, a 4-year-old, with 3-year-old, when she was even, the kid had dark circles under her eyes. The kid was worrying from a young age. I don't know any toddlers that have anxiety. She did. Bella did. Bella was like an old soul trapped in a child's body. Her face always looked like worried or concerned. She was never going to be that kid that just like ran in head first. She was like, it wasn't in her nature.
I did see that where they're at the beach.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Trying to think. And it's almost, when I watch that, the only reason I watched it, somebody had it on their live stream, but
yeah,
I noticed, Shanann's out in the water. She's like, "Come on, come on!"
And
Cece's running in and out with the waves, and Bella's scared. She's won't come out there. She's hiding behind Chris.
Yeah,
and for a moment, when I was watching that just this last time, I thought, you know what? It's not that she's scared, she's being defiant.
Oh, yeah. And
Shannon wants her to come out there, and she's like, no.
He wouldn't.
And that was the feeling I got. And I don't, like I said, I could just make it up.
Because Shanann even, like, they when they play that, a lot of the creators, when they play it, it's a playback because they all bring up, though, but it's good that they bring it up, was like, at one point, Shanann's telling Bella to come in, and then she's like saying, "Oh, okay." Like Bella was like was giving her a run for her money. Like Bella was making her mother look bad that day, which was great. No, she's not going to come in. She's not. You could keep fucking saying it till you're blue in the face, but that kid is not coming in there with you.
Yeah,
and she wouldn't.
Yeah, see, I think. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of that stuff, so I don't hear what other people.
That is one of the points with that whole video, is the fact that like Bella gave her a real run for her money that day.
Yeah, she was like, no, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
You go in the water. Fuck you.
Yeah. For every time I had to say hello on your videos, or I was trying to get away from you when you wanted me to play pie in the face, or you were squirting me with the water gun, I couldn't get away. I'm not coming in there with you.
Well, think about when I was a kid, and I mean, man, my parents didn't care one way or the other. If you went in the water, great. If you didn't, who cares?
Yeah, those were small. Those are small issues. Okay if you do, okay if you don't.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
Yeah, thank God
our
mother.
5 years later, you go, hey, you remember when you were scared to go in the water? And you go, oh,
right,
yeah.
Right.
But this idea, this constant coaxing to do what you want.
That's, and to see those kids constantly trying to be coaxed, they're just her moving props, and it was like, too much. It's after a while, I don't know, people that really dive in, like, no, I can't, because it could take the life out of you, watching everything she was doing and playing it back and playing it back. It's too much.
Well, you seem to know a lot about this.
I do, from really, with
Okay.
Cindy and Tam.
Okay,
And
well, let me. Who? That Sunday afternoon, they went. They had a little birthday thing for.
yeah,
I guess it was Cece, right?
yeah.
Now, who are those people? Were those weren't Thrive people, were they? When Chris went
No.
over there?
No,
Yeah, who are those people?
a lot of, well, those are some Thrive people that bought products from her. No, they weren't like associates. Some of them were because she had a couple people that she would just sell it to, because that was her hometown, and she was at her parents'. And Frank's family, you have to understand too, Frank has family that live actually in the development.
No. I'm talking about in Colorado when Chris took the kids on that Sunday afternoon before the murders. They went to a birthday thing.
Oh, that's Jeremy Lindstrom's house. Yeah, that's his wife didn't sell Thrive.
Yeah, who are those people? I don't know.
Those are friends and family of Jerry Lindstrom's family and his wife. Shanann. They met Shanann first because Jeremy worked at Ford dealer. Like they met her through working, and that's how his wife met Chris and Shanann, was because they worked with Jeremy, and they didn't have any family in the area, so Jeremy and his wife would have them over for holidays. They were good, nice people.
So he worked at that first Ford place where Chris and Shanann worked at?
And he met Shanann first. Shanann worked, and then Chris worked there with Jerry. That's how they all met. And the more they met, like, got to know Chris, the more they didn't like her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jeremy stopped being friends with Shanann on Facebook at one point, because when they're being interviewed, he'll say it like, I stopped because I knew Chris wasn't writing his own posts. I knew Shanann was.
I think maybe I did hear that.
Yeah.
Was he the one that said he got tired of all the Thrive stuff, and so he finally just blocked her?
Yep. Yeah.
So I guess you could really count them really as if there was anybody that was actually friends, because is that the only people they know that aren't involved in this Thrive thing?
Well, and Nick,
the Thayers. What about those Thayers? Are
the
they?
Thayers didn't know, because she worked at the daycare. That's how Shanann knew Amanda.
Was from the daycare where the kids went?
Yeah. And they became friends then, good friends.
So that's kind of a normal, what you might call a normal thing there. Maybe
that and Nicole Atkinson was not Thrive. Nicole Atkinson worked with Sandy Sandy lived in Colorado for that short time. Sandy was a hairdresser, and so was Nicole Atkinson. And Sandy was managed the hair salon that Nicole worked at. So Sandy and Nicole Atkinson were friends. And Sandy invited Nicole Atkinson to come over to my daughter's. She has two kids, little girl. She has two little kids. And so that's how they became friends. And that's how Shanann totally talked Nicole Atkinson not only into selling Thrive, but then quit being a hairdresser. It's bizarre.
What does what does Shannon's dad do? What kind of work is he in that he could just pick up for 15 months and leave?
Yeah, well, he's his own he's a carpenter, and he does like his own gig, but they couldn't sell their house. They were trying to sell their house and it wouldn't sell. So they were going back regardless. Like they knew they had to go back because the house at that point, they couldn't afford to keep doing what they were doing. They it had been in the market. They had it on the market for a year and it didn't budge. So they
So
knew
they were trying to sell it.
they were trying to sell it. So they had to go back. But
So they were thinking at one time they were going to try to move to Colorado also.
Oh yeah. Oh, they were going to move. They were.
And what was their reason for moving there?
To be with their daughter. To be with their daughter, to help their daughter raise her kids. Yeah.
Well, I don't.
I'm like, but they were put in a basement with a bed. There's not even a bathroom down there.
Well, my dad is not picking up and leaving and moving 1,100 miles or whatever it is
I know.
to come help me raise my kids. Is your dad going to do that?
No, it did. I mean, but it showed. That should have been a big indicator that she wasn't handling the whole being a mom.
I just don't get that.
It was she needed somebody constantly there. If they weren't there in person, she had to have them on FaceTime.
Yeah, there's a lot of that too.
A ton of it. Like her father that Christmas Eve, like she didn't let him. She didn't want him. She didn't basically want him to hang up the phone. It's not normal. It's like, go be with your kids. They're screaming. The one you let us know on camera, she shit her pants. Legit did shit the pants because she was scared that bad of Santa. So you might want to go change her. For God's sakes.
God.
I don't want to watch the kid throw herself on the floor again.
Do you think that the fact that, I don't know who I asked this, maybe it was Kelly or somebody, but the fact that Watts he's either German or English or something.
Mm-hmm.
And Shannon and her mother are right off Jersey Shore, man.
Yeah, Sandy's family, her father's side is 100% Italian, and her mother was German, and I want to say German and Irish, but yeah.
And
they were they lived in the Jersey. Yeah, they lived in Jersey for a long time.
Like the situation and Snooki and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm Sicilian, but I would never act like Sandy is the Sicilian, is Italian. She's not Sicilian, but she's Italian. That like gives it a bad name, though. It's like we don't all act like that. Really, we don't.
I always wondered how much of that had to do with the problem, if anything, between Shannon and Chris, because she's this kind of person, and he's not. He's just not. It's not in his DNA. It's not in her DNA.
Right.
And so, and people scoff when I say that, but if it was 1900,
yeah,
you would never have an English guy marrying an Italian.
Oh, hell no.
Happen. They had their own neighborhoods and everything.
That wouldn't happen. That didn't happen.
And so I just wonder if even just a little bit that played a part in the fact that they didn't get along.
Well,
because she laid down the law right away. I
think
as early when he slammed the door.
Yeah, that was yeah.
And I'm not sure if that was the first time. I think it was the first time Chris could remember.
He said it was like the first and only time.
Yeah, he slammed that door and she said, you ain't going to be doing that shit.
Yeah. It's like, I never did it again. Well, that's where you went wrong.
And he said he never rocked the boat again after that.
Never.
That was early on, she still had that house.
Right.
So, yeah, you never get that again or what? Or you're not getting this pussy you love so much.
That's basically kind of like what, like, I took it as, like, what was she gonna? Where are you gonna? You're a grown man. How is she punishing you again? Like, what is she taking? What toys is she taking away from you? you're her husband. But his mind didn't think like that.
Yeah, they
He's
weren't
like,
even married then. They were just
yeah, that's like he wasn't even thinking like like he was childlike in so many ways.
yeah, he really was. And you can see that, like I told you, he acted the same way when he met Nicole, and you could see it in those stupid cards that he wrote her.
Oh my, wait,
You know, those
yes,
cards that he wrote all over wrote that stupid shit all over him. But I forget what he said in there.
yeah. I
But
mean,
who does that?
no one does that. He was like, look, he's writing lyrics to songs in the cards. I'm like, well, I thought that was cool when my boyfriend was 16.
Yeah, I don't know.
A grown man hands me a card with a couple of lyrics to a Journey song. I'm running for the hills.
You'll be lucky that a guy gets you a card. He's even opened it and read it.
Right.
He just
I
goes and
mean,
grabs it and goes, "Get this
no,
one. Let's get out of here."
right. He didn't know he had to Google how does it feel to be in love.
Out of what?
That was one of his Google searches is what does it feel like? How do you know how do you know what it feels like to be in love?
Oh my God.
That was one of his searches with when once he was during that the week that he gave her that card, that whole week he was looking up like he was already henpecked. And that was just the beginning of July.
Yeah, he was.
He was like, 2 weeks of having sex, a couple nights during the week, and the weekends he was done.
Imagine having to Google an emotion like love. Imagine
Like that
he
to
didn't,
me, the
he
cops had
didn't
to
have
be like,
time to
wait,
Google.
what is he Googling again?
Yeah,
Well,
he didn't have time to Google betrayal and
no,
jealousy.
no,
He didn't have time. He did, or he should have took the time.
no. But the morning that the kids were dead and he had just put them in tanks, he did Google like what are the nutrients in a blueberry.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. I wouldn't say it. The weird things are what really I hold on to, and that's one of them. And
I don't
the
remember, but
Google search he actually then one of the images is of they show you a picture of a blueberry and it's cordoned off. This percent is this new like oh my god.
did he ever make it to Andarko that day
No.
after he left surgery? Did he make it back to the office? Where was he at when they called him
Yeah.
at 12:30?
No.
I couldn't remember if I know he left surgery at like 10, and then they called him and he got to the house at like 12 or 12:30,
Right.
and I
Yeah.
didn't know between 10 and that time if he had made it back and checked in at the office for him.
No, because they
Didn't know what he was doing.
it's pretty much survey, and then like he stopped for like a couple minutes at that part of Black Mesa Road where they think that's where he got rid of his clothes and that disposal bin that the dog. Then we see the videos of where they're just walking with Jane and the dog when they're just walking through the neighborhood, and the dog stops at this one area where there's nothing yet. This is behind their house where there's not much there, but there is a huge dumpster. And I mean, whenever they got all the discovery put together, that was one part of it though, because they're like, Watts makes us stop, and it's there at that intersection for like whether it's like 8 minutes, it's a couple minutes, but it's like, what was he doing there? But then when you look and then you put it together, and then when they show you the video of the dogs, it's like that dog is barking at that spot that he was at. And the dog is barking and barking, and that old lady Jane just keep trying to pull the dog's leash. When you look at it now, you're like thinking the dog didn't fail, the handler did. The damn dog doesn't stop barking on that one patch of road. But they never even, and there was a cop with Jane. They never even thought, let's open this dumpster. They didn't. Because they were sidetracked then on that little patch of road because there were like gun rounds or something. Remember they were like, I don't know if you've watched that in Discovery, but there is a area in the development where like Jane is walking the dog on the road, and like is like those are bullets. There were like bullets. Someone and part of the discovery is like someone had called in the night before saying like I heard a shot, like a gun go off or something. Yeah, there was somebody. A gun had gone off at like 1:30 in the morning behind their house.
I don't remember any of that.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one to talk about. It's just like that part of discovery with the people calling in possible leads or anything, and they did a 24-hour rollback, which was like the call-ins. One of them was like, and that area, that time of the morning was like 1:30, 2 o'clock when she would have around when she was just going to be coming home. But that someone called in that I'm pretty sure I heard gunshot, like a couple, 2 or 3. And then it's just so weird that day that the dogs are in there. It's like, look, the dogs lead them to these bullets in this road that we don't have all the information we have. Then months later to be like, holy shit, look at if they had all this to put together right then and there. The dog basically led them to the dumpster that they ignored, but then they're focused on these bullets. But somebody had that night called in to say, I just heard somebody shoot a gun 3 times. Like, we can't. It's like a whole array of shit. It's a shitstorm.
Yeah, I that's the first I've heard that. I didn't know anything about
That's
that.
one that boggled me. I'm like, wow. Like, oh wow. What they, just focused on as opposed to what legitimately the dog would not stop effing barking.
There's no body cam footage of anybody ever looking in that dumpster?
No, there's the body cam footage of the cop with them and the dog barking, and the cop's not paying attention to the dog barking either, because the cop becomes immediately fixated with these bullets in the middle of a road. Meanwhile, that dog is at that dumpster literally barking its head off.
I just can't believe that you wouldn't.
No, they don't. Because you look right behind you, you're like, look at that dumpster. Like, there's a whole dumpster there that it looks like, that was that area that there was not yet. They were just putting houses up. But
Well, even if you don't have a dog, how would you not look in that dumpster?
Right. Well, and that dumpster the garbage pickup was the next morning.
On Tuesday morning?
Yeah. So the dog was smelling was right. Whether or not there was going to be anything or nothing at all in the dumpster, the dog was right there because it picked up legit smells. And that is where they think he dumped his clothes and stuff. So whether or not then, that it was already emptied or it was emptied the next day, it didn't, the dog was right on, spot on.
Wasn't that dumpster down the road somewhere? It wasn't right behind the house, was it?
It's not direct. It's wherever, like, it's an area. It's called Black Mesa Road. So it's like down wherever it's at. It's like that's it. Where that's at, that's where he was GPS wise. And when they ask him, what were you doing there? He kind of just like, because when they go back and visit him in February in Wisconsin, they do ask him, what were you doing there? Because now that we have everything, he kind of plays dumb. Like, I don't know. I don't know if did I just pull over? They're like, well, you pulled over for how many minutes? And he totally, he blows it off with, like, he does not give them any real answer. But he also, when they say to him, like, where are the girls' blankets? And he doesn't have, I don't know. Well, if you smothered them with their own blankets, and they weren't in the tanks, and they weren't found anywhere on Survey, what did you do with them?
Yeah, right.
Where are those and the clothes you had on that morning?
Well, that's one of those where the fact that he's avoiding the question,
Mm-hmm.
that's where they went, was in that dumpster.
That's totally, and so, because supposedly they said also one of the kids had a toy with them, but there was never any toy found, at Servy in the nothing. But he never would give them a clear indication of where the toys or anything really went. So
Yeah, his latest story is that they were alive with him at Serby, right?
yeah.
Yeah, that I guess makes sense.
It definitely makes more sense to me if
Just
that's
because the whole thing with no evidence in the house.
right. And the dog, there was nothing, not the dogs picked up nothing in their
And,
rooms.
and the fact that, to my knowledge anyway, maybe but the forensics of the inside of that truck, we don't know that information.
We
That got
don't.
redacted.
We don't. And they said that they didn't ask him about letting the day they had the dogs there. He was still cooperating with them, but they didn't ask him, can the dog sniff the inside of your car? Because that he was not.
It was locked. The cop was looking in the back. Remember that?
Yeah, like everything. That's when the dogs were there, and if that would have been when you're gonna ask him, can the dogs just, but they didn't. They didn't.
And
So, whatever was found in his truck was found by them, but was anything of any real importance, or had he?
well, and then it's one of those things though that what you don't find too. So if there was dead bodies in there, well, there'd be evidence of that. And if there was no evidence of dead bodies,
Right.
everybody's just sitting in there, then
And
it was
he
still
said he
bad.
had her wrapped in like garbage, big industrial sized garbage bags. So maybe it wasn't going to be messy, but scent wise, if she evacuated in the back seat of that on the floor there, and it was enough for Bella to be smelling it, I mean, the dogs probably would have, I would think, pick up on that.
Yeah, the dogs never.
They were not, but the dogs were never introduced to his
They never
truck.
opened that door.
No.
And
Nope.
you don't. They ended up towing that vehicle.
Yeah.
But I seem
It
to
was like
remember
2 days later, but that when they towed it, there was no dog. The dogs were no more involved in that investigation than when they were there at his house a couple hours for those few hours. So
I seem to remember a page in Discovery about it, and it was like the whole thing was marked out with black marker.
yeah. Oh yeah. We don't really know forensic wise, like what they were gonna. What
And
were
see,
they?
that's the key. To me, that's the whole.
That's to me a crime scene, right?
Yeah, when I went through this whole thing, the two questions I got when I got done with it, I was like, "Well, where's the evidence? I want to know what's inside that truck."
Yeah.
And I couldn't find it anywhere.
There wasn't enough focus on the truck.
And then I wanted to. Well, it is. It's just that they're not telling us.
They just didn't. Yeah.
And
That's like there should have been like more discussions about why, like, are we so like let's all realize that they're not going to get, like, obviously if we don't have that information by now, they're not going to give it to us.
yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to know the paternity of
I know.
supposedly the little baby Nico that was a boy that was Chris's. I wanted to know if it was, and oddly enough, those records are sealed.
Yes, they are.
Which line right up with my theory that
The
she was
Rusiks know it.
Yeah, she was pregnant and she told him about it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rusiks don't want that getting out because that may paint Shanann in this negative light that she was whoring around, and they don't want that.
Oh God, yeah.
Even though nobody cares, but
that's true.
That's what's holding this up. Because I'm convinced that when I went to find out whose baby that was, and I found out that those records were sealed, and I found out that she may have been fooling around with that guy. That's when I put two and two together, and I said, no, this is heavy duty here.
It
This
is.
is what got Chris mad right here, because Chris doesn't get mad.
Right.
So it's going to really have to be something heavy duty to make Chris mad.
And that would do it.
Yeah, it would. It sure would.
And that would also be a reason then for the Rusaks, the rest of their living hours, think they have to protect their daughter's legacy.
Yeah, because they don't want that little secret getting out.
That's all that it would need. That one bit of information would be it to turn this in a whole other narrative. They would be the most hated people in the world if we found that out then, like that after all this you guys knew the real paternity, and we couldn't know it because you wanted to make sure we all still just let for the rest of all of our lives said poor Shanann and evil Chris. Not that it makes what Chris did better, but we at least know the more of a motive now. We're never gonna. Anybody that knows Sandy and Frank, they're gonna fight their last breath, saving this girl's
And
legacy.
there's this discussion about, they changed the name on the gravestone or something from Shanann wanted it Niko, and they changed
When
it
they
to
made it NICO. Yeah, that one was confusing though to me. I'm like, why
because it's a girl. Because Rusex knows it's a girl,
Oh yeah, I never thought of
so they
that.
changed it to Niko. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I never thought of that. Because my son's
Because they
name is
didn't make a mistake, right?
Yes.
They knew Shannon had it Niko.
Yes.
So why did they make it Nico?
Yeah, because
Well,
they're like,
because it's Nicolette or something.
that would make more sense.
It's a freaking girl, man. And it ain't Chris's. Well, it's Chris's, but it's the other one.
It's a different Chris, yeah. Though because if it was his, the Watts were the responsible party on the other side of the victims. They would have been made aware. But they were never given any formal What?
You just nailed it right there.
What?
You just nailed it. Don't you know what you just said? You just nailed it. You just nailed it. Dead shut, locked tight, man. It's like lead pipe. If that kid was the Watts' kid, then the Wattses would know it.
They would know it.
Cindy and Ronnie Watts would have been told, and they weren't told, were they?
No.
And the reason they weren't told.
They weren't told. They got the answer, the same answer everybody else keeps saying.
The reason they weren't told is because it's none of their business.
They don't have to. And when they're like saying, well, we've said what we said is it. You do know that the paternity came back as Chris's, and that's when Ronnie Watts said, "Chris who?" And they never gave him an answer. That's the conversation ended. So the Watts felt that was a big problem. And also they were never given, they were going to get Chris's phone back. And they didn't, they still will not give the phone back to them. They still tell the Watts it's open. Why? It's not. Or is it? Because why didn't they get they should be given that back. It's closed. There's no more need for it. Doesn't make sense. Shoot. My Wi-Fi just went out.